Chapter 607, Zhao Jinglei. Li Guang immediately asked Qin Fenghua, "Elder Qin, that little bastard Huang Qishan just mentioned an alliance? What's going on? Also, how dare he come here?" "Li Guang, you should also be clear. Within the Central Plains, us Chinese are not the ones in power. The Huangjing clan, the Golden Wolf Triad, the Manchu Empire, these bastards are going everywhere attacking the Chinese establishments. Our fellow Han people would then be treated as slaves. In order to change this, to give our Han people a better life, our chief Shiman had decided to step up and throw away his past notions, and established an alliance led by our own Han people. He hopes to unite the factions of the Han people, and resist the rest of the powers. With you here it'll be perfect. Tomorrow is the day that the alliance will start. Our chief is heroic and magnanimous, and many other valiant heroes have arrived to take part. It would be a good time for you to join our Radiant Sun Triad. Once our chief Shiman has united the country, then you're one of the founding fathers." When Yu Zhong heard this, he thought to himself, "Alliance? They finally thought of that? Seems like this Shiman Lai is something else, to be able to gather the rest of the powers." Uniting the Hans in an alliance, it was truly a decent idea. If they could rally all the Hans in the Central Plains, it would be a power not necessarily weaker than the Huangjing clan or the other powers. However, Yu Zhong did not look on it too favorably. After all, everyone had their private ambitions and thoughts, who would be willing to hand over their weapons and equipment to others. Qin Fenghua brought Li Guang and the rest to a villa, settling them in before leaving. Li Guang then asked Yu Zhong, "Leader, Qin Fenghua will bring us to see Shiman Lai later. Do we act then?" Yu Zhong replied, "No. Let's change it to tomorrow. You go and put on a show of bargaining with Shiman Lai first, then join him. I'll go take a look around and observe the situation." Since Shiman Lai wanted to organize this alliance congregation, Yu Zhong wanted to make use of the chance to put on a big show. Li Guang replied, "Yes." Tempe Osaka was too beautiful, and in order not to cause any problems, Yu Zhong got her to stay within her room. He himself left and walked about. On the streets, he began to walk while looking at what Tianmu town had to offer. It was similar to the many post-apocalyptic towns that he had already come across on his journeys, with many emaciated survivors in tattered clothes with downcast expressions. Other than the soldiers, there were few shops, only some simple trading posts were set up. The whole atmosphere was dead, and not a sign of vitality was present. Shiman Lai lacks the talent to govern, he's not a good leader. Yu Zhong gave Shiman Lai an evaluation silently as he observed the town. Like many leaders of the different factions, Shiman Lai was obviously troubled by the food issue. At the same time, he only gave rations to those in his army and his supporters. Ordinary survivors were ignored or treated like slaves. Such a method was good in the sense that it ensured that the food expenditure was kept to a minimal, but the entire town would suffer as a result. All resources were dependent on what was left prior to the apocalypse, and there was no alternative or replenishment of resources. Once they ran out, the faction would crumble. "Master, come. Half a bun, I'll make you feel good for just half a bun. 1 packet of instant noodles, I'll accompany you for an entire night. You can play with me however you like, whatever you want to do." At every corner, on every street, a number of women who was reeking of odor, and had not bathed for goodness knows how long, began to surround Yu Zhong as they tried to flaunt themselves. Yu Zhong walked past them with a deadpan expression. He was sympathetic, but he had no means to rescue them all right now. All of a sudden, a bunch of kids began to swarm in a certain direction like bees. Yu Zhong looked towards the direction, only to see a beautiful lady with long black hair and fair skin, as though she had just stepped out of a painting. She seemed about 15 or 16 and wore a saintly smile as she handed out buns to those kids. A young man of about 15 or 16 stood beside her, dressed in black mutant beast leather, a huge blade hanging by his waist. He had a decent stature and his looks pleasant, but he was complaining at the moment. "Lele, this is food we went through trouble to get from a neighboring town. How can you just give them out to these little rascals? Did you forget what we had to do? Ixan almost lost his life at the hands of that L3. Now that the Huangjing clan, Manchu Empire and the Golden Wolf bastards are all expanding, it's getting harder to find food. Zhang Ying, how many times have I said it? Don't call me Lele. Call me by my full name, Zhang Jinglei." The beautiful girl frowned before lightly sighing. "I know it's getting harder, but if we don't give these kids, they will starve to death. Furthermore, this is from my own portion. What does it have to do with you?" When Zhang Ying heard those words, he bit his lips, clenching his fist while staring at her. He had liked her for a long time already, but she did not reciprocate nor care about it, and this caused him to feel upset. Another cute girl with a ponytail and some pimples on her face, with fair skin and big eyes stepped up to say, "Lele, don't blame Zhang Ying, he's also concerned about you." There were 9 other young men and women who tried to mediate. "What the hell are you looking at? Be careful or I'll gouge out your eyeballs." Zhang Ying suddenly saw Yu Zhong looking over, and his fury, with nowhere to go, were projected on him. He roared out like an enraged lion. His crush had rejected him and ignored him, and the pent-up anger was now being directed at Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong glanced at Zhang Ying and shook his head, turning around to leave. Truthfully, Yu Zhong did not agree with Zhao Jinglei's actions. In this world, ration was extremely scarce and precious, one had to be mindful of it. When the team needed food, what would she do then? However, the matter had nothing to do with him, and he had no interest in meddling with a bunch of kids. "Damn it. You're looking for a beating." Zhang Ying saw Yu Zhong shaking his head, and he became even more angry, shooting forwards with a speed 11 times that of a person, intending to beat Yu Zhong. Zhao Jinglei did not expect Zhang Ying to act against Yu Zhong, and her face fell, shouting, "Stop! Zhang Ying!" Yu Zhong immediately swiveled around, his hands grabbing Zhang Ying's forehead, his eyes flashing coldly, before flinging Zhang Ying's entire body towards a wall viciously. "Really? Now all you little fuckers think you can do anything. Why don't I send you on your way to hell, and let you join your family earlier? At the same time they can discipline you properly." Zhang Ying smashed into a wall like a cannon, and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. His face turned pale as he continued to cough out blood. "What are you doing? You dare to harm our classmate. You're seeking death." 2 of the group shot out, one tall the other short, both wielding some strange bone blades as they roared out in fury. They activated their abilities, Wind Twist, and both became like hurricanes shooting towards Yu Zhong. Both of these rascals were evolvers, their Wind Twist skill having been enhanced thrice. When both of them worked together, they could even take down level 50 evolvers easily. Scram. Right as they got close to Yu Zhong, he kicked out twice swiftly, his terrifying strength exploding out, and they both spat out blood as they crumpled to the ground. Yu Zhong possessed speed that was 25 times that of a normal person, and far surpassed most agility evolvers. His combat experience was rich as well, and didn't need any fancy tactics or skills to deal with those 2 rascals. Zhang Ying. The girl with the ponytail saw Zhang Ying's ugly expression and he shot out, turning into a shadow. At the next instant she appeared next to Zhang Ying. Her skill was the rare level 3 flash steps. She had already enhanced the skill 3 times, and could easily appear at a location within 20 m. The girl lifted the injured Zhang Ying up. "Quick, take him away. I'll block him." Zhao Jinglei saw how fearsome Yu Zhong was, and how his expression was frightening now, and she pulled out 2 silver blades and disappeared like a shadow. Instantly, she appeared in front of Yu Zhong, the blades in her hands slashing towards Yu Zhong at a sharp angle. Fast. She's an agility evolver. Facing Zhao Jinglei's strike that was extremely fast, Yu Zhong was finally forced to whisk out his crocodile tooth saw blade to block her attack. As the 3 blades clashed, a strange force spread from the curved blades of Zhao Jinglei, as though threatening to spin Yu Zhong's blade away. After that clash, Zhao Jinglei's curved blades turned into silver hurricanes and enveloped Yu Zhong. Strong. This little girl, her strength is in close combat, and is comparable to the demons of the Takamajihara. Yu Zhong's speed had been enhanced multiple times, and was stronger than Zhao Jinglei. His experience was also more abundant, and in most cases he could easily dispatch an evolver with a single move. However, when exchanging blows with this Zhao Jinglei, he was actually being suppressed, unable to display his blade skills. The strange force was being exerted on his crocodile tooth saw blade as well, making it hard for him. Chapter 608, Gold Wolf Riders. One bespectacled girl gritted her teeth as she activated her ability, gravity manipulation, and a strong gravitational force pressed down on Yu Zhong, affecting his movements. His eyes flashed coldly as he shot a glare at the girl. When she was struck by his gaze, she felt like a terrifying bloodthirsty beast was staring at her, and her eyes widened in fear as she retreated a few steps involuntarily. When Zhao Jinglei saw this, she shouted in alarm, "Tian Tian! No! Run!" Zhao Jinglei was trying to pressure Yu Zhong with all her strength, and the fact that she could suppress him was due to her naturally awakened second-order skill Heavenly Demon Blade. If she didn't use this, Yu Zhong could have easily slaughtered her in a move. Just in the few exchanges, she could already feel his unfathomable strength that was waiting to rear its head. The moment her words came out the mouth, Yu Zhong flashed and disappeared from in front of her, and a fist smashed into the midriff of the bespectacled girl. The pretty girl instantly doubled over from the force and crumpled to the ground. When the rest of the youths witnessed this, they stepped back in horror. Zhao Jinglei's eyes flashed with a hint of madness, and she chased after Yu Zhong like a goose, with her strange blade technique flashing towards him again. Hurry and escape, all of you. Your strength is decent, but your discerning ability is truly lacking. Yu Zhong activated his own gravity manipulation, and a strong gravitational force caused Zhao Jinglei's entire body to sink. At the next instant, Yu Zhong had already activated his shadow steps, and pushed his speed to the limit, evading Zhao Jinglei's blow with ease, and his right hand grabbed onto her throat. He then barked coldly, "Throw down your weapon." Zhao Jinglei's expression turned extremely pale, gripping her silver blades tightly, not willing to let go. Her entire skill relied on these dual blades, and if she were to lose them, her combat strength would be reduced by over 70%. Lei. Sister Lei. Let go of her. The youths all looked helplessly and shouted when they saw Zhao Jinglei's plight. Yu Zhong kept his fingers clenched around Zhao Jinglei's neck, and his voice was thick with killing intent. "I've already gone easy. If you want to continue resisting, you and your friends can forget about leaving alive today. Don't hurt them." Her face turned pale and she finally released her silver blades. Looking at the pair of silver blades dropping on the ground, Yu Zhong then released his grip. He looked at the rest of the youths and whisked out his stinger. "I'll say it directly. Little rascals, I admire your strength and abilities. The price of offending me is to serve me for 2 years. After that, you'll be free to go." Zhao Jinglei's pale countenance finally regained some color, and she asked, "We truly apologize for offending you today. May we please have another option? We're willing to look for rations as payback." Yu Zhong aimed the stinger at the pretty bespectacled girl still doubled over on the ground, his tone icy. "No. Serve me for 2 years or die here. Your choice." Zhao Jinglei's strength was truly something else. Yu Zhong didn't wish for anything untoward to happen the next day. Zhao Jinglei gritted her teeth in frustration and stared back at Yu Zhong with a clear gaze. "Fine. I'll promise you. However, I'll make myself clear, we will not be your swords to be used for anything against morals. You cannot touch my friends and must ensure their safety and well-being. You cannot skimp on our resources allocation as well." Since the collapse of society, in the world where depravity was slowing consuming humanity, Yu Zhong had never seen such a clear pair of eyes before, and he couldn't help but be moved. He gave his word and threw a few life-saving grass to her before saying, "Fine. Come with me. This is for your wounds, give them to your friends and they'll recover faster." Zhao Jinglei took up the medicine and hesitated a while before using it on herself. She did not dare to give things with unknown sources to her friends. She might be kind, but she wasn't a fool. A young oval-shaped face woman then suggested, "Sister Lei, why don't we run now? I don't think he'll be able to catch us." The rest looked at her and awaited her decision. They were from the same school prior to the apocalypse, and have been moving together. If it wasn't for Zhao Jinglei naturally awakening as an evolver, they would have perished umpteen times. That was why their faith in her was so strong. Zhao Jinglei picked up the pair of blades and looked at Yu Zhong's departing back. She hesitated a while but in the end shook her head. "No. Let's just observe for the time being. Zhang Ying, Lei Tai, Zhao Yi, Tian Tian are all injured. We need some place to rest anyway." With a single sentence, the rest of them did not push the case, and followed behind Yu Zhong as they came to the villa. What a pretty girl. The moment they entered, they say Tenpi Osaka, and they were shocked. Zhao Jinglei looked at Tenpi Osaka and shifted her gaze to Yu Zhong, becoming more guarded. "This fellow is definitely a pervert." Tenpi Osaka looked back at them without any expressions, silently reading her Chinese textbook. Ever since Takamajihara wasn't willing to use their machines to exchange for Tenpi Osaka, she had become totally withdrawn, and was brought to China by Yu Zhong. He made her study Chinese, and she who had lost faith in what she believed in before gradually became accustomed to listening to Yu Zhong's commands. He didn't force her to do anything, nor anything she disliked. He gave the basic courtesy as a human being as well. In return, Although she didn't express her desire to work for him, she had already silently complied with his orders. As the villa that Chen Feihua had arranged for them was big, Zhao Jinglei and the rest found a room and moved in, taking care of their injured members. Not long after, Li Guang, who had gone to Ximenlai's, came back and reported to Yu Zhong. Li Guang began his report. Leader, as per your instructions, I've agreed to join Radiant Sun Triad. He had even gifted a beauty to pull me closer. Your subordinate did not dare reject and hence accepted the beauty. Your subordinate seeks your understanding. Li Guang was also a powerful evolver who had reached level 42, and his experience was abundant. Together with his elite archer subordinates, they were considered a decent force out here in the Central Plains. Yu Zhong smiled warmly and said, "Don't worry. Since he had already gifted you a beauty, she's yours. Those who work for me will definitely be taken care of." Li Guang was overjoyed. "Thank you, leader." There were all sorts of people in this world, and some heads were selfish and wanted dips on everything their subordinates had. Such leaders would not really gain any true followers. Yu Zhong and Li Guang continued their discussion. Within a golden tent far out in the Central Plains, a burly man with a long knife scar on his face wearing a yellow robe and an emperor crown on his head stared out with his gaze fierce and his expression grim. A few men stood in 2 rows on either side in front of him. This was the Khan of the Great Turkic Empire, Wuxia. He was already a member of the East Turkestan Separatist Party. When he had awoken as a natural evolver, he had swiftly subjugated the rest of the members in the East Turkestan Party and started expanding. Many nationalists and extremists lacked the platform prior to the apocalypse, but when the world changed, it was a good strategy to gather people. Wuxia had then expanded pretty smoothly in the Xinjiang region, but the zombie hordes had continually attacked his base of operations. After countless clashes, they had been defeated and were forced towards the deeper parts of Mongol to resettle and expand again. The main force under their banner was the 40,000 Uyghur youths that he had manipulated into being loyal to him. Wuxia surveyed his men around him and spoke slowly but sternly. The Radiant Sun Triad Ximenlai has organized a convention of the heroes, in order to form an alliance to defend against our Gold Wolf Riders. Who's willing to go in this emperor's name, to take back the heads of these Han dogs, and turn Tianmu town into this emperor's base? Ever since he had conquered the East Turkestan Party and proclaimed himself as king, he had started using the term "this emperor" to refer to himself, as a form of distinction between him and the common people. Another burly man with a deep-set gaze and high nose stepped out and his voice rang out, "Great Khan! Donga Moliai is willing to go in Khan's stead, to lead men and conquer Tianmu town, to kill the men and gift the women and children to Great Khan." Donga Moliai was also one of the members from the East Turkestan Party, and he killed without batting an eyelid. He was truly a great general and had helped fight for Wuxia all the way. The number of survivors that had died at his hands truly numbered too many to count. Wuxia roared out in laughter, "Good. Donga Moliai, this emperor will grant you 4,000 gold wolf riders to attack Tianmu town. You must ensure that the grounds bleed with their blood. Gagani, you shall be his second in command, and to help him obtain Tianmu town." While the Radiant Sun Triad had thousands of survivors, not everyone had weapons. 4,000 gold wolf riders were more than enough to take down tens of thousands of a motley bunch. Wuxia was thus extremely confident in his soldiers. Another man with a medium stature who looked like an ordinary Han person replied respectfully, "Yes, my liege. Your subordinate will definitely assist Donga Moliai." Donga Moliai's expression was solemn as he looked back at Wuxia, not saying anything. Before the apocalypse, their relationship had been good and could speak freely. However, since proclaiming himself as emperor, Wuxia had thus gained much prestige, and Donga Moliai did not dare to be on casual terms any longer. The 4,000 gold wolf riders thus rode out in a cloud of dust. In a small villa that stood on its own, there were hundreds of people gathered. These were the various solo warriors from all over the plains, as well as some members from the Blue Triad, Red Triad, and various other gangs. Ximenlai had invited all the various heroes together, with the pretext of fending off the other powers with their own Han people, while in fact bolstering his own strength. In truth, the number of Hans out here in the Central Plains were truly numerous. However, the powers were all scattered, and had no way of contending against the united forces of the Gold Wolf Riders, or the Huangjing clan, or even the Manchu Empire. If they truly all gathered, they would become a force to be reckoned with, that was larger than the rest of the factions. It was precisely because of this, that the rest of the factions would choose to band together to annihilate any outstanding Han hero even while fighting amongst themselves. In the villa, in preparation for the congregation, there was a stage set up with 10 seats. Below the stage, 2 long tables were set up, where the various heroes had gathered. Only the well-known Han experts had the qualifications to sit at that table. Someone like Yu Zhong, who was not well known around these parts, could only stand aside. Barbecued lamb, beef, milk, were brought out by numerous beautiful servants. The various heroes began to grab the meat and ate without a care for their image. After the apocalypse, the lives of these solo wanderers had been extremely tough. Most of the cattle out in the Central Plains were owned by various factions. The game in the wild were tough and vicious mutant beasts. In the cities there were still many zombies roaming about. Even evolvers faced the possibility of dying. Therefore these solo wanderers were forced to be bandits, otherwise they would die of hunger. Even in the event that they successfully hunt down some mutant beasts, they could only bring it back to sell it to the larger factions who usually exploit them. Many of them lived meal to meal. Now that they were invited to this feast, they would naturally not hold back. As they ate, the leaders of the other factions eyed each other and began to engage in quarrels. The entire scene was like a huge marketplace. There were many of them who did not like to study when they were younger and were coarse and boorish people. The curses thrown got more vulgar and coarse as time passed. There were many strong rice buckets who were here, but at the same time, there were true powerful evolvers like Zhao Jinglei. Yu Zhong stood quietly and observed the people, noting many of the useless loudmouths, but at the same time discovering some true talents. If this goes on, the entire Central Plains will become their hunting grounds, and we Han people will be the lowest of the low. Our Han people are hardworking, kind and brave. We're not necessarily worse off than the Turks or Mongols or even the Manchurians. We have hot-blooded warriors and powerful heroes. As to why we have ended up today's state, is because we have allowed minor squabbles to tear us apart. As long as we work together, we can definitely become the largest power here in the Central Plains, and step over all of the rest. It's precisely due to this that I've announced this gathering to form an alliance, gather the various heroes from all over the Central Plains, and work together to deal with the Turks, Mongols or the Manchurians. Thank you. Shimin Lai's passionate speech resounded all over the venue. After Shimin Lai finished speaking, the venue broke out in resounding applause. The other factions were well known for capturing people of other races as slaves, allowing their own people to lead better lives. Such a strategy would strengthen their own people while suppressing the other races. Thus, the unity between their own people would strengthen. However, it was at the cost of the other races. No one was willing to be a slave. Especially since the world had modernized and received education. The current slaves were all forced against their will due to strength. When many of those who had smaller factions out in the Central Plains thought about the possibility of their own bases being destroyed, and becoming slaves to the other 3 great factions, they couldn't help but shudder. This was why they all responded to this call to form an alliance. Zhao Jinglei heard Shimin Lai's nationalistic words and frowned as she sighed slightly. Why do we have to eliminate the Turks, Mongols and Manchurians? Aren't we all Chinese? Why must we kill amongst ourselves? Yu Zhong eyed the naive girl and responded coolly, simple. Everyone just wants to live better lives, no one wants to become anyone's slaves. To those who cannot be reasoned with, only strength can force them to listen. If you don't kill them, they will kill you. Only by becoming an existence more powerful than them, will you be able to talk about peace. Since the 3 other factions want to kill us, we should just kill them. Simple as that. Don't make it too complicated. Yu Zhong did not like the internal strife. However, if there was somebody who chose to block his path, he would not show them any mercy. As long as it was an enemy, he would stop at nothing to eradicate them, regardless of who they were or where they came from. Even if some Han people wanted to bar his path, he would kill. Since nobody really disagreed or objected, the motion to form an alliance was pushed through, and every faction present agreed to join. In truth, everyone had already known about this beforehand, and those who had participated were of a mind to join. After all, strength in numbers. Those who weren't interested would not have sent anybody over. One particular hero called out, Chief Shimin is a hero of our times, wise and valiant. He had brought the Radiant Sun Triad to constantly fend off the 3 factions, and possesses abundant experience. I vote for him to be our alliance leader, and lead us to defeat the other 3 factions. To unite the Central Plains, to conquer the country and build a new China. Shimin Lai is wise and valiant, I vote for him to be our leader too. No way. I vote for my Red Triad's chief Huang Shui to be the leader. He's a man of intelligence and had been an official in the government before the apocalypse. He has strong governance skill and experience. With him as the chief, wouldn't the alliance soar quickly? Pei. Huang Shui is an old lecher that lusts after women, he spends his time all over his women, how would he be in charge of the alliance? I reckon the chief of the Golden Wolf Triad Mu Tang to be the alliance leader. Chief Mu is young and promising, his energy strong and full of vitality, and his combat prowess truly unrivaled amongst his peers. As long as he is the chief, the alliance would definitely become powerful. One by one, the various members of the audience began to argue for their own nominations, with many of the secret accomplices that the leaders had sent out beforehand to try and rally for their own backing. The leaders watched the commotion without any sign of stopping them. Swordmaster Pai Jianyi stepped out and his voice rang, "Everybody silence." His voice carried a strange force that immediately overpowered the entire venue. Everyone's gaze fell onto Pai Jianyi. He spoke arrogantly, "Out here the strong prey on the weak. I feel that the alliance leader should be the strongest person. Let me suggest a competition of martial arts, to compete for the strongest position, and the winner will be the leader." I agree. A competition is great. Me too. Those rowdy men who had been hollering over one another immediately burst out in appreciative laughter. One hero stood up to shake his head, "I object, what era are we in? Martial arts competition? A person's strength could not single-handedly fight an entire army. I recommend that Chief Shimin with the most number of survivors under him to be the leader." The entire venue again fell into chaos. Many argue fervently. These were all leaders of their own factions with survivors depending on them, who would be willing to give their position of authority up. Yu Zhong observed coldly, and he knew that the solo wander Pai Jianyi would definitely not be able to become the leader. It was likely that it would be one of those in the larger factions. Chapter 610, Attack of the Gold Wolf Riders. Everyone quieten down. Shimin Lai's sonorous voice rang out, and the noise soon died down. He then wore a smile and said, "All right. Let's do this. We shall all vote, the person who garners the most vote will become the leader, it's the fairest. What does everyone think? Good. Let's do that. All right. That is democratic." Many people sounded their approval, and the suggestions of those solo warriors like Pai Jianyi were suppressed. Hearing the cheers, Shimin Lai's face blossomed in a strange smile. Most of the powers here had been pulled over by him, as long as they went with this method, he would be sure to become the alliance chief. Right at this moment, a soldier suddenly hastened up the podium and reported, "Chief! Not good. The Gold Wolf Riders are rushing over now. There are over thousands of them." "What? The Gold Wolf Riders are here?" Shimin Lai's face changed when he heard that. The Radiant Sun sect had 7,000 people, of which most of them were survivors. The true warriors and fighters were only about 800 people. And out of these 800, only 200 had guns and about 20 machine guns. Gold Wolf Riders were the elites of the Turkic Empire and they had guns. Goodness knows how many establishments had been raided by them. They were ferocious and violent, and when Shimin Lai heard their name, his expression turned ugly. Gold Wolf Riders? Are they here? How did it become like this? I wouldn't have come if I knew. It's over. We're over. When they heard that the Gold Wolf Riders were on their way, the various small-time leaders and solo wanderers became frightened. The infamous Gold Wolf Riders were associated with death and massacre. Many notable Han experts had fallen at their hands. After all, no matter how strong a person was, he couldn't stand up against an army. Furthermore, in most of the clashes, the Gold Wolf Riders had their fair share of experts. Huang Shui, the chief of Red Triad, suddenly shouted, "I recommend Chief Shimin to be the leader of the alliance." Mu Tang of the Golden Wolf Triad also exclaimed, "Right? Chief Shimin is truly a hero, he should be able to lead us to defeat the enemy." The leaders of the 10 largest triads who had been keeping quiet, began to vote for Shimin Lai to become the alliance leader. If the Gold Wolf Riders were to really breach Tianmu town, then the alliance leader would surely die. The alluring role of the alliance leader was now a sacrificial position, avoided by all of them. A bunch of fools. If they were to breach, you think you can live on? Ximenlai was not an idiot and he knew what they were after. His face, however, maintained a peaceful expression as he replied, "The matter of the alliance chief is too important, we will need to reconsider this. I feel that we should get someone with abundant experience to lead us. Chief Huang, you're the perfect person for this, only you can take on this role." Huang Shui immediately rejected, "No. No. This time you organized this gathering, you're the one most suitable to be the leader. Don't reject the appointment, otherwise you're truly letting down all of the heroes here." As the various leaders pushed and pulled, Yu Zhong stepped out and barked out, "Since you all aren't willing, I'll take it on." Ximenlai's eyes brightened up as he spoke to Yu Zhong amicably, "This little brother, how should we address you?" Yu Zhong replied indifferently, "Yu Zhong. Courageous." Ximenlai praised and exchanged glances with the rest of the leaders. "This young hero Yu Zhong has courage beyond his peers and famed, I recommend him to be the first alliance leader. What does everyone think?" "Good. Good. I agree. I agree." The rest of them expressed their consent, looking at Yu Zhong as though pitying him as a dead fool. Without any hesitation, Yu Zhong immediately called on the 12 people he had taken note of. "Good. I'm now the alliance chief. Pai Jianyi, Qingzhen, Zhou Yi, Jiang Yi, Gu Tao, Pan Xing, Luo Ding, He, Jiangfang, Pan Ling, Pan Deshir, Zhou Mu. The 12 of you will form the guards, joining my troops in strength. Come with me to the front lines to kill the enemies. Your direct supervisor will be this lady, Tenpyo Saka." Yu Zhong swept his gaze across the 12 of them before saying, "Those who are willing to join me in killing those bastards, come over, those who don't, you better scram far." He then spoke to the leaders of the factions with a tone of finality, "As for you guys, all the triads will now be as they are, the rest of the warriors here are to form the Dragon Fang Battalion. The Dragon Fang Battalion will be under the charge of Li Guang. Li Guang, stay behind and organize them. Ximenlai, the rest of you, come to the front lines with me." At this time, one person with a weird temper and disposition stepped out from the hundreds of warriors. "Who the fuck are you? How dare you command us?" Yu Zhong whisked out his stinger and pulled the trigger without batting an eyelid. Pum. Following the loud gunshot, the man's brain was splattered all over the ground, his headless corpse crumpling. He then swept his gaze past everybody with a strong killing intent, billowing, "I'm now the alliance chief of the Great Han Alliance. I have taken on the responsibility to lead everyone to destroy the 3 other factions, and have the authority to mobilize everyone here. Those who disobey will be considered as traitors and disloyal dogs. Death to those people and their families will be branded as slaves. Anyone else has any opinions?" Seeing how Yu Zhong had disposed of the one guy that had just questioned him, everyone's heart was chilled to the very core. They had seen how fast his actions were, and not many could actually make out his movements. Damn it, did I just invite a wolf into the den? Ximenlai watched Yu Zhong, his heart filled with a growing chill. He turned to Li Guang and had a bad feeling about this. The rest of the 9 leaders saw how decisive and clean Yu Zhong had dealt with opposition, and their hearts were also shocked. However, with the imminent attack by the Gold Wolf Riders, and the fact that Yu Zhong's strength seemed to be beyond their imagination, they maintained their cool. As for the 12 experts pointed out especially by Yu Zhong, they were filled with different emotions. Initially they had viewed him with contempt and disregard, but the moment he displayed his strength and charisma, their attitudes towards him changed. "If no one has any other views, then let's move. Come with me." Yu Zhong barked out coldly and left the hall. Ximenlai and the rest of the leaders followed after. Out of the 12 that Yu Zhong had called for, 10 hesitated a while before following him as well, leaving behind Pai Jianyi, who had a strange expression, and a young monk. The monk looked towards Pai Jianyi before placing his palms together and said, "Amit Ba. This small monk here would have to engage in killing after all. Brother Pai, this small monk will make a move first." He then marched out right after Yu Zhong. Pai Jianyi's countenance flickered before he gritted his teeth and chased after as well. "Ah, forget it. This time it's to go kill those bastard. It's definitely not because I'm obeying his orders." Tianmu town's fortification was pretty decent, and since Ximenlai knew the dangers of being in the Central Plains, he had no way of obtaining decent firepower, hence he focused on the fortifications. Yu Zhong led the people towards a high vantage point. His eyesight had been enhanced, and could clearly see the approaching Gold Wolf Riders in the distance. On the platform, when the rest of the leaders caught sight of the approaching enemies, their faces were extremely ugly. This was the infamous Gold Wolf Riders' army. Yu Zhong's face remained impassive as he waved his hands and pulled out a Barrett sniper rifle. He took a quick aim and fired. Pum. Following that gunshot, one rider was immediately pierced through the chest and fell from his horse. It was a difficult feat even for Yu Zhong to get a headshot on riders at such a distance away. However, aiming for the body was definitely easier. He didn't need to specially kill them after all, as surviving casualties were more of a problem than dead comrades. Yu Zhong killed 3 more riders and ordered coldly, "Convey my orders, all snipers are to attack." Zhou Yi, one of the 12, stepped out silently with his falcon sniper and began sniping. Pum, pum. Under his deadly aim, the Gold Wolf Riders began to fall one by one. His speed of sniping was even faster than Yu Zhong by 3 times. Snipers! Snipers attack! Shimenlai also hollered out. Within the Radiant Sun Triad there were 5 snipers at the same time. Another 13 snipers from the rest of the 9 Great Triads stepped forwards and began firing. Under the rain of bullets, a number of strong killers of the Gold Wolf Riders fell in pools of their own blood. The devastation caused by 20 elite snipers was truly scary. Within a while, over 80 Gold Wolf Riders had fallen. Seeing this, Dong'er Moliai's eyes turned bloodshot and he barked, "Charge! Everyone charge! As long as we charge, it will be our world at our fingertips. After conquering Tianmu town, you guys will be able to do whatever y'all want for 3 days. The first to enter the town and kill them would be awarded 10 bulls, 2 beautiful virgins, and a promotion of 3 ranks." Under that passionate riling and the attraction of the rewards, the Gold Wolf Riders let out a resounding cheer and began to charge towards Tianmu town like a gust of wind. Right as they were about to breach the town and unleash a massacre, half-circles appeared all around the wooden fence surrounding Tianmu town, revealing numerous gunmen, the firepower intended to support the defense. From the fortification, a hail of bullets rained out, blanketing the approaching Gold Wolf Riders. Chapter 611, Fierce Dong'er Moliai. Ah! What a fool! What era are we already in, still using such tactics to breach the town? Scram back and go suck a tit. Fools? Haha, those fools actually dare charge in a city on horseback. It's the first time I've seen such idiocy. So, it turns out that the infamous Gold Wolf Riders are only so-so. When the various warriors on the platform looked at how the Gold Wolf Riders were throwing themselves at the city while being punched full of holes, their fear in their eyes dissipated. Instead, they began roaring with laughter. Shimenlai stared at those riders and his eyes were filled with contempt. Their prestige truly surpasses them. Who would have known that the famed Gold Wolf Riders had actually been turned into livestock for slaughter in front of my Tianmu town? Huang Shui of the Red Triad was the one that spoke fairly. Thesey's Gold Wolf Riders are well known for their drawn-out battles, while breaching a city isn't really their strength. The current leader of this troop must have been too arrogant, and thought they could charge in and end this quickly. It was as per Huang Shui's words. If it were out in the wild, the 4,000 elite soldiers of the Gold Wolf Riders could definitely crush the forces of Tianmu town. However, under the circumstances where they lacked the heavy firepower, it was pure stupidity to use the riders themselves to try and charge down the city walls. The leader of the Gold Wolf Riders wouldn't be this dumb, right? Yu Zhong continued to take down the Gold Wolf Riders one by one, but he continued to observe them carefully. He had a feeling that these warriors weren't so simple, otherwise how could so many Han factions fall at their hands? At this distance, Yu Zhong's accuracy was terrifying. Each and every shot of his would be a headshot. Dong'er Moliai looked his troops falling one by one, his eyes bloodshot as he screamed out, "Saint Wolf Riders! Charge! Kill these Han dogs! The entire Central Plains belong to our great Turkic Empire. Long live the great Turkic Empire! Long live the great Turkic Empire! Long live the great Turkic Empire!" The Gold Wolf Riders began to roar out with passion and fervor. They had been totally brainwashed by Dong'er Moliai, and had become ardent supporters of the rise of the Turkic Empire. To them, dying on the battlefield for the cause of the Turkic Empire was an honor. In this apocalypse, with the crumbling of society and corruption of morals and principles, everyone did not know what the future holds. Amidst that fear, many seek some form of hope. That was why triads and sects appeared. These warriors of the Gold Wolf Triad had all been ordinary Turkic Uyghur youths. However, under the brainwashing of Dong-er Molio, they had become passionate extremists for their empire. In truth, Yu Zhong had such forces within his subordinates as well. Those youth guards that he created usually consisted of his ardent supporters. They were willing to fight to the death for him. The younger they were, the more hot-blooded. In the recent history of China, it was due to many passionate and hot-blooded youths that sacrificed their blood and sweat to help form China. Suddenly, a warrior charged out from the midst of the 4,000 gold wolf riders, his entire body decked in yellow, with a wolf possessing a single horn sewn on his chest. These warriors with the single-horn wolves on their chest were the Saint Wolf Riders amongst the Gold Wolf Riders, the elites of the elites. A bullet slammed into the body of one Saint Wolf Rider, causing him to fall on the ground. However, he stood up after a while and continued onward, making his way for Tianmu town like a zombie. The 200 Saint Wolf Riders braved the rain of bullets and charged right at the gates of Tianmu town. They raised their fingers and pointed to the walls, and the numerous ground spike rings on their fingers lit up, as countless earth spikes shot from the ground, piercing the soldiers within the defense bunkers. Within the bunkers, the wretched screams sounded out, and the firepower of Tianmu town decreased substantially. Seeing this, the expressions of the people within the walls turned ugly. If the defensive bunkers were taken out, then everyone within the town would definitely face death. Yu Zhong eyed the experts of the 10 great factions and ordered, Shimen Lai, Fei Tu, Zhao Li, Gu Li Xian, Huang Shui Yi, Mu Tang, Hua Yi, Dong Feng, Zhang Yuan Yuan, Mabu Lai, bring your men and come with me. Kill all Gold Wolf Riders that breach the city. Li Guang, prepare the reinforcements without my order, do not move them. Charge with me, those who don't will die. After that, Yu Zhong led the 12 guards towards the battlefield. Hearing Yu Zhong's orders, the eyes of the 10 leaders flashed with displeasure, but seeing Yu Zhong charge into the front lines himself, they had nothing to say and could only grit their teeth to follow. Go die. Han dog. The moment Yu Zhong appeared on the battlefield, 4 Saint Wolf Riders bellowed and raised their curved blades, shooting towards Yu Zhong and swinging down like meteors. Yu Zhong pulled out his black-toothed blade that had been enhanced to level 5, and easily met their blows, his blade slashing across their bodies. At the next instant, all 4 were sliced in two, their blood and organs splattering all over the ground. It was a gory sight. After disposing of those 4 in a second, he walked towards the rest of the Saint Wolf Riders, and his blade continued to flash about, as the Saint Wolf Rider experts began to fall apart in halves. Sick. This man dared to take the lead, he truly does possess the qualities to lead as an alliance chief. The 12 guards that were following behind Yu Zhong saw how easily he was slaughtering the Saint Wolf Riders and were shocked. However, they were peak experts out here in the Central Plains as well, being powerful evolvers, each of their levels exceeding 56. They were naturally proud and arrogant. Watching Yu Zhong slaughter the soldiers, each of them suddenly felt the competitive to try and outdo one another, and they all charged at the Saint Wolf Riders. One Saint Wolf Rider raised his huge hammer and charged at Pai Jianyi with a wind-like speed, his hammer swinging fast. Seeking death. Pai Jianyi's eyes flashed with an icy light, and he shot forwards, his sword at his waist slashing out like a poisonous snake. Its speed was faster than a shooting star, and the unfortunate rider and his mount seemed to be placed through a meat grinder, as they were chopped up within seconds. After explosively killing that Saint Wolf Rider, Pai Jianyi was still untouched, without a single speck of dust nor dirt. It was truly an awesome and carefree sight. On the other side, Big Bear Qingjin was swinging his own 3M hammer, like a human-sized tank, as the 500 kilograms hammer was basically dancing around like a needle, but the unfortunate Saint Wolf Riders were pulverized beneath that weight. Pan Ling, an ordinary-looking middle-aged woman who was dressed in black armor, wielded a bronze bow and fired continually at the Saint Wolf Riders, knocking them down. Amit Ba, forgive my sins. Forgive my sins. Please die. The monk Pan Sheng continued to strike out with his fists empowered by some art, blasting the Saint Wolf Riders off the mounts, while their insides imploded from the terrifying strength. The leaders of the 10 factions had also led their own men into the fray. By relying on the pressure of the bunkers, the majority of the Gold Wolf Riders were unable to charge into the town yet, otherwise they would all be buried. Yu Zhong and his team had easily killed over 200 of the Gold Wolf Riders' elite warriors. Such a loss was extremely devastating to the Gold Wolf Riders. Should they breach the city, they would surely unleash their wrath and pent-up frustrations. There would only be one outcome, that was a massacre. The leaders of the 10 factions have heard about the exploits of the three empires, and they dreaded to think of their own fates. The Red Triad's chief Huang Shui had also charged into the battle. His ability was the firearms manipulation. He wielded dual guns and continued to fire without stopping, causing numerous Saint Wolf riders to lose their heads. These Saint Wolf riders had thick armor over their bodies, but their faces had no protection. The 20 Red Triad experts beside Huang Shui had formed a small circle to protect him, and supported him with all sorts of other abilities. They managed to wipe out dozens of the Saint Wolf riders, and only lost 3 of their members to the enemy. They were not overly frenzied in their charge. Instead, they proceeded with caution and focused their attacks, bringing the Saint Wolf riders down one by one. All of a sudden, Dong-Er Moliai, whose entire body was covered in the fresh blood of his enemies, stared at Huang Shui and his group with a ferocious stare like a demon as he growled, "Just based on you trash? Han dogs, you dare to kill me subordinates, today you will all be buried here. Kill him." Huang Shui stared at Dong-Er Moliai, his heart overcome with a thick, icy intent. He hollered once and fired continuously with his guns. Dong-Er Moliai's huge mace swung out and deflected the bullets. By the time the mace was back on the ground, there was a bronze ghost mask on his face. There were 7 experts well versed in shooting beside Huang Shui as well, and they all began to fire non-stop. Rounds after rounds rained on the body of Dong-Er Moliai, serving only to bounce of his body, as though there was no effect. Go to hell. Dong-Er Moliai laughed savagely, and activated his charge ability, instantly making for Huang Shui, his momentum building up. At first it was 6 times the speed of a normal person. In just 4 breaths of time, it had risen to about 23 times that of a person. One of the high-level enhancers beside Huang Shui activated his ability, Rock Wall, causing an earthen wall to materialize in front of Huang Shui. Peng! Dong-Er Moliai's mace slammed into the wall, causing it to disintegrate entirely, and he appeared in front of Huang Shui, laughing savagely, and swung the huge mace downwards viciously. A look of despair flashed past Huang Shui's eyes, when suddenly a bright shield of light appeared in front of him, protecting him. The huge mace of Dong-Er Moliai slammed into the shield of light, shattering it, before continuing in its trajectory, and pulverized Huang Shui into minced meat. After smashing Huang Shui dead, he quickly swung it all around him and killed 6 other enhancers. When the forces of the Red Triad saw that things were turning bad, they quickly scattered. At this time 50 Saint Wolf riders charged out from behind Dong-Er Moliai and chased the Red Triad members down. Dong-Er Moliai's eyes lit up in bloodlust as he roared, "Kill! Kill! 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 Kill all the Han dogs! Kill! Kill! Kill!" The 50 Saint Wolf riders roared out after him. With an enraged bellow, Dong-Er Moliai led his forces towards the Blue Triad. No! The chief of the Blue Triad Zhang Yuan also had a look of despair, before the huge mace came swinging down on his head, smashing him dead. Blood splattered all over Dong-Er Moliai's body, giving him a terrifying appearance. Haha! Han dogs are weak. Haha! Dong-Er Moliai roared out with mad laughter in the midst of corpses, looking like a demon. Dong-Er Moliai was after all the most prominent evolver amongst the Gold Wolf riders, being a strength and endurance dual attribute evolver. At the same time he possessed many strength-based skills ABD abilities. Many experts had fallen at his hands. He led the Saint Wolf riders as they rampaged all over the battlefield, killing the leaders of the Scarlet Sun sect and Universal sect. Many of the Gold Wolf riders following him charged through Tianmu town. At this time the battle had reached a powerful climax. Every second there would be Gold Wolf riders being killed. At the same time, the various heroes and experts of the triads and sects were also dying. Under Dong-Er Molai's heavy assault, the remaining 6 triads were being beaten back, and their morale was decreasing. Waving his mace, Dong-Er Moliai charged through the ranks of the remaining 6 triads, smashing a warrior into pulp. He suddenly felt a huge sense of crisis and twisted his body, as a shield of light appeared in front of his body. Hong! A stinger bullet round smashed into the shield of light, causing it to shudder. Dong-Er Moliai turned and saw Yu Zhong eyeing him coldly with the stinger in his hands. "It's you. Damn Han dog, you dare to try assassinate me. Watch how I tear you into pieces." Dong-Er Moliai laughed savagely, and activated his charge ability again, making his way for Yu Zhong like a human tank. The 50 Saint Wolf riders beside Dong-Er Molei was made up on men and women, and were top enhancers and evolvers of the Turkic Empire. They followed after Dong-Er Molei, charging for Yu Zhong and his 12 experts. Chapter 6:12, Repelling the Gold Wolf Riders. The warriors by Dong-Er Molei's side were all peak experts of the Turkic Empire. Among them, 8 of them possessed a combat strength not weaker than Pai Jianyi. The remaining 42 might not necessarily be a match for Pai Jianyi and the rest individually, but as a team they were more than enough to deal with them. Both sides immediately went all out in a crazy slaughter, as terrifying sword beams, shadow flickers, summoned beasts, flashing of silhouettes, rising flame pillars and all sorts of abilities were all exhibited. Dong-Er Molei had become a terrifying human-shaped tank that was constantly using his charge ability, making a beeline for Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong's eyes flashed with a cold killing intent, as he activated his Art of Fear, and a terrifying pressure assaulted Dong-Er Molei's mind. The Art of Fear skill was the bet to deal with strength and agility type enhancers. If the opponent did not take care of his spirit, no matter how high their strength or agility, they would be instantly killed by Yu Zhong. That powerful spiritual attack blasted Dong-Er Molei, and in response, a white light radiated, causing the attack to dissipate. It's useless. All spirit-based attacks are useless to me. Fool. Dong-Er Molei's speed was enhanced under his charge attack, and had reached 25 times that of a normal human. He grinned savagely, and his heavy mace swung up, intending to crush Yu Zhong with a MT Tai-like strength. With the support of his ability, and the crazy speed he had reached, the mace swung down at a speed that broke the sound barrier. So far, not a single person had been able to withstand a single strike of his. A powerful body, terrifying strength, in addition to the thrice-enhanced charge ability, this was the reason why Dong-Er Molei was widely feared on the battlefield. Yu Zhong's pupils constricted and he activated his shadow steps, his body flashing to one side, and the black-toothed blade swing out wildly. Dang! A huge sound of metals coming in contact rang out. The heavy hammer of Dong-Er Molei was knocked back by Yu Zhong's counter, while Yu Zhong himself felt his arms go numb from the 20 times strength of Dong-Er Molei. His black-toothed blade almost flew out of his hands. After dodging that deadly blow, Yu Zhong whisked out his stinger with insane speed, instantly firing 6 shots at Dong-Er Molei's head. A shield of light appeared from Dong-Er Molei's body, and blocked the 6 stinger shots before collapsing. Interesting. Take this. He roared out in mad laughter, activating his ability Giant's Blow. In an instant, his strength and agility was enhanced by 40 points, and he swung down with a force that threatened to tear the fabric of space. Level 3 Giant's Blow, it could bolster the user's next attack by enhancing the agility and strength greatly. This was one of the most overpowering skills Dong-Er Molei had in his arsenal. He was different from a lone warrior with the status as one of the leaders in the Turkic Empire. He had access to resources and skill books. He naturally chose suitable techniques that complemented his path of combat. As for most lone warriors, they would usually learn whatever skills they could. Hence, there were cases of warriors with skill that did not complement one another. This was one of the largest obstacles for the majority of lone warriors to become top experts. Facing that impending blow, Yu Zhong remained expressionless. He leaped back a few meters and dodged that blow. After that, he cast the gravity manipulation skill on him, and a powerful gravitational pull weighed down on Dong-Er Molei, causing his body to sink. 2 times gravity? Just this is useless. Dong-Er Molei laughed coldly and charged straight for Yu Zhong again. Yu Zhong continued to retreat while reloading the stinger, and fired another 6 shots. Dong-Er Molei swung his huge hammer up over his face to protect himself, continuing his charge. The 6 bullets blasted his body, causing his clothes to be ripped, revealing an inner Type 3 mutant beast hide. The stinger had already been enhanced to a level 5 treasure, but it still couldn't penetrate the hide of a Type 3 beast. However, the resulting force of the bullets would not be negated. To think that Dong-Er Molei was seemingly unaffected by it. This showed how fearsome this man was. It hurts. Die, bastard. Dong-Er Molei's face twisted in pain and roared out in agony. He then activated his Giant's Blow again in conjunction with his charge. This caused his speed to reach 29 times that of a person. The hammer in his hands became a meteor that shot towards Yu Zhong. At this point, Dong-Er Molei's speed was almost on par with Yu Zhong. This blow was sure to hit Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong had no choice but to raise his black-toothed blade to parry, and do his best to meet the force. Dang! Following the loud sound of contact, the black-toothed blade was sent flying from Yu Zhong's hands due to the recoil, and he himself was sent knocked back. Haha! Having gained the upper hand, Dong-er Moliai roared out in mad laughter, and continued to use his charge, rushing for Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong was in mid-air, and his arms were still smarting from the earlier clash. If it wasn't for his endurance, his hands might have been destroyed by that earlier blow. As Yu Zhong was pressurized by Dong-er Moliai, the rest of the battlefield had also reached a crucial point. Pai Jin-yi was being suppressed by an expert with yellow hair. His sword beams were shooting everywhere, being matched by his opponent's blade beams. Both parties were equal, neither gaining an advantage over the other. Pan Sheng was being dogged by a melee expert as well, both fists meeting each other, their legs clashing every once in a while. The sounds of their clashes were explosive, and being peak close combat experts, it was unclear to whom victory would belong to in a short time. Big Bear Qingjin was being tied down by a voluptuous beauty who was decked in leather, her hair tied up in a ponytail, and her hands wielding dual blades. Her speed reached 18 times that of a person, and her movement speed was like the wind, constantly sending out cautionary blows to test Qingjin's strength. Qingjin roared out constantly in frustration, but he could not do anything. He had no way of chasing the woman, and if he was not careful, she would breach his defense and forced him to a pathetic state. Tenpyo Saka used her second-order stealth and her capabilities to assassinate 2 Saint Wolf riders, before she was held at bay by the rest of them. These Saint Wolf riders were all experts with abundant experience. 3 agility-based evolvers, 1 spirit-based evolver, and 2 strength-based evolver formed a small group that surrounded her as they unleashed torrential attacks, forcing her to be at a disadvantage. Of the 6, she could definitely deal with them individually, but when they joined forces, it was truly hard for her to exhibit her strengths. The rest of the experts were also forced at a standstill by the various peak experts of the Saint Wolf Riders. By now, the experts of the 10 Great Triads had already retreated from the center of the battlefield, choosing to go after the ordinary Gold Wolf Riders. Although they had been forced to enter the battlefield, they weren't willing to sacrifice their own lives for Yu Zhong. As long as those soldiers of the Gold Wolf Riders weren't allowed to rally, they were of no threat to the experts. Hence they acted out, killing many of the Gold Wolf Riders. In truth, many of the Gold Wolf Riders had already begun to penetrate the town from the bunkers. By acting against them, those experts were able to keep these Gold Wolf Riders at bay. I need to end this quickly. Yu Zhong's eyes flashed coldly while in midair, and pulled out his electromagnetic gun, and fired once at the charging Dong-er Moliai. The moment the gun appeared in Yu Zhong's hands, Dong-er Moliai immediately felt a sense of dread. He ignored the backlash of canceling his skill, and forced it to stop, spitting out a mouthful of blood as he dodged to the side. A bright flash of light appeared, and the next instant, Dong-er Moliai's right shoulder was blasted apart, his entire right arm falling to the ground. What is that weapon? How is it so destructive? Dong-er Moliai's eyes were wide with shock as he was able to even withstand the force of cannons, yet he was now injured by this strange weapon, even losing his right arm. He could feel the impending threat of death. Since he lost his arm to this fearsome weapon, he was truly feeling the possibility of death. Yu Zhong regained his balance after that strike and aimed once more. Chapter 613, Aizenjoro, Xianzhen. Tenpyo Saka lead the peak experts who had just joined Yu Zhong to chase after the escaping Saint Wolf Riders, killing another 15 of them. The rest managed to escape, albeit with great difficulty. The moment the Saint Wolf Riders dispersed, Yu Zhong brought out a heavy machine gun and begun to spray at the Gold Wolf Riders. Those Gold Wolf Riders who had just charged into Tianmu town had no way out without the Saint Wolf Riders, and they continued to stay within the bunkers, before being wiped out by Yu Zhong's subordinates and the 10 Great Triads. Retreat! Retreat! Kagani saw the situation turning bad and quickly gave the order to retreat. The moment the Gold Wolf Riders heard that order, they abandoned the other corpses and quickly fled Tianmu town. Yu Zhong then quickly ordered Shimen Lai to organize a team to pick up all that was left by the Gold Wolf Riders, and to organize another team of the Tianmu town survivors to begin repairs. The Gold Wolf Riders had retreated from Tianmu town, but they only retreated beyond a few kilometers and did not actually leave. Gagani came and saw Dong-er Molei missing his right arm, and spoke with an unfriendly tone. Dong-er Molei, what the fuck happened? By retreating, whatever the Gold Wolf Riders had sacrificed was for naught. They had left over 700 corpses of their comrades back there. Every time he thought to the pointless deaths of their 700 elites, Gagani's mind was filled with fear. Those elites were the core strength of the great Turkic Empire. By losing 700 Gold Wolf Riders, this was a huge blow to them. What was more scary was that even after such a heavy price, they did not manage to conquer Tianmu town. They were sure to be punished heavily upon their return. Dong-er Molei stared back at Gagani and hollered, "Shut up! You fucking useless half-blood trash that rely on women to get to your position. In Tianmu town, there's an expert with all sorts of technologically advanced weapons. Our troops are not meant to breach cities. What the fuck did you expect?" Dong-er Molei was shifting all the responsibility to Gagani. In actual fact, he was the first to charge at Tianmu town, and he was the one who rallied his troops to charge at Tianmu town. If it wasn't for Yu Zhong bringing the Han experts under his banner, Tianmu town might truly have fallen at his hands. Now that he had failed, he vented his anger and frustration of his failure to Gagani. Gagani's countenance flashed with anger, before he lowered his head silently. He was indeed a mixed blood from Han and Uyghur descent. Before the apocalypse it wouldn't mean much. However, the current Great Turkic Empire was very anal about blood purity. Because of his mixed blood status, Gagani was often ostracized. If it wasn't for his quick wit and his offerings of a few beauties to Wu'er Tuachuo, in addition to his skills, he wouldn't have been able to climb to his position. Even then, the rest of the Uyghur people still looked down on him and would call him bastard. It was only in front of Wu'er Tuachuo that they minded their words. A savage and fierce glint flashed in Dong-er Molei's eyes as he spat. "Tianmu town cannot be conquered for now. We shall retreat for the time being, and go launch a sneak attack on Aga town." Gagani gasped in shock. "Aga town? That's the Manchurian territory. If we attack them, they will definitely not sit back and do nothing." Dong-er Molei stared at Gagani and roared, "The Manchurians are also a bunch of trash that lost to the Hans before. How can they stand up to our great Turkic Empire? They're trash, the very epitome of worms. I'm the General Gagani. Are you trying to disobey my orders?" Dong-er Molei had been injured badly Yu Zhong and his mood was foul. He wanted to vent his fury by massacring some enemies, at the same time to raise the morale of the Gold Wolf Riders. While a massacre would be a disaster for the victims, to the slaughterers, it was a quick way to bolster morale. In war, many generals would allow their men to pillage or rape or even murder. Even the American troops had sunk to certain levels during the Vietnam War. One intelligence officer hurried in, his face pale with fright. "General, things are bad. We discovered an armored troop rushing over here with great speed." "What?" Both Dong-er Molei and Gagani were taken back. Currently, the Gold Wolf Rider had just suffered a defeat, and lost over 700 elites. Their morale was at a low. With this sudden appearance of an armored troop making its way towards them, it was obvious that there was no good intent. Gagani asked, "Who are they?" The officer replied, "They're the 8 Banners army of the Manchurian Empire." About 10 kilometers away from the Gold Wolf Riders' camp, there were 30 IFVs, 8 tanks, 40 machine gun-mounted vehicles, 10 122 howitzers and 1,000 motorcycles making their way towards the Gold Wolf Riders. Other than the fully motorized troop, there were 4,000 additional warriors riding on common horses and the Black Stallions, and a 3,000 foot soldiers making their way to surround Gold Wolf Riders. The retreat of the Gold Wolf Riders had been totally cut off by this army of over 10,000 people. There was Tianmu town in front, and the Manchurian 8 Banners army behind. In the command center of the approaching troops, stood a burly middle-aged man decked in emperor clothes and a crown on his head. There was a tinkling glint in his eyes as he said, "Those Hans are sure capable, to actually force that animal Dong-er Molei back." Another middle-aged man with straight features and an uncommon aura stood beside the emperor and said respectfully, "My liege, other than his strength, Dong-er Molei is just a brute. He only knows how to use force and had actually tried to use his troops to breach the city walls. It was simply fighting with their weakness and their haste. However, for them to be defeated so fast, it has truly exceeded this subject's calculations." The man in the emperor's clothes was precisely the emperor of Manchuria, Eisenjoro Shenzhen. The prim and proper man beside him was the most trusted aide of his, General Shang Mingde. Xianzhen's eyes were filled with excitement and fervor. This time, as long as we eradicate the Gold Wolf Riders, we would become the second largest faction out here in the Central Plains. Once we've swallowed the Turkic power, we would then become the largest. With the Central Plains as our base, conquering the entire country would not just be a dream. The population in the Central Plains were quite spaced out, and the remaining survivors were thus more than other places. If they could really unite all the survivors, the entire strength would be a force to reckon with. My king is wise. My king is far-sighted, and this subject is simply inferior. Shang Mingde sucked up to him before throwing in a few words of advice. My liege. Kill 1,000 enemies and suffer 800 casualties. To swallow the Turkic Empire, our losses will not be small, and there might be a chance that the Mongol king would try and jump on us then. Xianzhen's eye flashed with a cold but arrogant light. The Mongol king? This emperor naturally has a way to deal with him. Mingde. Shang Mingde quickly got on his knees and portrayed the very posture of a loyal subject. Your subject hears. Xianzhen looked at him and spoke strictly. When we are done eradicating Dong-er Moliai, go to Tianmu town and extend an invitation for the Hans to join us. As long as they're willing to join our Manchuria, this emperor will confer upon them the status of Manchurians, and allow them to join our forces. Xianzhen had been an ordinary Manchurian, and was actually not of Aizenjoro's descent. In fact, he was an ordinary farmer. However, he loved to watch dramas and had idolized Puyi, the 12th emperor of the Qing dynasty, who had been dramatized. After the apocalypse, Xianzhen had awakened as an evolver, and changed his name to Aizenjoro Xianzhen, intending to create a new Manchuria. He made use of the chaos then to gather like-minded people. However, Xianzhen had always felt the Manchurians to be the noblest of blood, and he would try and recruit powerful people of talent and confer upon them the status of a Manchurian. In order to pull more experts in, he had employed such tactics, and as such, a huge number of experts had gathered under him. When he saw that the Hans in Tianmu town had been able to repel Dong-er Moliai, he began to entertain the idea of recruiting them. Shang Mingde kowtowed, yes. Your subject obeys. With the passing of time, the Eight Banners army of the Manchu Empire got closer to the Gold Wolf Riders. Gagani saw the approaching Manchurians, and his heart was filled with anxiety. What do we do? A wild and savage glint flashed in Dong-er Moliai's eyes as he roared, break through. Everyone listen up. Charge and kill with me. We will break past their lines. Kill. 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 The Gold Wolf Riders began to shout and holler with killing intent under the rallying cry of Dong-er Moliai. Charge with me. Dong-er Moliai rode his black stallion and charged right for the Eight Banners army. The 3,000 Gold Wolf Riders immediately followed behind his lead, charging for their enemies with billowing killing intent. Although Dong-er Moliai was violent and wild, he wasn't an idiot. He didn't charge for the armored battalion, instead, aiming for the flesh and blood soldiers. The 30 IFVs, 8 tanks, 40 gun-mounted vehicles, 10 122 howitzer began blasting the Gold Wolf Riders under the hail of firepower. Many of the Gold Wolf Riders fell, their bodies blasted apart. The cavalry and foot soldiers of the Eight Banners army also fired their own guns at the incoming Gold Wolf Riders. However, the Gold Wolf Riders were mainly riding powerful black stallions, and their maximum speed was faster than ordinary mounts. In a few breaths of time, they had to pay the price of a few hundred people. Dong-er Moliai had already charged right into the troops of foot soldiers. Chapter 6:14. Miserable victory of the Manchurian army. Although Dong-er Moliai had lost an arm, he was still as valiant and wild. He wielded his huge hammer and charged right at the enemy, smashing them into minced meat. These foot soldiers were all common vagrants and had not yet undergone any proper training. They were mostly using wooden spears, and the moment they were charged at by the Gold Wolf Riders, they quickly broke ranks and abandoned their armor and weapons to flee. Hong! Hong! The 10 122 howitzers began to fire non-stop. Rounds after rounds blasted the Gold Wolf Riders, tearing their bodies apart. The fearsome projectiles rained down and caused some of the foot soldiers of the Manchurian army to be caught in the area of effect as well. As Dong-er Moliai was engaging the foot soldiers, The 1,000-strong motorcycle troop revved and charged at the Gold Wolf Riders, using their own firearms to kill those Gold Wolf Riders as well as their own comrades who were clashing against them. Those 3,000 foot soldiers were, after all, slaves and were made up of Hans and other races. Xian Zhen had deliberately made use of them to attract the attention of the Gold Wolf Riders, sending them to be slaughtered, while wearing down their stamina and horsepower. Dong-er Moliai led the Gold Wolf Riders and caused the 3,000-strong troop to scatter upon losing many of their people, but the Gold Wolf Riders were similarly being bombarded by the Eight Banners army from the other side. The 4,000 riders of the Eight Banners army prepared to launch a devastating attack. Many of these riders made use of sabers. Their objective was to prevent the Gold Wolf Riders from running and to control their movements. If need be, they would launch a mighty assault on them. The ones who were truly out to kill the Gold Wolf Riders were the motorcycle troops and the armored vehicles. Under the assault of the 1,000-strong motorcycle riders, many of the Gold Wolf Riders were shot from their mounts as they screamed and wailed. Charge! Dong-er Moliai roared out with bloodshot eyes, his fury reaching a peak. He led 80 Saint Wolf Riders and did not focus on the foot soldiers any longer, aiming to break out instead. Kill! The 4,000-strong Eight Banners riders bellowed in response as they surged forward with their sabers pointing out, making their way for the remaining 1,800 Gold Wolf Riders. The two top forces of the Central Plains clashed in this epic battle and engaged in a cruel and merciless slaughter that resulted in a great deal of blood and body parts flying everywhere. In terms of actual power, the Gold Wolf Riders were truly much stronger than the Manchurian Eight Banners army. However, because they had just been repelled by Yu Zhong's army, they had been left defeated, their morale low and their energy sapped. With the sudden pincer attack by the Manchurian Eight Banners army, it served only to wear down their numbers even further. As the 4,000-strong riders of the Eight Banners army surged forwards, even more Gold Wolf Riders fell. Within the Gold Wolf Riders' forces, Dong-er Moliai was like a meat grinder himself, his huge hammer swinging around like a tornado, smashing each and every warrior from the Eight Banners army that got too close. No one could withstand a blow of his. With his 80 Saint Wolf Riders, they slaughtered their way through the 4,000-strong riders of the Eight Banners army, causing them countless casualties. Dong-er Moliai. Go to hell. Right as Dong-er Moliai was in the midst of his killing spree, a man wielding a crescent blade roared in anger as he charged over. This man was called Tong Jiagua, and he was a strength-based evolver leading the Eight Banners army. He was renowned as a general who possessed great contributions to the empire. Which fucktard has appeared? Go and die. As he charged in front of Dong-er Moliai, he was greeted with a savage laugh. Dong-er Moliai activated his giant's blow, and the hammer came swinging down like a mountain at Tong Jiagua's head. Tong Jiagua brought up his crescent blade to block the attack. Dang. Following the loud ring, Tong Jiagua and his black stallion were instantly pulverized. General Tong is dead. General Tong is dead. What do we do? What do we do now? The moment they saw their General Tong Jiagua killed in an instant, the morale of the Eight Banners troops plummeted. As for the Gold Wolf Riders, they were still feeling high on their bloodlust, and under Dong-er Moliai's lead, they continued their massacre of the fleeing soldiers. After he had caused enough mayhem which resulted in the Eight Banners troops to be plunged in chaos, he did not continue his assault for too long. Instead, he led the remaining 800 Gold Wolf Riders to flee. Dong-er Moliai might be fierce and violent, but he wasn't a fool. The experts in Manchuria were plenty and there was still the armored division to deal with. If he continued to kill, his remaining members of the Gold Wolf Riders would definitely die. Under the protection of his personal guards, Xianjin stared hatefully at the fleeing back of Dong-er Moliai and gritted his teeth as he spat. Dong-er Moliai, this emperor will definitely kill you. This time Xianjin had deployed his entire troops to surround and kill Dong-er Moliai. While they had wiped out over 2,000 members of the Gold Wolf Riders, there were even more heavy casualties on their own. The 3,000-strong slave army had scattered and they only managed to recover 1,000. They had lost a quarter of their 4,000-strong Eight Banners army, and at the same time, just like Tong Jiagua, their strong experts and enhancers counted amongst their dead. To think that a force of 3,000 had actually managed to break through a surrounding force of over 10,000, and at the same time, these had damaged the ranks and proper bearing of the troops. Xianjin suddenly felt that he had severely underestimated the might of Dong-er Moliai. If they had equal forces, the Manucrian army would definitely have lost. Xianjin's voice was thick with killing intent. Shang Mingde, this emperor wants you to head to Tianmu town and tell them that if they surrender to us, this emperor will bestow riches and women upon them. Otherwise our army will march in and would not leave a single one of them alive. Shang Mingde felt a chill as he kowtowed, "Your servants understands." Shang Mingde thus carried a white flag and entered Tianmu town. The moment he entered, he was brought in front of Yu Zhong as well as the remaining leaders of the triads. From the 10 great triads, they were reduced to 6 due to Dong-er Moliai's slaughter. Shang Mingde eyed the people present with arrogance and said, "I'm the envoy sent by the Manchuria Empire, Shang Mingde. Who is the leader of Tianmu town?" After all, Manchuria was considered one of the 3 main factions of the Central Plains. Hence, Tianmu town was just a gathering of a rowdy bunch. With the Manchurian Empire as his backing, Shang Mingde was naturally arrogant. Yu Zhong eyed him nonchalantly and ordered, "Go drag him out and chop off one of his arms. Make sure he learns how to speak." Li Guang waved his hands and 2 soldiers stepped forward, grabbing Shang Mingde to drag him out. Shang Mingde immediately turned pale and began to plead, "No, sir. Spare my life. Spare my life. Envoys are usually spared during any negotiations. Please." Shimin Lai immediately stood out and stared at Yu Zhong. "Hold. Alliance Chief, the envoys are usually immune from such treatment. How about just sparing him this once?" Yu Zhong's chilling gaze landed on Shimin Lai's body. When Shimin Lai was stared at like this by Yu Zhong, he felt his entire back turn slick with sweat and his body trembled, deeply regretting stepping out. Yu Zhong had displayed his power out on the field for everyone to see. They had seen how Dong-er Moliai, who was widely thought to be invincible, had been beaten back by Yu Zhong. At the same time, the 12 guards who Yu Zhong had initially called out after having lost 2, leaving 10, were experts as well, each of them not necessarily weaker than the leaders present. As a leader of a faction, other than being strong, most of them had been involved with women and managing affairs as well as other small things. How could they hunt mutant beasts and become stronger as compared to the lone warriors? Adding onto the many subordinates of Li Guang, Yu Zhong had been viewed as the true alliance chief. He had the strength and the might of people behind him. His methods were decisive and ruthless when it came to killing, and under the stare of such a character, Shimin Lai was afraid that he would be killed in the next instant. Yu Zhong then turned to Shang Mingde impassively, "All right. I'll give Brother Shimin some face. Shang Mingde, since you're the envoy of the Manchuria Empire, you should kneel and speak. If you're unwilling, I can get someone to help you." Yu Zhong had no intentions of killing Shang Mingde in the first place. He just wanted to suppress that attitude of his and make sure this Han that had turned into traitor to serve the Manchurians become obedient. Having been frightened once, Shang Mingde lost all pretense of his pride and arrogance, immediately kneeling on the ground while his body trembles. The noble Aizen Joro Xianzhen, Emperor of the Manchu Empire, had ordered for your surrender. As long as you are willing to surrender, everyone would be able to join the 8 Banners army and become noble Manchurians. From today on, there would be riches and women waiting for you. If you choose to reject and disobey, the Emperor would order the 10,000-strong troop of his to charge into Tianmu town and will not leave a single living thing behind. Hearing those words, many expressions changed. The Manchu Empire had actually deployed their 10,000-strong forces. The total strength of the army was more than the survivors inside the town, and there were even tanks and cannons in addition to other various heavyweights. Due to the low possibility of victory, the 6 leaders actually had a slight inclination to submit. The whole point of the alliance was to ensure that they stuck together and prevent themselves from becoming slaves. Now that the Manchu Empire was willing to recruit them and confer titles upon them, they were naturally moved and wanted to submit. Yu Zhong's eyes narrowed and he raised his stinger and instantly fired a shot. Pum! Shang Mingde's head immediately became a watermelon that burst, his headless corpse crumpled to the floor. He had never imagined that Yu Zhong would kill him without a word. "Alliance Chief. Alliance Chief, what are you doing?" When the leaders witnessed it, their faces turned ugly. Things had happened too fast and they hadn't had the time to react and could only voice out. Yu Zhong spoke coldly, "I've killed the envoy of the Manchu Empire. You guys must be hating me to death. However, I've already killed him. According to the style of the Manchu Empire, even if you guys surrender now, you would only face death. The Manchu Empire will definitely launch an assault on Tianmu town. After breaching here, they will not spare anyone. If you want to live, you guys had better muster all your strength to fight and retaliate. Only then will there be room for survival. Shimin Lai, go tell the survivors in town that I have already killed the envoy of the Manchu Empire. Later on, when the Manchu Empire attacks, everyone would die. Gather them and get started on fortification works. The rest of you rest well and await further orders. I believe that there will be a tough battle ahead of us soon. Shimin Lai could only swallow his bitterness and replied, yes, Alliance Chief. With a single move, Yu Zhong had tied the fates of everyone in Tianmu town together. They would win or lose as a whole. If the town was really breached, then everyone would die. Thus, all the leaders and lone warriors had to think of ways to defend against the Manchu forces. The survivors were all shocked to the core when they heard Shimin Lai's words and quickly gathered under him to begin working on the defenses and obstacles in Tianmu town. All sorts of vehicles, beds, sandbags, boulders, and broken-down television sets were brought to the front to act as obstruction. As everyone got busy, the chief of the Pink Triad, Zhao Li, came to find Yu Zhong. Alliance Chief, our Pink Triad is good at setting traps. I have a pair of sisters who had the abilities to set traps easily. We hope you can assign us some manpower to help us set them. At this critical point in time, Zhao Li could only gather her forces to help defend as well. If Tianmu town really fell, the whole bunch of female warriors under the Pink Triad would only suffer a fate worse than death. Yu Zhong gave an order to Shimin Lai. Good. Shimin Lai, go deploy 1,000 men to Zhao Li and assist them with their traps. Shimin Lai nodded and swiftly gathered 1,000 men for her. The Heavenly Demon Sect's leader Fei Tu also came up to Yu Zhong. Alliance Chief, our Heavenly Demon Sect knows how to construct simple landmines. Please grant us 200 men to help lay them. Shimin Lai assigned 300 men to Fei Tu. Under Yu Zhong's orders, Shimin Lai assigned another 300 men to Fei Tu, who led his men to plant landmines at the entrance of Tianmu town. Everyone within were offering their skills and abilities to help strengthen the defenses, in the hopes of raising their chances of survival. What's going on? Where's that dog Shang Mingda? After an entire hour, Xianzhen frowned as a premonition creeped up in his heart. Could it be those fellows have captured him, or he had been bought over by them and is already indulging in women? After hesitating for a while, Xianzhen summoned another Han over, Gung De Zhong. Go to Tianmu town and get them to surrender. At the same time, find out what happened to that stupid dog Shang Mingda. Your slave obeys. Gung De Zhong kneeled down to kowtow before swiftly proceeding to Tianmu town. There, Tianmu town soldiers soon brought Gung De Zhong in front of Yu Zhong. Chapter 6:15. Gung De Zhong. Yu Zhong eyed Gung De Zhong coldly and said, your previous envoy Shang Mingda had been shot dead by me. Do you want to live or die? Gung De Zhong's back was immediately drenched in cold sweat as he knelt down and kowtowed. This slave wants to live. This slave wants to live. Please spare my life, leader. Gung De Zhong wasn't some person with integrity. Those with backbone would not have ran to become slaves of Xianzhen. With a single death threat, Gung De Zhong had immediately gone weak. Yu Zhong continued, I need time. What methods do you have to delay Xianzhen's invasion? By now Tianmu town's survivors were all busy with the fortifications and were preparing for a tough battle ahead. Every minute counts, so with every minute of delay, they would be better prepared. Gung De Zhong was perspiring profusely while trying his best to think of a way. He knew his answer would decide his fate. His eyes suddenly lit up as he proposed, that's it. Leader, as long as you pretend to be willing to surrender, this slave will head back and tell Xianzhen that you're willing to surrender. However, you need time to organize the belongings and wealth of the survivors and pleaded for another 2 hours of time. He will definitely agree and give you that time. I know his personality and 2 hours will be the maximum he would give. Any more than that would be pushing it. Yu Zhong replied coldly, fine. I'll let you go back. But before that I will implant some remote bombs in you. The moment Xianzhen attacks before the 2 hours, I will set the bombs off. Men, do it. 2 soldiers stepped forwards to press Gung De Zhong down as another went to slice his leg open. Then a small remote-controlled bomb was inserted into his thigh. An enhancer stepped forward and pressed the remote-controlled bomb, sending a green light to envelope the bomb. Witnessing this, the expression of Gung De Zhong turned pale. Yet he didn't dare to say anything. The one sitting on the throne in front of him had just killed Shang Mingda without any warning and was obviously short-tempered and vicious. He didn't want to die here. Another enhancer with the ability to heal stepped forward and pointed at Geng Dezhong's legs, patching him up with a bright light. After the wound of the leg healed, the bomb was buried within his flesh. I'll let you see the potential of the bomb in your body. Yu Zhong then took out a similar bomb and threw it at a fake mountain, and he pressed a button. Hong. After a loud explosion, the entire fake mountain exploded in two. Geng Dezhong immediately turned paler. After all, who could still be happy with such a powerful explosive in their body? Yu Zhong then replied, "That bomb is easy to take out with surgery. However, I've ensured that my subordinate had attached a sensory ability to it. The minute you dare to take it out, or if there are any strange movements, I would be able to tell here, and I will immediately press the remote. If you don't believe me, you can go ahead and try it." Geng Dezhong immediately promised, "I trust leader's words that you will not trick this servant. This servant will definitely not play around with his life and seeks leader's understanding, and be rest assured that I will do my duty." Yu Zhong replied indifferently, "You're dismissed. I'll let you go half an hour later." Geng Dezhong thanked him profusely. "Thank you, leader. Thank you, leader." Zhao Jinglei could not believe her ears and asked Yu Zhong, "Yu Zhong, you've gained the sensory trigger bomb skill?" If the sensory trigger bomb had been invented, then it would truly be a terrifying means to control people. Tempi Osaka was being controlled by that chain around her neck. As long as it was forcefully removed without the right password, it would blow. Zhao Jinglei was somewhat skeptical that Yu Zhong had such a skill. The bomb was so tiny. She found it hard to believe that there was an additional sensory function in it. Yu Zhong chuckled, "How can it be?" It was all to scare him. Of course, the remote-controlled bomb is real. However, if he does want to take it out, he could just do a simple surgery. Zhao Jinglei asked incredulously, "Aren't you afraid that he'll remove it surgically?" Yu Zhong answered, "For someone like him who values his own life too much, he would not dare to risk it. Even if he did, so what? All Xianzhen could do then is to invade us." Zhao Jinglei pondered for a while. It was as he said. Even if Geng Dezhong did figure it out in the end, it wouldn't matter to Tianmu town. Half an hour later, just as Xianzhen was becoming impatient, Geng Dezhong had returned. "Congratulations, my liege. Tianmu town's leader Yu Zhong is in awe and fear of you and has voluntarily submitted to you. However, he had a few conditions and hoped that you will grant them." Xianzhen was elated and asked, "What sort of conditions?" Geng Dezhong responded, "First, Yu Zhong hopes that you can grant him a position as a commander. Secondly, he hopes that his own troops can remain under him and still be under his command. Lastly, he hopes that the personal safety and properties of his and his subordinates will not be touched." Xianzhen frowned and asked, "How did you respond?" Xianzhen had always not favored the Hans and other races, never allowing them to handle any big things. He preferred to draft them into his army and be under the control of his own troops. Geng Dezhong responded, "Your slave deserves death. I had granted him the first and second condition. As for the second, your slave had vehemently declined. After much persuasion from your slave, he had agreed to forego the second condition. However, he proposed that once they have joined us, he wants to choose 100 beauties to serve him and his faction. Furthermore, they have to be provided resources from the Manchu Empire. Your slave deserves death as I have agreed to it." Xianzhen's frown lessened slightly as his eyes held a more appreciative light. "Well done. You've performed well, Geng Dezhong. You truly are a loyal subordinate. Since you've worked hard for this emperor will naturally not mistreat you. After we've conquered Tianmu town, you will be gifted 5 beauties." Geng Dezhong immediately got on his knees. "Thank you, my liege." Xianzhen asked, "When will they come out to surrender?" Yu Zhong wanted to bring his men tomorrow. The moment Geng Dezhong's words came out, Xianzhen's frown became deeper. Geng Dezhong's face was currently calm as he replied quickly, "Your slave naturally refused his request. Your slave told him that if he wanted to surrender tomorrow, it must be because he was thinking of delaying the time." Yu Zhong and the rest were immediately frightened and pleaded for this slave's understanding. Thus, I gave them some time to handle their affairs. This slave did not want to hurry them too much and allowed them 2 hours to prepare. Yu Zhong and his men would then bring his men out to submit peacefully. Xianzhen pondered a while before replying, 2 hours, right? Fine. This emperor shall give them 2 hours. Tianmu town was after all a force that had repelled the Gold Wolf Riders led by Dong-Er Moliai. If Xianzhen wanted this faction to submit peacefully without any losses, he knew he couldn't pressure them too hard. 2 hours wasn't much to Xianzhen. If he could obtain Tianmu town without any damage, it would the best. He was even willing to wait a day. At this point, Xianzhen frowned and asked, "Where's Shang Mingda?" Geng Dezhong immediately became worked up as he replied, "My liege. You must definitely punish that little shit. When your subordinate went to Tianmu town, he was already drinking and partying with a few beautiful ladies, getting himself drunk and forgetting his mission entirely. What's worse is that he had actually fought over your loyal subordinate over women and scolded me. Please remember to punish him, my liege." When Xianzhen heard it, he relaxed. He knew the problems of his subordinate. Shang Mingda was truly a conniving pervert and lusted after women. In his home, he already had a few women and was exceptionally vile to other women. Xianzhen replied mildly, "I got it. When he's back, this emperor will definitely punish him. You're dismissed." Xianzhen knew that while Shang Mingda might be a lowlife, he was an obedient slave. It wasn't necessary to say many things as Shang Mingda would automatically help him settle it. That was why he wouldn't give up on him easily. Geng Dezhong replied without batting an eyelid before leaving, "Yes, Your Highness." The moment Geng Dezhong left Xianzhen's side, he quickly went to his camp and packed up all his rations and weapons before using an excuse to leave the camp. 2 hours later, Xianzhen could not find any sign of Yu Zhong and a bad premonition arose in his heart. Geng Dezhong. Find that bastard for this emperor. Not long after, a guard came up to Xianzhen and reported, "My liege, Geng Dezhong had escaped." Xianzhen slammed his palm angrily on the table, splitting it into multiple pieces. "Fuck. That damn Geng Dezhong. Damned Yu Zhong. You guys dare to hoodwink me. Convey my orders. We will immediately invade Tianmu town, and will not leave a single thing alive. Capture Geng Dezhong and Yu Zhong alive. Those who would succeed will be raised to 3 military ranks and get some beautiful women. This emperor wants them to die." Under Xianzhen's order, the Manchu army that had not moved, immediately set off for Tianmu town. Chapter 616. Battling the White Armor Army. The first ones to act were the 122 howitzers of the Manchu Empire, as they launched multiple rockets at Tianmu town. Hong, hong. With the loud explosions ringing and the rain of projectiles from the skies, many places were blasted apart. Yu Zhong had organized for the survivors in Tianmu town to retreat earlier. However, under that blanket of firepower, there were numerous survivors and warriors that were either heavily injured or killed. As they were bombarded, the soldiers of Tianmu town had low morale. If it wasn't for knowing the fact that everyone will be killed once the Manchu forces invaded, these soldiers would have long fled for their lives. Li Guang came up to Yu Zhong and muttered, "This cannot go on. Leader. We need to handle their artillery." Li Guang had a resolute look as he said, "Leader, let me take some men to go deal with their artillery. Even if this old one dies, I will go down making sure those Manchu dogs go down with me." Li Guang wasn't a man who did not fear death. Initially, he had surrendered to Yu Zhong out of fear for his and his subordinates' lives as well. However, under the relentless attack of the Manchu Empire, he knew that it would be a suicide mission to go and deal with them. Yet he was willing purely because he had a strong sense of patriotism. Pai Jianyi stood up, "I'll go with you." Pai Jianyi was proud, arrogant, and slightly ambitious. However, he also had the hot-bloodedness that most youths had. Seeing how Li Guang was proposing to lead the most dangerous mission, his passion was ignited as well. "I'm willing to go. I'll follow you." A number of other Han heroes also stood up as their eyes shined with a clear light. They were already prepared for death. There were no lack of eager and passionate heroes. There was only a lack of a decent leader. Yu Zhong had led the forces himself and his actions had spurred their bravado. At such a critical moment, they were ready to spill blood. Yu Zhong eyed Li Guang and the rest of the men that had rose to the occasion, his eyes flashing with appreciation. "No need. Li Guang, you stay here and take over temporarily. I'll go destroy the artillery. My command for you is that before I'm back, you guys will have to defend Tianmu town with all you've got. No one is allowed to fall into the hands of Xianzhen. Understood?" Li Guang was shocked. "Leader. No. That mission is too dangerous. If anything were to happen to you, what would we do?" Pai Jianyi and the rest of the Han experts were also staring at Yu Zhong in shock. In most normal cases, the general would stand behind his troops, commanding them from a safe location. Ximenlai and the rest had always done things this way. When Yu Zhong had gained the seat as the alliance chief and obtained everyone's cooperation for a short time, he could easily deploy the troops how he liked while staying at a safe place to give orders. Even Pai Jianyi and the rest had fought at the front lines and saw what Yu Zhong did. Hence, they had no thoughts to disobey him. Even so, Yu Zhong was still suggesting to undertake the suicide mission himself. This caused Pai Jianyi and the rest to be extremely shocked and touched, causing their morale to increase even more. Of course, some of the soldiers also saw the other side of the equation. Should Yu Zhong die, then Tianmu town was sure to fall. Just like what happened to Tongjiagua. Yu Zhong stared at Li Guang and said solemnly, "No need for more words. I've made my decision. Convey my orders. Tianmu town is henceforth under your temporary control. Before I'm back, make sure you stay here even if you die." Li Guang responded loudly, "Yes, leader." Yu Zhong then spoke to a corner, "Tenpi Osaka, you lead Pai Jianyi and the rest to support Li Guang in protecting Tianmu town." From the shadows in the corner, a slight distortion appeared as Tenpi Osaka walked out and nodded. After assigning them duties, Yu Zhong flashed and disappeared out of Tianmu town. He had just taken a few steps out when he immediately felt over 20 crosshairs aimed on him. Therefore, he quickly left from his original position. 20 sniper rounds rained down onto where he was a moment ago. Snipers. Yu Zhong swiftly activated his bone-encompassing armor and his body was encased in a thick layer of bone carapace. At the same time, he activated his shadow steps and his speed exceeded 30 times that of a normal person, shuttling for the Manchurian Empire like a specter. In the center of the Manchu Empire forces, a burly man possessing huge hands and deep eyes in addition to his bristle-covered face, stared at Yu Zhong coming from the distance with a cold look in his eyes. This man was the top evolver in the Manchu Empire, Aodo. He led the most powerful force of the empire, the White Armor Army. The White Armor Army of the Great Manchu Empire was like the special forces under Yu Zhong, the Saint Wolf Riders of the Gold Wolf Riders. They were a bunch of elites. They consisted mostly of experts above level 30 and their combat prowess was truly something else. Aodo used his whip and pointed at Yu Zhong, calling out in a deep voice, "Tu Sheng, take your men and fetch me that man's head." Tu Sheng was one of the 6 main captains of the White Armor Army, leading 80 of the White Armor soldiers. Tu Sheng was a level 63 evolver himself. "Yes, sir." Tu Sheng responded before leading his men in a charge towards Yu Zhong. An expert is here. When Tu Sheng and his men moved, Yu Zhong felt danger and immediately whisked out his stinger. He eyed the galloping black stallions with their White Army soldiers on top, and immediately fired 6 consecutive shots. The 6 bullets blasted apart amidst the White Armor forces, causing 6 of them to be blasted off their mounts, shattering their bones in the process. The White Armor soldiers were all wearing Type 3 mutant beast hide, which the stinger bullets could not penetrate. However, their own endurance could not withstand the force of the blows and their body were hence wrecked. It could only be endurance-based evolvers like Dong-Air Moliai that might stand a chance against any heavy firearms. Even if the armor on everyone else could block the actual projectiles, their weak bodies could not withstand the force. Yu Zhong's eyes narrowed, and another 6 bullets were reloaded quickly before he fired again. This time, another 6 bullets landed on the bodies of the White Armor soldiers, knocking 6 of them off their mounts with their bones shattered. In just 10 seconds, Yu Zhong had dealt with 12 members of the White Armor force, killing them in the process. The rest of the soldiers were shocked and furious. Then they began activating their skills. A number of fireballs, ice shards, wind blades, air cannons, bullets, blades, darts, arrows, stones, and all sorts of weapons and abilities bombarded Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong dodged about like a ghost and managed to evade most of the incoming attacks. He only suffered 2 arrows that seemed to be slower than the rest, but was fixed on Yu Zhong. These 2 arrows were from the level 3 skill homing arrows. The moment they were fired, they would strike their targets. The only weakness was that although they could chase their targets, their speed and power could not compare to the rest of the abilities. Yu Zhong pulled out his black-toothed blade and casually swept them aside before flashing forward. The stinger in his right hand fired again, killing another 6 members of the White Armor Army. Watching Yu Zhong kill his men easily, shock and fear filled Tu Sheng's heart. Strong. This fearsome speed and those accurate shots. What a strong weapon. This fellow is truly a freak. No wonder Aodo wanted me to bring my forces to suppress him. He's truly too scary. Ao watched as Yu Zhong makes use of his speed and his powerful stinger to slaughter his white armor troops. Then his eyes flashed with a solemn look. Ming Shu Wu Wu Tiandao, the two of you, lead some men to go defend the artillery. Yixing Quan Ji Wen Duoshi. You three take your men and follow me to go kill that fellow. Yes, sir. The white armor 5 captains responded loudly and began to move out. Ao himself led 3 of the captains and 360 enhancers towards Yu Zhong. He could already feel the threat of Yu Zhong's might and he wanted to hurry and take out this problem. As strong as Yu Zhong was, it was hard for him to defend against all the elites of the Manchu army. He didn't continue engaging with Tu Shen. Instead, he pushed his speed and charged towards the artillery. The black stallions were instantly left behind to eat the dust and the elites all stared dumbfounded at the extent of Yu Zhong's speed. Within 2 minutes, Yu Zhong had reached about 3 kilometers near the artillery. He did not continue his advance. Instead, he pulled out his level 5 Falcon 2 sniper. He loaded it with a 122 round and fired as a bright flash of light radiated from the Falcon 2 sniper. It blasted one of the howitzers, turning it into scrap metal. Yu Zhong then continued to adjust his aim and trajectory, firing another round, destroying another howitzer. Chapter 617, Tough Battle. Yu Zhong had spent all of his efforts to aim for another howitzer and a bright flash shot out from his Falcon 2 sniper, blasting the howitzer. The Manchu Empire's howitzers began to retreat. At this time, Ming Shu Wu and Wu Tiandao had arrived to provide reinforcements, each of them possessing the skill earth manipulation. They conjured earthen walls, managing to block Yu Zhong's trajectory. The remaining 5 howitzers stopped their firing and began to move for another location. Time to retreat. Yu Zhong kept his Falcon sniper, eyeing the approaching Manchurian troops and quickly turned around to make his way back towards Tianmu town. No matter how strong he was, it was impossible to deal with the entire elite force. Yu Zhong's speed had already reached 30 times that of a person, which even a Type 3 mutant beast would find hard to beat. The white armor troops on their black stallions could only watch helplessly when Yu Zhong destroyed 5 of their howitzers before returning to Tianmu town casually. Ao looked at Yu Zhong's back, his gaze turning dark. Within Tianmu town, there's actually such an expert amongst the Hans. It truly is a calamity for our great Manchurian Empire. After the world changed, many top evolvers already had the abilities to influence the total might of an entire faction. A single high-level evolver could potentially wipe out a team of elite soldiers. There were some who could even take on an entire battalion. Ao reported the outcome to Xianzhen, prompting Xianzhen to make a decision. We need to crush their resistance entirely. The howitzers thus began another volley of blasts, intending to blitz through the defenses of Tianmu town. 30 IFVs, 8 tanks, 40 gun-mounted vehicles as well as 1,000 motorbicycles formed a fearsome armored fleet, charging forwards with the 1,000 soldiers of the 8 Banners army. Such formation was already rare and extremely domineering in this apocalyptic world. Few factions could stand up to it. It was through such a method that the Manchu Empire had managed to raise 2 huge factions with over 10,000 survivors to the ground, exemplifying the idiom, using a butcher knife for the chicken. Xianzhen was placing more importance on Tianmu town purely because they had been able to repel the 3,000-strong force of the Gold Wolf Riders. Such a combat strength was enough for him to want to strike them down. Seeing the entire armored fleet approaching, many of the experts of the alliance were dismayed. Even the countenance of Pai Jianyi was unsightly. His sword beams were truly overpowering, but he had no confidence that he could slice through those tanks and armored vehicles. Furthermore, a single blast from them could kill him on the spot. Moreover, there were 30 IFVs following behind the tanks, and those IFVs had powerful cannons and heavy machine guns themselves. They were enough to wreck a powerful evolver's body. As the armored forces began to charge through Tianmu town, the 8 tanks took the vanguard position, blocking all the bullets firing at them. They adjusted their cannons and began to blast the bunkers. The tanks were the strongest attack force of the Manchu Empire. Many factions would quiver in their shoes when they saw them. What do we have to fear? I'll deal with the tanks. Watch how I destroy them. Yu Zhong pulled out his electromagnetic gun and fired at one of the tanks. With a bright flash of light, the shot instantly pierced the tank, leaving a hole. Yu Zhong continued to fire 5 more shots at that tank. 5 lights blasted through it, causing it to explode soon after. Awesome. That's great. Long live Alliance Chief. Seeing the fate of that tank at the hands of Yu Zhong, many of the warriors instantly roared out excitedly as their morale rose sharply. To these Han warriors, the tanks were the cause of their headaches. With the terrifying defense and offensive potential, they were usually helpless. However, Yu Zhong had destroyed one easily. Suddenly, these tanks no longer seemed invincible. Yu Zhong clapped his hands and Lo Guang led men bringing out 40 anti-tank rocket launchers as well as 60 rocket launchers. These are weapons I've prepared for everybody. Use them to take down the invaders. A number of agility-based enhancers and those with marksmanship or firearms abilities stepped up to help themselves to the weapons. They then stepped back to the battlefield with renewed resolution. Inside Tianmu town, the Radiant Sun Triad were fighting a desperate battle as well, using their rifles and machine guns to attack the tanks and armored vehicles in vain. The tanks could easily destroy the fortifications they had painstakingly built, instantly killing the soldiers within. As the tanks paved the way, a number of IFVs and gun-mounted vehicles charged in with troops of Manchu soldiers. Tianmu town now had the weapons to counter the tanks, and this caused Shenzhen to be infuriated. He wanted to hurry and subjugate the troops, hoping to make use of his advantage and firepower to overwhelm them. Every single tank was a precious resource to a faction. The destruction of any one of them caused Shenzhen to weep in his heart. As the Manchu forces began to march through the town, there was a sudden loud explosion beneath one of the soldiers, blasting his legs apart. The shockwave sent him soaring through the air as he screamed. Upon seeing this, the rest of the Manchu soldiers felt a chill in their hearts, taking more careful steps. Another 8 were taking careful strides in Tianmu town, when large holes appeared beneath their feet and they plunged into the 4m deep holes. Their bodies were then pierced by the steel spikes implanted within. 4 of them were instantly killed, while the remaining 4 screamed in agony. A small squad were proceeding through the blasted zone, intending to search for survivors. Pum, pum. Suddenly, gunshots rang out. With 3 soldiers having their heads blasted apart instantly, the rest of them were shocked and tried to duck for cover. Just as they got behind their covers, to the shock of 3 soldiers, homing arrows appeared beside them and pierced their bodies as they screamed out. At another part of town, 10 soldiers led a few IFVs as they proceeded through. Manchu dogs. A single young man suddenly appeared and fired a rocket at the IFV. With a bright flash of light, the IFV combusted in a ball of explosion. If it were a tank, it might have been able to withstand a few rockets. However, the slightly weaker IFVs could not withstand the blasts. There were some experts within the 10 of them, and they hurried to fire at the youth, turning him into a sieve. One IFV began to fire wildly with its machine gun, chugging loudly, as a rain of bullets struck one Han enhancer, leaving him deader than dead. Another Manchu enhancer waved out his huge blade, decapitating his Han opponent, his head soaring through the air, and blood splattering onto the ground. The entire Tianmu town had now turned into a meat grinder, with numerous soldiers on both sides losing their lives. It was simply a slaughter of both sides. One side, the Manchurians intent on massacring the Hans. The other, the Hans intent on fighting for their lives and honor. With the threat of death, even the most cowardly of men would become fierce beasts. Yu Zhong had led 10 of his guards to rush to the front lines. He was wielding the electromagnetic gun, searching for the tanks, blasting them one by one. Although Yu Zhong had the ability to use his art of fear to scare the numerous soldiers to death, the current state of the battle was that the Hans were at a disadvantage, and there weren't any likely candidates to pilot the tanks. Hence he chose to destroy the tanks. Yu Zhong charged about on the battlefield, killing numerous enemies with White Bones by his side, unleashing its inhuman abilities as well. White Bones made use of its sharp bone spikes to help it run along certain structures, defying gravity, while its bone blades would slash through the necks of unsuspecting enemies. It was truly like a demon. Its methods of killing was cruel and merciless. From time to time, it could even manipulate 10 sharp bone spikes to shoot out. Its speed was 3 times faster than Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong and White Bones continued to shine brightly on the battlefield, attracting the rest of the Manchurian experts to target them. With the majority of the attacks concentrated on Yu Zhong and his team, Tenpi Osaka was free to exhibit her prowess as an unparalleled assassin. From time to time, she would appear behind a white armor soldier silently, plunging her blades through their necks before disappearing again for another chance. By the time Yu Zhong destroyed the fifth tank, the elite soldiers of the Manchu troops had already joined in the fray. Shen Quan, Ji Wen, and Duo Shi led 240 white armor troops to charge into the fray, making their way of Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong, White Bones as well as the guards were considered the top evolvers of Tianmu town, and with their insane combat strength, they continued to fight at the front lines, killing over 200 Manchu elites. Shen Quan, Ji Wen and Duo Shi had deployed all their strength entirely to annihilate this group of Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong and his team had already long since become the core and hope of those in Tianmu town. If it wasn't for them, Tianmu town would have long since collapsed. If the Manchurian troops could cause Yu Zhong and his group to disappear, then the defense of Tianmu town would likely crumble. Have you finally arrived? Let me give you a present. Yu Zhong eyed the approaching 240 elite white armor troops and pulled out his electromagnetic gun, firing at them. A bright light flashed, penetrating Shen Quan's body, making him fall from his mount, leaving a huge gaping hole in his chest. This terrifying evolver hadn't had the chance to demonstrate his prowess and was instantly killed by Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong then fired at the other two who were riding similar mounts as two shots that could pierce tanks blasted towards Ji Wen and Duo Shi. Ji Wen's danger perception was higher, and the moment he felt the danger, he quickly got down from his horse. A powerful bright light shot past his body, barely brushing past him. As for Duo Shi, he wasn't as fortunate as Ji Wen, as his chest was also pierced by that shot. His corpse fell from the back of the horse before being trampled by the other mounts of the white armor forces. Of the three generals that led the white armor forces to attack Yu Zhong, two had lost their lives to him. One was forced down from his mount, and this greatly affected the morale of the troops. Yu Zhong continued to fire his electromagnetic gun without stop. Each stop blasting apart the bodies of the white armor elites. Not even the mutant beast hides on their bodies could help them. Ji Wen tore off the eye-catching yellow robe on him and hid behind a troop of his soldiers, pointing at Yu Zhong and shouting loudly, "Charge! Charge for me! He's only a single person. As long as we can charge, it would be our victory." As a vanguard, Ji Wen was supposed to charge forth, yet now he was hiding behind his troops and didn't dare to lead. Under Ji Wen's orders, the somewhat chaotic white armor troops began to attack Yu Zhong once again. These were, after all, the bravest elites of the Manchurian Empire. They ate the best and slept with the prettiest of women. Even if it were a devil in front of them, they would dare fight. Retreat. Yu Zhong had fired off 50 shots of the electromagnetic gun, killing his enemies before retreating explosively. The speed of the black stallions were twice as fast as ordinary humans, and if they exerted strength, they would be able to cross a distance of 300 m in no time. These 190 white armored soldiers thus got on their horses and made their way towards the inner parts of Tianmu town. The moment they entered Tianmu town, those white armored soldiers quickly got down and surveyed the positions, checking the places Yu Zhong and his party had gone through safely and quietly. 5 white armor soldiers made their way through the street that had been ravaged by the bombs and cannons of their side, when suddenly, a white bones appeared through a very old-fashioned brick wall, piercing the heads of the soldiers. Chapter 618, Meat Grinder. After making short work of 5 white armor soldiers, White Bones leapt down from the debris and scuttled up a building like a ghost. It continued along the dark alleys, ready to strike out any time. 3 white armor soldiers were continuing along the wasted parts of town, when all of a sudden, a dark shadow leaped out from behind them. Their heads flew through the air as their headless corpses slumped to the ground. Tempi Osaka disappeared into the darkness again, having killed those 3 soldiers. Her strength laid in assassination, and with such a complicated terrain and dark environments, it was naturally the best condition for her. The 190 members of the White Armor Army had scattered around in town, and their assault had just gone on for a short while when 30 of their members were disposed of. This forced them to gather again to proceed as a troop. As they reformed, their speed naturally slowed, but their defense became tighter, making it hard for anyone to launch sneak attacks. Behind, there were another 1,000 Manchurian elite soldiers ready to blitz right through. Yu Zhong led his guards to withdraw temporarily, conceding some posts to the Manchu Empire. There were too many enemy soldiers. If they were to be trapped, as strong as they were, Yu Zhong and his team would definitely die. It's time. They can all go to hell. Yu Zhong eyed the soldiers from afar, his gaze turning cold as he pressed the remote control in his hands. Pong, pong, pong. Terrifying explosions rang out one after another, as the entire devastated region blew up. Within those explosions, the 1,000-strong Manchu elite forces as well as the 160 white armor soldiers were either killed instantly or heavily injured. Their wails and screams rang out as the ground was littered with corpses and dismembered body parts. Shimin Lai wanted to establish the Great Han Alliance, and there were plenty of explosives and remote-controlled bombs in his arsenal. He even had talents with the ability to construct bombs in his ranks. While the experts in the Radiant Sun Triad might not compare with the rest, it was still precisely because of their explosives that they carved out a territory for themselves. Every single faction had something they could boast about in the Central Plains. Some had powerful leaders, some had numerous experts, while others relied on a certain strength of their own. Yu Zhong brought them all together under the banner of the Han Alliance and forced them to a corner, pushing them to unleash their hidden trump cards and strength. From afar, Xianjun saw the earth-shaking explosion in Tianmu town and a bad feeling rose up in heart. A scout came up to him and kneeled. "My liege." Zhao Liangdong and his team had died, while 500 of his 1,000-strong army had died, 200 heavily injured. Ji Wen and the rest are dead as well. When Xianjun heard this, he immediately screamed out in fury and despair, "Damnable Yu Zhong! Bastard! This emperor will certainly kill you. I will make sure your death doesn't come easy." Having lost his 1,000-strong 8 banners army, Xianjun truly felt the pinch. These were not some random survivors that had trained to become soldiers. Rather, they had been elite soldiers that had fought along his side ever since he started his conquest. They might not be comparable to the Gold Wolf Riders, but they were still renowned in the Central Plains. With their deaths, Xianjun felt like throwing up blood. Xianjun roared out in fury, "Kill! Kill! Kill! This emperor will go out to kill those motherfucking Han dogs." Xianjun had been an ordinary farmer prior to the apocalypse, but this Manchu empire was carved out painstakingly by him. After he had become emperor, his skills and level had stagnated a little, being weaker than Quan Sheng, but he was still one of the top few evolvers. "No. My liege, you cannot be rash. Be appeased, my liege. Be appeased. Those Han dogs are just ants. Our army will definitely win. Your precious body cannot be harmed. Be appeased, my liege." A number of the officials got down on their knees and began begging. The Manchu Empire was also an authoritarian state. Hence, Xianjun held a high position in their minds. If he were to die, the entire country would be plunged into chaos. The strong preyed on the weak. This was the rule in the Central Plains. If the Manchu Empire was to really crumble, the various factions would gobble them up without leaving anything. For the prosperity of the country and their own sake, they would definitely not wish for Xianjun to be in jeopardy. One of the officials suggested, "My liege, it's been a long day. The soldiers are exhausted. Why don't we withdraw the troops for today and resume battle tomorrow?" Xianjun looked at the sky, noting that the sun had already set. There was not much daylight left, and the Manchu forces were adept at battles out on the fields, not in city breaches. Xianjun pondered before giving the order reluctantly, "Withdraw." With that order, the Manchu troops that had been subjected to the numerous deaths and casualties quickly pulled out. They were still elite soldiers. After all, even with the withdrawal, they didn't collapse. The Han forces had similarly lost a lot of comrades, and many are heavily injured. Most of them were exhausted and had no energy left to chase after the retreating Manchu forces. Some even directly laid on the ground to sleep right after the Manchu forces withdrew. After Xianjun obtained the results of the battle, he had been upset. Having activated 4,000 troops to march on Tianmu town, they had actually lost 1,900 with 500 heavy casualties. Only the remaining 1,000 were fine. They had lost 6 out of 8 tanks, 18 of their IFVs and 20 gun-mounted vehicles. All 3 white armor forces had been wiped out. This was truly one of the most devastating losses that had struck the Manchu Empire. In addition, over 1,000 8-banner soldiers lost to the Gold Wolf Riders, cutting the Manchu force by half. On the other side, Yu Zhong's forces had huge losses as well. Of the 6 big triads, the leaders of the Pink Triad, Heavenly Wheel Sect and Golden Wolf Triad had died and their experts were wiped out. Of the 430 Han independent heroes, 260 had died, and the rest were in various states of injuries. As for the 7,000 survivors, 800 had died to the blasts and gunfire. Most of the defensive measures of Tianmu town had been expended. their bombs utilized, and their landmines together with the traps are fully set off. Even their remote-controlled bombs had been fully spent and the soldiers were all exhausted to the point of collapsing. The entire Tianmu town was in shambles and all the warriors were tired. They had held on forcefully through willpower as the pressure by the Manchu forces had been too much. Yu Zhong led the remaining 8 guards to walk amongst the people, consoling the broken and encouraging the hopeless. When Yu Zhong appeared, most of these soldiers were all excited. His performance had amazed them. Killing over 200 soldiers, destroying 6 tanks, and he had even been fighting at the front lines the whole time. He led his guards to provide assistance everywhere they could, repelling many of the Manchu elites. If it weren't for Yu Zhong, Tianmu town would have long fallen. Yu Zhong ordered Shimin Lai to pick out another 2,000 able-bodied people to be drafted into various units. He even provided guns and sabers to equip these temporary fighters. These survivors were mainly a motley bunch. If it were a clash on the battlefield, they would easily be killed. However, in the current state of Tianmu town, it was still possible for them to do battle. Of course, this was discounting skill level. By the time everything was done and night had fallen, Yu Zhong ordered for food to be distributed to all the soldiers. The soldiers dug in with gusto, eating their buns and drinking a little hot wine. It would likely be their last meal anyway. Pai Jiani came up to Yu Zhong and asked with concern, "Alliance Chief, what do we do now? If they continue tomorrow, we might not be able to hold on." Although Tianmu town now had an additional force of 2,000 soldiers, they were not versed in their weapons and it was impossible to expect them to fare well against experienced soldiers. The Manchu forces had about 4,000 even after their heavy losses. If they truly hardened their hearts to go all out, Tianmu town was unlikely to remain standing. After such a tough battle, Pai Jianyi and the rest of the prideful experts had no choice but to admit that Yu Zhong was truly strong and had come to obey his commands wholeheartedly. Yu Zhong's gaze flashed with a solemn light. "I know. Tonight will be the crux. If we want to protect Tianmu town, it will depend on tonight's outcome." Pai Jianyi faltered. "Night raid? We have too many clowns and it's not suitable for an extended battle. Chief, isn't it too risky?" Yu Zhong sat down and closed his eyes. "Rest well and recover. Forget it. At most, I'll just sacrifice this life of mine. In any case, I've killed my fair share today." After which, Pai Jianyi also sat down directly. The rest of the 7 also sat down to regain their stamina. They were all exhausted after having to run about everywhere to kill their enemies. Even if they were top evolvers, their expenditure of their spirit and stamina was not low as well. Chapter 619, Assassinating Xianzhen. As night fell, under the cover of the darkness, Yu Zhong, his 8 guards, Tenpi Osaka, Zhao Jinglei and a few others crept out of Tianmu town. This was the remaining elite forces that could be activated. The other experts of the remaining 3 triads were too exhausted and needed to rest. There was only the peak-level experts of the guards as well as Zhao Jinglei who could still put up a fight. Leader. In the dark, Bai Shaoxing leading 80 elites, appeared in front of Yu Zhong. So he still had some reinforcements. Seeing the appearance of Bai Shaoxing and the rest, Pai Jianyi and the other guards were all shocked and a sense of excitement welled up in their hearts. Now that the situation was dire, having extra strength was always better. Yu Zhong nodded lightly and led his men towards the camp of the Manchu Empire forces. The campsite had thick steel wires set up around it as well as countless sharp wooden fences around it. Outside of the fence, there were sharp roadblocks as well as deep trenches behind the fences. At every major entrance, there were machine guns and defense points ready to engage in any potential enemy. There were countless sentries all around the camp as well, including a number of large lights sweeping the external areas. Being one of the largest factions of the Central Plains, it was a given that their defense would be tight, unlike those miserable smaller factions that lacked proper fortifications. Yu Zhong ordered, "The whole lot of you wait here. Tenpi Osaka, come with me." Amongst the evolvers present, only Yu Zhong and Tenpi Osaka were extremely well versed in stealth, night combat and assassination. The rest of his elites might be strong enough to deal with all of the guards of the camp, but it would definitely alarm the other experts of the Manchu Empire. Tenpi Osaka nodded expressionlessly and activated her second-order stealth, disappearing into the night. Yu Zhong followed suit and disappeared as well. The Alliance chief truly has many tricks up his sleeves. Pai Jianyi thought silently as he watched Yu Zhong fade away. During the day, Yu Zhong had used his electromagnetic gun to take down numerous enemies, and his prowess had left deep impressions amongst all those present. Now, during the night, he even had the ability to engage in assassinations. Such an expert was rare to Pai Jianyi. Yu Zhong evaded all the searchlights, making use of the darkness to sneak into the camp noiselessly. With the cover of his second-order stealth, there was absolutely no way for the sentries to discover his presence. That should be the lodgings of an important person. I should kill him. Yu Zhong wasn't too sure of the layout of the camp and had to fumble around. Hence he chose the most eye-catching tent and made his way there. Outside the golden tent, there were 8 guards stationed, and they held rifles as they radiated an imposing aura. No one would be able to escape their watchful gaze. Yu Zhong instantly activated his art of fear. As a strong spiritual blast enveloped the 8 guards, their vision turned black. Yu Zhong made use of the window to rush into the tent. The moment he entered, he disengaged the art of fear, and the 8 guards regained their senses. Due to the short instant, they weren't affected too badly, but they weren't sure what had happened either. Inside the lavish tent, there were luxurious Turkish rugs on the ground and beautiful crystal lamps are hanging around. On a small podium, there was a redwood table with a large and imposing emperor seat. 2 bookcases were right beside the seat, filled with countless books. Yu Zhong had just entered the tent when he heard a number of hurried footsteps. His heart skipping a beat as he dashed behind one of the bookcases and casted his second-order stealth again. Curtains were pushed to the side as Xianzhen walked in from another part of the tent. The other 3 were precisely Ao Do of the White Armor Troops, Duo Ma who led the Armored Battalion, as well as Bao Tai who led the 8 Banners Army. Ao Do and the other 3 were the trusted aides of Xianzhen and were the main pillars of the Manchu Empire. They were faithfully loyal to Xianzhen. Xianzhen sat on the emperor's seat and looked to Duo Ma as he asked, "Duo Ma? How confident are you in taking down Tianmu town?" Tianmu town's current fighting force was enough to alarm Xianzhen, and he was worried about the outcome of the battle the next day. Should they fail, they would truly become a laughingstock of the Central Plains, and worse, they would lose much of their forces. At the same time, it would cause Tianmu town's prestige to rise, and if they don't manage to wipe the Han alliance out, there would be many more who might join in the future. Duo Ma answered with confidence, "My liege, rest assured, Tianmu town is at the end of its ropes. Your subordinate dares to guarantee that the current actual force may not even number more than 300. Even if they equip the survivors with weapons, they're a bunch of ordinary people and aren't cause for concern. Tomorrow noon, I will make sure to crush their resistance and present Tianmu town as a gift for you, my liege." Duo Ma was confident of his words based on the intel he had obtained from his subordinates and made a judgment on the current state of Tianmu town. Duo Ma looked at Do Ao, his gaze unfriendly. "The only variable I'm concerned about is Yu Zhong. His strength is unfathomable. If he brought experts to defend, we might pay a heavy price. Today, if the White Armor Army had taken down Yu Zhong, we could have already conquered Tianmu town. As the captain of the White Armor Troops, Ao Do, is there anything you want to say?" Duo Ma and Ao Do were both subjects of Xianzhen, but they had friction between the both of them. Every time there was a chance, they would not hesitate to poke at each other. Ao Do glared coldly at Duo Ma. "Tomorrow I'll bring all my soldiers to deal with Yu Zhong. Even if we can't kill him, we will draw him away from Tianmu town." Ao Do had seen the insane speed Yu Zhong was capable of. As compared to most other evolvers, he knew there was no way they could hold him down. However, with the strength of the White Armor forces, it shouldn't be too much to force Yu Zhong away from Tianmu town. As Ao Do and Duo Ma were starting to argue, Yu Zhong, who had been hiding behind the bookshelf, activated his shadow steps. He burst out with a speed 30 times that of a normal person, and in addition to the accelerate skill, with his Type 5 treasure windspeed boots, his entire person was like a shooting star that shoots at Shenzhen. As long as he could take him down, the entire Manchu Empire was sure to collapse. Yu Zhong suddenly burst out, and no one in the tent was even prepared for something like this. Furthermore, his speed was simply too fast, and in that instant, Yu Zhong's blade had already sliced down at Shenzhen's neck. Shenzhen's eyes flashed with shock, but he didn't even have the chance to react. Just as Yu Zhong's blade was sure to decapitate Shenzhen's head, a bright bronze light radiated around Shenzhen's neck, turning into a shield that protects him. Yu Zhong's crocodile tooth saw blade landed on the bronze shield, his 12 times strength bursting out. However, all it did was to cause a loud dang, and the bronze shield did not budge. Truly the head of an empire with such a life-saving treasure. Killing him is not going to be simple. Yu Zhong thought to himself. Stop. Aodo was extremely alarmed and furious. He hurriedly shot forward and activated his gravity manipulation ability. Yu Zhong immediately felt a 4 times gravitational force weighing down on him. It felt like he was suddenly carrying a large boulder on his back, making it hard for him to maintain his speed. If it wasn't for his 12 times strength, he might have already been forced to the ground from that gravity. Assassin. Protect the king. Protect the king. Duo Ma pulled out his handgun and fired a few shots at Yu Zhong as he screamed out loud. Go to hell. Bao Tai roared out in fury, his body suddenly turning large. His clothes ripped apart and he became a werbear, his height over 3 m and his body covered in powerful furs. His ability was to transform into a werbear, and with a speed of 12 times that of a person he pounced towards Yu Zhong. You can leave your head behind for this emperor. Xianzhen had also recovered, and he shot forwards like an arrow, his right hand carrying a powerful bronze-colored Do Qi, his fist whistling with a terrifying speed. Do Qi. This fellow is indeed tough. Yu Zhong was taken aback and immediately pushed the dark Do Qi within him. Instantly, the gloomy aura covered his entire body, relieving the effects of the gravitational force on him by over 2 times. He also swung out with a fist at Mach speed to meet Xianzhen's fist. The two heads of their respective factions could be considered the peak experts of the current apocalyptic world, and their fists were about to clash. Following a loud, terrifying sonic boom, Yu Zhong was sent soaring through the air, crashing into the crystal lamps hanging from the roof. The lamps shattered and he flew out of the tent. Yu Zhong felt his organs jolted, his breath caught in his chest as he spat out a mouthful of blood. He had not yet enhanced his dark Do Qi, and could not compare to the thrice-enhanced bronze Do Qi of Xianzhen. If it wasn't for his high endurance he would have been pulverized. Yu Zhong immediately sent out 2 powerful flaming tornadoes right at the tent, engulfing the people inside. When he set fire to the gold tent, he activated his shadow steps and rushed about in the camp, setting fire everywhere while shouting at the top of his lungs, Emperor Xianzhen is dead! Emperor Xianzhen is dead! Everyone hurry flee! Emperor Xianzhen is dead! Chapter 620, Burning Camp. Flames arose from various parts of the Manchurian camp. Soldiers were burnt to crisp amidst their pitiful wails and screams. A number of soldiers managed to escape and were running amok in the camp. When the soldiers heard Yu Zhong's shout and saw the huge flames consuming the large gold tent, they were all shocked out of their wits, and the camp was plunged into chaos. Many fled in different directions. Do it. Bai Shaoxing heard the commotion and the shouts of Yu Zhong, and his eyes flashed with a cold light as he led the elites under him towards the camp. The various snipers within the elite team pulled out their weapons and began sniping the Manchurian soldiers. Following the sounds of gunfire, a number of sentries had their heads blasted into bits and pieces. Bai Shaoxing charged towards the camp with a speed not losing out to lightning. The blades in his hands swiftly sliced through the various defenses, and made his way in. At this time the entire Manchurian camp was burning and the soldiers were panicking. They were easily dispatched by Bai Shaoxing and his team. Xianzhen leaped out of the burning tent, into the skies with a huge amount of bronze-greenish Do Qi as he roared, "This emperor is right here. This emperor is not dead." The earth shook as a large earth pillar shot towards the skies. After raising about 10 meters, it opened up to reveal Ao Do and Bao Tao within. Ao Do shouted loudly, "We're fine. Everyone heed my command. Don't panic. Regroup and get in your formations." Under Xianzhen and Ao Do's enraged shouts, the entire Manchurian camp heard their words. However, it was burning badly everywhere. All the soldiers were still panicking and no one could remain calm. Hong, hong. Yu Zhong's devil flame managed to consume a particular storage that housed ammunition and explosives, causing it to instantly blow up. Xianzhen watched with horror and screamed out in fury, "Damn bastard! Damn bastard! Yu Zhong, I want your corpse to be dismembered. I will definitely tear you apart." Those explosives and ammunition were the precious resources of Xianzhen. As the army was backward, they could only manually reload those spent bullets and scrap together a few new ones. These supplies were purely from the past, and the storage itself housed over 70% of the Manchurian's supplies. Now that Yu Zhong had destroyed them, his howitzers were basically useless. After he roared out with fury, he began chasing after Yu Zhong together with Ao Do and Bao'er Tai. A number of white armor experts swiftly flocked around Xian Zhen and his team, forming a fearsome squad. Yu Zhong did not seem to care about Xian Zhen as he kept on firing his devil flame everywhere, burning through the supplies. Each time he come across a soldier, he would just slaughter the unfortunate soldier instantly. The entire Manchurian camp had been turned upside down because of him. One white armor soldier was giving chase when suddenly, a blade noiselessly sliced through his heart from a dark corner. The soldier heaved his last breath and fell down in silence while the blade disappeared. Tempio Saka watched the fallen white armor soldier, silently vanishing into the night to search for a worthy prey. She loved to assassinate powerful experts. Each time she killed one, there was a sense of achievement and superiority. Xian Zhen and the rest continued to give chase to Yu Zhong. Although they were beyond being enraged, they were basically helpless. Ao Do immediately proposed, "My liege, this cannot go on. If we continue to chase him, we'll only be led around by the nose. I feel that we should focus on settling the camp down and regroup the soldiers to deal with the invaders." Xian Zhen seemed to snap out of his blind rage and gritted his teeth to say, "Fine." Once they had collected themselves, they swiftly began to reorganize their troops. There were many elite soldiers in this campsite, and although many had been slain under the sudden attacks of Yu Zhong, by Xiao Sheng and his team, the rest managed to be gathered by their commanders and reformed their squads to launch a counterattack. Under Xian Zhen's orders, these squads formed into a large battalion. The moment these elites were gathered, Bai Xiaosheng and the rest would not stand a chance. Disperse. Bai Xiaosheng judged the battlefield and gave the order to retreat. If they forced their way through, there was a chance to kill another 500 soldiers with his team. However, his own team would have to pay a hefty price. Therefore he chose to retreat. Under Bai Xiaosheng's orders, all those elites who had been following Yu Zhong hurried away from the camp. They were the strongest in sudden attacks, night raids and assassinations. Forcefully battling out was not something they could or should do. Compared to the zombies with lack of intelligence, 1,000 soldiers were still more than a feat for 100 evolvers. The moment the Manchurian forces regrouped, they went to defend the granary. Should the granary be destroyed, then their hopes would be dashed as well. They wouldn't even have enough for the journey back. The Manchurian troops guarded the granary tightly, with numerous white armor soldiers stationed everywhere. Even Ao Do, Xian Zhen and Bao'er Tai were standing guard in case Yu Zhong came. "Do you think that I'll be helpless like that?" Yu Zhong stared at the granary and chuckled coldly, pulling out his Falcon 2 sniper and aimed at one of the white armor soldiers. A bright flash of light shot out and the unfortunate soldier was blasted into pieces by the cannon round of the Falcon sniper. His body parts splattered across the ground. Seeing that, all the soldiers were frightened and quickly dove for cover, not daring to show their heads. With a thought, Yu Zhong summoned the Type 2 green Jiao Python, opened its huge mouth, and then he fired poisonous gas at the entire camp. "Ah! Help! Save me! I don't want to die! Help!" The poisonous mist of the green Jiao Python was even able to turn the rocket launchers and firearms into smoking puddles of liquid. The moment it landed on those soldiers, they began to dissolve, their eyes blinded and their bodies twisting and writhing. Their pitiful screams echoed throughout the night as their flesh dripped off their bodies. Ao Do glared at the Type 2 green Jiao Python spitting poison non-stop, and he hollered with a furious look in his eyes, "Damn beast! You dare summon a Type 2 poison-type mutant beast! White armor troops, kill that beast!" 6 white armor elites with the enhanced bullet abilities immediately risked their lives to stand out and began firing at the Type 2 green Jiao Python. 6 flashes of lights blasted the body of the Type 2 green Jiao Python, resulting in 6 large holes as countless nodes of light dispersed from its body. Having suffered heavy injuries, the Type 2 green Jiao Python writhed in agony and shrieked. Although it was just a summoned spirit beast, it can also feel pain when injured. The Type 2 green Jiao Python twisted about before turning into light, disappearing from its position. The corners of Yu Zhong's lips lifted and a cold look flashed in his eyes as he whisked out his electromagnetic gun and fired at the soldiers who had stood out. A beam of light shot through the white armor soldier, his body blasted apart. Before the rest could even react in time, another shot from the gun had already claimed the life of another white armor soldier. The remaining 4 soldiers quickly dove behind cover again to avoid being hunted. Yu Zhong then disappeared from his location, quickly moving towards another spot after killing those 2 white armor soldiers. Fuck. Ao Do watched helplessly as Yu Zhong took out 2 of his troops which had the enhanced bullets ability and cursed furiously. The skill enhanced bullets was a rare level 3 ability. At the same time, it required the usage of a strong gun. Therefore, hunting strange beasts and zombies might not necessarily be easier for the users to level up as compared to those who used the melee weapons of the God and Devil system. Each and every one of those enhancers with the enhanced bullet ability was treated carefully, and in the entire Manchurian Empire forces, there were only 6 of them who had enhanced the skill thrice. Now they had lost 2, which caused Ao Do to feel the pang of the loss. Yu Zhong had killed those 2 enhanced bullets experts and was now using his second-order stealth to hide in the dark, lying in wait. His eyes were fixed on the granary like a hungry tiger. While the experts of the Manchu Empire were still there, he would not risk it to blitz into it. In the dark of the night, the experts of the Manchu Empire did not dare shut their eyes, maintaining their high alert. All of a sudden, a loud commotion with gunshots happened from a particular corner, attracting the attention of all the experts. By the time the white armor soldiers got there were 5 additional corpses. When the white armor soldiers were drawn to that location, at another dark corner, 3 sharp bone spikes suddenly shot out from behind a huge boulder, nailing the soldiers to the ground. When the elites turned their heads, White Bones had already retracted its bone spikes, leaping behind another huge boulder about 200 m away, crawling on the ground like a predator. It disappeared in a few breaths. Yu Zhong, White Bones and Tenpyo Saka were all adept at assassinating in the night without care for their faces. Every time they acted out, 2 or 3 would be killed, and the pressure on the Manchu elites was mounting. In the end, Ao Do could not help but deploy the troops to tighten their perimeters, with the experts at the forefront. Yu Zhong and his team was forced to retract their weapons temporarily. Early the next morning, many of the soldiers were already beyond exhaustion. They had been on the move since early the previous day, engaging the Gold Wolf Riders in a large-scale battle before entangling with the Hans in Tianmu town. They couldn't even get a decent night's rest due to Yu Zhong's pressure on them. Under such circumstances, they were already on the brink of collapse. Xianjun's eyes were bloodshot as he asked Ao Do, who had come forward to report, "How is it?" Ao Do's face was solemn. "We had lost 653 men last night, with 1,200 escaping. Right now we only have about 2,800 soldiers remaining. With the ammunition storage destroyed, our howitzers can only fire another single volley." When Xianjun heard that, his face turned pale and he spat out a mouthful of blood. "My liege! My liege!" The officials surrounding him quickly stepped forwards to support him. Xianjun wiped the blood off his mouth and spoke with difficulty, "Retreat! Convey my orders, we will withdraw immediately to the capital." One general was shocked and he immediately asked, "Why?" "My liege, Tianmu town is at its wit's end. As long as we go at it with all our might, we will be able to take them down." Xianjun's eyes flashed with clarity as he spoke each word slowly. "Last night, it was a team of 100 elites that had ambushed us. We might have the numbers now, but we are all tired. We can't even bring forth half of our strength. Even if we did conquer Tianmu town, we would have suffered greatly ourselves. That would leave us open for the Gold Wolf Riders and the Mongol king. We need to preserve our strength for now." As the head of a faction, Xianjun knew how to weigh the pros and cons. His troops were already pushed to their limits and were tired. Right now, it was imperative that they head back to their capital. Following Xianjun's orders, the Manchu Empire forces began to withdraw. They had arrived in arrogance and held the advantage, besting the Gold Wolf Riders of the Huangjin clan. Yet now they were forced to retreat in pathetic circumstances with less than half their forces. Seeing the Manchu forces withdrawing, Yu Zhong also heaved a sigh of relief. He had employed a number of tactics throughout the night, killing and assassinating them, and had spent much of his stamina and spirit as well. He was likewise exhausted. If the Manchu Empire had insisted on attacking Tianmu town, he would have no choice but to fight it out with them, without any confidence of victory. Their retreat was the best option for both themselves and Yu Zhong. Chapter 621, Victorious Troops. The Manchu troops have retreated. We have fought them off. We have defeated the Gold Wolf Riders and defeated the Manchu forces. We're the strongest. We're the strongest. Our Han people are the strongest. When the Manchu forces left, a resounding cheer erupted all across Jianghu town. All the heroes who had joined in the tough battle felt a sense of pride and elation. They had actually managed to fend off two strong factions of the Central Plains, and they could not help but feel a surge of pride. Furthermore, adding on to the brutal nature of the battle, they had gained a valuable experience, forging their mental fortitude and bearing as soldiers. Only through war and the sweet taste of victory, that a unit could become elite. That was the reason why the troops of the past had such glorious histories, because they had forged themselves through countless battles and emerged victorious, become stronger as a whole. During the Second World War, the German troops had continually emerged victorious over the British troops in Africa, causing the British troops to retreat constantly. It was because the British troops had their confidence shattered. It didn't matter even a unit was well trained or well equipped, if they had no confidence, it would be for naught. After that, the British troops had regained their confidence under the lead of Montgomery, and it was the same troop that defeated the German troops, flipping the results back on them. Amidst the cheers, Yu Zhong led the 8 guards and Bai Shaoxing towards the people. Long live the Alliance Chief! Long live Chief Yu Zhong! These Han warriors caught sight of Yu Zhong and immediately exploded out with cheers. They wanted to give their excitement and boiling pride a voice. Yu Zhong had been at the forefront of battle these few days, and it was he who had defeated the fierce Dong'er Moliai, and destroyed a number of the armored vehicles of the Manchurian forces, as well as leading some soldiers to launch a night raid on the Manchu camp. All his battle records were spread by Pai Jianyi and the others, causing the various Han warriors to acknowledge him as their alliance chief. When they had begrudgingly agreed to Yu Zhong as their chief, it was because the situation had called for it. However, now he had truly won them over. Yu Zhong looked at all of them with a silent appreciative glance. These 100 over heroes left from the cruel battle were good seedlings for his troops in the future. Yu Zhong stood among them and his voice boomed out, "I'm Yu Zhong. I'm your alliance chief Yu Zhong. You have defeated the Gold Wolf Riders. Defeated the Manchu Empire. You all are the strongest. I'm proud of you. As a Han, I'm proud to have you all as warriors fighting for us. You are all heroes. Without your valiant efforts, the 7,000 survivors here would become the slaves of those animals. It is you all who have protected our comrades. You guys are heroes. Worthy of pride and our admiration." Many of them began to clap, their eyes brimming with tears. When they had arrived here initially, many of them had their own ambitions and thoughts. At this moment, however, they were recognized as heroes, giving them a taste of the honor and glory to come. "Let me now announce the establishment of the victorious troops. You are all part of this unit, and in the future, under your lead, the Manchu Empire, the Turks, the Mongol king will all be beneath our feet, and all our enemies will tremble at our name. We will use our cannons and weapons to let them taste our might and pay their blood debts. We will use our cannons and weapons to protect our precious comrades. Victorious troops, victory all the way. Victory all the way. Victory all the way. Victory all the way." The various Han heroes began to roar out with strong feelings. It was an infectious mood as everyone, including the gun-toting survivors, began to cheer out loudly. Not long after, all the survivors in Tianmu town cheered at the top of their voices, the celebratory mood strong. Yu Zhong then raised his hands and the cheers came to a halt. He waved his hands and a few of subordinates under Bai Shaoxing stepped forward carrying 2 large chests to the podium and revealed the contents to everyone. Yu Zhong pointed to all the evolving liquid and announced, "These are evolving liquids. As long as you consume one, you can become an evolver. You guys should be able to recognize the value of these vials. Now they are yours. You are all heroes. I will grant strength to all of you, and hope that you can make use of this strength to kill our enemies and protect our comrades." Shimin Lai looked at the boxes and his eyes opened wide with fervor and greed. "What? Evolving liquid? There's actually something like that?" There was a vast difference between evolvers and ordinary enhancers. Each time they leveled, the distance would be pulled apart. Almost all enhancers hoped to become evolvers. However, evolvers were rare, and even as the leader of the Radiant Sun Triad, Shimin Lai was not an evolver. Yu Zhong swept his gaze across the people. "Line up to collect it. There's only a limited amount on my hands, therefore I can only grant it to those who participated in the defense against the Gold Wolf Riders as well as the Manchurian forces. As for the rest, there will be chances to earn them. As long as you join the victorious troops and obtain enough merits, I, Yu Zhong, hereby promise you that you definitely will become a strong evolver. It's easy to use it, just have to inject in. After injection you will have a fever for a day, and after resting for a day, you will become an evolver. As to whether you want to accept it, it's up to you. I won't force those who aren't confident to try it. The various Han heroes began to line up neatly to accept their evolving liquid. Many immediately injected themselves as they trusted this leader who fought alongside them. However, there were likewise many who doubted. There were 50 of them who stood to one side, not willing to try it, just standing there eyeing coolly. Since the onset of the apocalypse and the crumble of society, human nature had truly changed. Although many of these heroes had fought alongside Yu Zhong, they still harbored a slight wariness. It was not easy to just trust someone and inject a substance that had unknown origins after all. It could be poison or worse, some form of control agent, then they would become puppets at the mercy of Yu Zhong's control, turning into a bunch of zombies. After accepting the liquid, some of the Han heroes felt their bodies shuddering, and they slumped to the ground, panting loudly. Witnessing this, many of them felt shocked and turned to look at Yu Zhong, their gazes filled with slight suspicions. If he couldn't explain properly, they would immediately fall out with him. Alliance Chief, what is the meaning of this? Alliance Chief, please explain. Facing the scrutiny of the people present, Yu Zhong maintained his calm and said, I've already mentioned this. In order to transform into an evolver, after taking the liquid, you will burn with a fever. After a day, you will naturally recover and become an evolver. All of you can wait a day and see if my words are true or not. Seeing how firm he was, while many of the heroes were still uncertain, they didn't dare ask further. After all, they have seen how casually he had slaughtered his enemies, and was likewise cruel and vicious in his handling of any resentment at the start. Before anything was certain, they didn't dare to have a falling out with him. Yu Zhong summoned Shimin Lai, go get some nurses to take good care of these heroes. Shimin Lai replied courteously, yes, Alliance Chief. Currently, many of the Radiant Sun Triad's elites had perished in the battles, and there were only some ordinary warriors left. None of them were a match for Yu Zhong nor his guards. Hence, Shimin Lai had long since abandoned all thoughts of vying for the Alliance Chief seat, instead choosing to become Yu Zhong's subordinate. 80 women were selected by him to become temporary caretakers, in charge of all the fainted Han warriors. Some of them were worried that Yu Zhong might do something else, thus they offered to protect their comrades and friends. Yu Zhong naturally allowed them. Early the next day, one burly Han warrior opened his eyes and immediately exclaimed, oh, where's this? Li Danu, you're awake. How do you feel? Have you become an evolver? Li Danu, you're alright. How's your body? A few Han warriors saw that Li Danu had woken up, and immediately crowded around to ask. Li Danu rubbed his eyes and stared blankly for a while before a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. N? Oh yes. Ha 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 ha. This father, I have become an evolver. This father has become an evolver. I even learnt the werewolf transformation ability. This father is invincible. Ha 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 ha. Werewolf transformation. Transform for all of us to see. Come on, do it. Let's see if you're just boasting. The crowd immediately hooted and egged him on. They knew while he had always been a strength-based enhancer, he definitely did not know the werewolf transformation before. Fine. Let me show you guys. He roared out in mock fury, and immediately his muscles became ripped, fur grew everywhere on his body, and his frame lengthened itself. Within seconds he had transformed into a powerful werewolf over 2 m tall. He really became an evolver. Holy Alliance Chief's words were not false. Damn it. I should have gone to get one. Seeing Li Danu transformed into an evolver, and even comprehending the powerful werewolf transformation skill, instantly leaping beyond their levels and strength, many of them who did not collect their evolving liquid felt regret and envious. Chapter 622, Situ Jin. A number of the Han heroes also began to wake up from their coma, each of them having evolved to an evolver. They had learnt new abilities and their strength had undergone an earth-shaking change. This situation caused the entire Tianmu town to go crazy. Those who had been eligible but did not take the evolving liquid due to their misgivings the day before, approached Yu Zhong and pleaded profusely, "Alliance Chief. On account that I've given my all to protect Tianmu town, please grant me an evolving liquid." Yu Zhong eyed them coolly and rejected, "No way. I gave you guys the choice yesterday and you guys did not treasure it. Let me give you this opportunity then. You have all become commanders of the victorious troops. I hope that you will use your strength to obtain merit in order to exchange for the evolving liquid. As long as your achievements are sufficient, I will grant you the evolving liquid, and help y'all become evolvers in my hands. There are even better versions. As long as you accumulate merits. Spread the mighty name of the victorious troops and let our enemies fear us. Only then I will gift you these precious gifts." After they were rejected, those warriors began to join the victorious troops to undergo strict military training. When they saw the astonishing effects of the liquid, many survivors were also tempted, and wanted to join the victorious troops to gain strength and make a name for themselves. The sign-up rate for the unit suddenly increased explosively. Yu Zhong chose a good 2,000 seedlings to join. After establishing the victorious troops unit, Yu Zhong then led the rest of the survivors back towards Chimu County. Arriving there, Yu Zhong got by Shaoxing to train those 2,000 survivors, while assigning others to go collect the survivors of the other 10 Han factions. After the battle in Tianmu town, the matter of Yu Zhong's leading of the Han alliance to repel the Gold Wolf Riders and Manchu Empire soon spread throughout the Central Plains like wildfire. Of the 10 Han factions, the Radiant Sun Triad had already become part of Yu Zhong's faction, while the chiefs of the Green Bamboo Triad and Heavenly Demon Sect began to lead their 4,000 survivors to join Tianmu town. The Blue Triad, Red Triad, Golden Wolf Triad and even the Pink Triad also submitted to Yu Zhong, bringing their own survivors, instantly growing the faction to a mighty size of 30,000 people. The attention of all the powers in the Central Plains soon fell onto these huge Han alliance, and every day there would be solo warriors who arrived to join them. Out in the Central Plains, besides the 3 large empires, the Han alliance had suddenly become the 4th faction. "Alliance Chief. Someone requests an audience." On a particular field, Shimin Lai came running, noting Yu Zhong training his body by carrying a large boulder. At the same time he was under the pressure of 4 times gravity while activating his dark Do Chi. Every day after settling his affairs, Yu Zhong would use this method to train his dark Do Chi, in order to get a better sense of it. Sometimes, employing an additional skill that was familiar would mean an additional trump card on the field. Yu Zhong threw the huge boulder to the ground and took a deep breath, his eyes turning to fix on Shimin Lai. "Who's looking for me?" Shimin Lai replied, "It's from the People's Army." The Mongol king Hui Rant's subordinate Guoming had led a troop of 1,000 soldiers to attack them. "The envoy is here to seek assistance. Chief, are you going to grant him an audience?" Yu Zhong frowned as he pondered before saying, "Let him in." A man in tattered clothes that looked dusty and pitiful, yet his stature straight and his gaze resolute came before Yu Zhong. He spoke, "Lieutenant Ing Kong of the Border Guards greets Chief Yu. I came seeking your assistance in deploying your troops to rescue our Huyen town." Yu Zhong looked at this man with appreciation and said, I can deploy my troops to your town. However, I want the survivors to all come under my faction, including your troops." Ing Kong stared right back at Yu Zhong without any fear. "I would like to ask Chief Yu a few questions." "Please ask." Ing Kong immediately shot. "First, if you were to lead the Han alliance to defeat the Mongol king, the Manchu Empire, the Turk Empire, how would you deal with the survivors from these 3 factions?" Yu Zhong did not hesitate and immediately replied, "Those whose hands had been stained by Han blood would be executed. Their families would become slaves. As for those ordinary citizens, as long as they did not partake in any activities in harming the Hans and surrender, I can treat them as ordinary citizens as well. However, there will not be any privileges. In my Han alliance faction, all citizens are equal. I would not mistreat any particular race just because. Likewise, there would not be any pardon any offenses. Even any Hans within the 3 main factions, as long as their hands are dyed with their fellow Hans' blood, they would not be spared." Yu Zhong's principle had always been an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. He would handle violence with violence and repaid evil with evil. He had no particular hatred for the rest of the races. After all, when he was in university he had many friends of different races as well. However, in this apocalyptic world, there were many nationalistic or racist people. In the West, there was the Nazi Germany, the Japanese right-wing faction, the brutal nature of Country, as well as the white supremacists of America and Europe as well. They all felt their own race to be the strongest and viewed other races with contempt. During peace times, they already had a certain degree of power. In this world where trust was lacking, any nationalistic person could quickly gather like-minded individuals like a beacon. Ing Kong then continued, "Second half of the survivors in Huyan town are Mongolians. How do you intend to deal with them?" Yu Zhong replied indifferently, "If they didn't do anything wrong, they are still eligible to become my citizens. I'll treat them fairly just like the rest of the survivors. As long as they're willing to work, I can guarantee that their quality of life would not be worse off. If they have committed any major offenses, then they will be dealt with. This has nothing to do with their racial background, just themselves and their conduct. Same goes for the Hans in my camp." Ing Kong looked at him fearlessly and said, "Good. Chief Yu, in that case, as long as you keep your promise and treat everyone fairly, the People's Army would join you. I, Ing Kong, am a Mongolian myself." Many Mongolians had aspects of their lives that intertwine with the Hans, therefore marriages between both sides were common. Not every Mongolian wanted to capture a Han to be a slave. Although Ing Kong was Mongolian, he was a border guard with a strong sense of honor. He and his comrades had continued to protect the 800 survivors of Huyan town through their resolute wills. To them, there were no distinction between Mongols or Hans, it was just Chinese and foreign invaders. The actions of the self-proclaimed Mongol king of raiding various places to get slaves crossed a line with Ing Kong. He did not approve of it. Somehow Guoming, Hui Ran's subordinate, had set his sights on Huyan town and the 800 survivors there, intending to subjugate them. Since Ing Kong and the rest of his comrades were at their wits' end, they could only approach Yu Zhong for help. Yu Zhong made the decision to assist, and immediately deployed by Xiao Xing, Yin Shuang as well as 50 Special Forces evolvers towards the base of the People's Army. The victorious troops were still undergoing training, and under the guidance and instructions of the various elites who had been through battles, they were all slowly but surely getting stronger. Before their training ended, Yu Zhong wasn't willing to send them on a live exercise. In his plans, this victorious troops will be one of the strongest armies he had to sweep through the Central Plains. He needed to ensure that they were of the highest standards. Huyan town was a small town in the Central Plains, with a population of about 2,000 in the past. With the apocalypse, the border guards that had been stationed nearby managed to save 500 from the zombies. Due to their protection, the survivors from the surrounding areas began to come, and boosted the population to 800. This small town had led a life of little conflict, and now their peace was about to be disrupted. 1,000-strong unit of riders kicked up a storm of dust as they arrived in front of the town. Guoming, as the leading captain of this unit, pointed to the town and ordered coldly, "Kill. The first person to make his way in will be promoted 3 ranks and given 5 bulls, 10 beauties. After the town is ours, other than the Mongolians, everyone else is to be our slaves. Kill. 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 Kill." The riders charged forth with bloodthirsty looks towards Huyan town. From Huyan town, there were suddenly loud gunshots that rang out, instantly killing a number of riders. However, due to the lack of firearms as well as the absence of heavy firepower, there were only about 81 rifles. Furthermore, having been utilized often, the bullets remaining were very limited. A soldier came up to a man with a burly frame, a huge mustache and beard and said, "Captain, I only have about 5 magazines left." This bearded soldier was the leader of the border guards, Situjin. Situjin replied, "Save the ammunition, let them come closer, then we fire." Another soldier had a face of concern, "Captain, the bullets are dwindling. I don't think we have more than 200, but they have 1,000 people, what do we do?" Situjin looked at all of them, a grin on his face. "What's there to be worried about? Once the bullets are out, we still have our blades. Without our blades, we still have our teeth and fists. Protecting the people of the country is our duty. There are 800 of our fellow countrymen relying on us. Protecting them is our duty, our responsibility. I know it will be hard for us to live past today. If you want to leave, I won't blame you. You all have been the best soldiers this country could have gotten, and are my good brothers. Whether you choose to die here with me or to leave and live on, you will forever be my close friends and brothers." Chapter 623, The Army of the Mongol King. One soldier replied passionately, "Captain, what are you saying? Those who wanted to leave would have long gone." Another chuckled and said, "Precisely. Since we all stayed on from the beginning, we knew this day would come sooner or later." Situ Jin looked at these 60 soldiers who had stayed behind with him with a gratified expression. At the beginning there were a total of 200 who had followed Situ Jin. However, 140 of them could not stand the slow decline of the town, nor were content with the status quo, hence they chose to head for greener pastures with other factions. Only Situ Jin and the remaining 60 of them held on to their beliefs resolutely, silently keeping guard over the survivors. Situ Jin roared out and fired at one rider, shooting him down. "Great! Then let's show our them fighting spirit." Following that, a number of gunshots rang out, and a few more riders fell from their horses. Outside of Huyan town, a huge ditch had been dug surrounding the entire town, forcing the riders of Guoming to get down from their horses to charge at the town. Huyan town was about to be embroiled in chaos. Ing Kong and the rest saw the town about to be breached and his face fell. "Shit. Leader. Guoming and the rest had reached first. Do it. Kill anyone that resists." Yu Zhong waved his hands and muttered coldly. "Understood, leader. Brothers, charge." Bai Shaoxing licked his lips, a fierce glint flashing across his eyes, as he led his men towards Huyan town. Following some gunshots, more soldiers under Guoming fell, their heads blasted. Bai Shaoxing's team was made up entirely of elites, and they charged right at the troops of Guoming like a hot knife through butter. The soldiers of Guoming were suppressed and had no choice but to seek cover. Their combat experience and ability was vastly inferior to the elite evolvers under Bai Shaoxing, and were quickly at a disadvantage. "Father. I'll go help father kill those baddies." Yin Shuang smiled radiantly, before turning into a gust of wind and charging right for the enemy troops. The moment Yin Shuang reached their area, many of the soldiers' heads were blasted by her fists. At a glance, it was truly a horrible sight to witness heads exploding out of nowhere. Ing Kong watched in shock as Yin Shuang continued to tear through the enemies. Strong. How can there be such a strong existence? With just her ability alone, she could easily kill all the soldiers defending Huyan town. The princess is still too strong. There's no chance for us to act. Yes. The princess is too overbearing. The elites under Bai Shaoxing could not help but discuss softly when they saw how tyrannical Yin Shuang was. It wasn't the first time they had seen her displaying her crazy strength, but each time they saw it, they were reminded of how pathetically weak they were. Strong. Yu Zhong watched Yin Shuang annihilate the subordinates of Guoming with a complicated expression. If there were 100 of organisms like her, Yu Zhong did not dare imagine what faction could possibly stand up to them. If he were to exchange blows with Yin Shuang, Yu Zhong felt that he might still be able to hold on, but if there were 2 of her, he would be killed without even a chance to flee. 300 soldiers died like ants, while the rest lost their will to fight, and quickly got on their mounts to escape. Those on the horses were even more obvious targets. They had just come out of their covers, and were instantly shot down by Yu Zhong and his men. Guoming roared in fury and activated his second-rank werewolf transformation, turning into a powerful werewolf that charged right for Yin Shuang. "Beast! I'll kill you." With a gust of wind, the little fist of Yin Shuang came blasting right at Guoming's head, causing this high-level evolver to lose his head, his body crumpling to the ground. With Guoming ended in one blow, the rest of his subordinates instantly lost their minds and hurried to flee. Some even threw their weapons down to surrender. The soldiers that tried to flee didn't get very far, as they were quickly shot down by Bai Shaoxing and his team. This was a team that could take on over 100 evolver enemies, and it was not a problem to hunt down those fleeing soldiers. After killing them, Bai Shaoxing and the rest then sent troops to go and collect those who had surrendered. Situ Jin looked at Yu Zhong and the rest of his team that did not even number more than 100, his heart shaking with shock. Strong. What vicious methods. The rest of the soldiers stared at that pretty and adorable Yin Shuang, whose white dress fluttered in the wind, her eyes filled with wonder. This was a girl that was cute and incredibly dangerous at the same time. The stark contrast between her and the bloody scene behind her was extremely obvious. Ing Kong came up to Situ Jin in excitement and introduced Yu Zhong to him. Captain, I'm back. This is the leader of Chi Mu Town, Chief Yu Zhong of the Han Alliance." When the soldiers around Situ Jin heard this, their eyes flashed with a strange glint, as they looked towards Yuzhong with caution. They were of different descent and were slightly wary of this Han. After all, the Turk Empire, Mongol Empire and even the Manchurian Empire had acted out against one another, fighting for slaves. They were worried that this Han alliance would turn out to be another racist hegemon. Situ Jin saluted Yuzhong and spoke, "I'm Situ Jin of the Borders Guard and we're extremely grateful for your reinforcements." Yuzhong spoke warmly, "No need for thanks. This time I've come with the invitation for Captain Situ to lead your troops to join us. Our Han alliance do not segregate people by their descent or race. It all depends on your conduct and behavior. I admire your efforts in protecting the survivors, and sincerely hope that you would join us." Situ Jin thought for a long while before replying, "And if I say no?" The moment his words landed, Bai Shaoxing's eyebrows arched, and his eyes flashed with killing intent. The rest of the evolvers beside him also stepped forward with billowing killing intent. The moment Yuzhong gave the command, they would immediately eradicate these people. Situ Jin and the rest truly did respect command, however to Bai Shaoxing and the rest, Yuzhong's words were the absolute. They had brought their own troops to rush here and rescue them, in the hopes of salvaging the situation and getting the survivors. Yuzhong looked at Situ Jin and said slow, "If you're not willing then forget it. As long as you promise to not be enemies you're free to go. I can support you by giving you 1,000 bullets and some other foodstuff. However, the 800 survivors in Huyan town have to become my citizens. There's no leeway for this. This is my bottom line." It was rare for someone of such morals and virtue like Situ Jin even prior to the apocalypse. With regards to this type of people, Yuzhong was extremely favorable towards them. As long as they didn't get in his way, he was willing to take a step back for them, as an expression of his goodwill. Hearing Yuzhong's words, Situ Jin and the rest heaved a sigh of relief. They knew they weren't a match for Yuzhong or his men. The moment there was a clash they would undoubtedly die. They weren't afraid of death, but who was willing to die for naught? Furthermore, they could detect Yuzhong's respect and admiration for them, and this caused them to have an increasing admiration for this young leader. Situ Jin furrowed his brows slightly as he stared straight at Yuzhong and asked, "More than half of the survivors in Huyan town aren't Han, how are you going to deal with them?" Yuzhong had a serious face. "Equal treatment. I've said this before, I will treat them like how I treat the Hans." Situ Jin then expressed his agreement, "Good. I, Situ Jin, am willing to join you. I hope you will stick to your word and treat them all equally." "Good. Good. Good." Yuzhong saw how readily Situ Jin had decided to join in, and he immediately broke out in an appreciative grin. With all sorts of talents under him as well as the addition of such exemplary soldiers, who were willing to die for their beliefs, it was truly a terrifying force to have. Although Situ Jin and his troops were not much different from normal soldiers, with the evolving temple under Yuzhong's control as well as the evolving liquid, in a short while, he could easily cause them to all undergo heaven-shaking transformations. All he lacked were people that he could trust until now. Yuzhong eyed them and spoke, "Situ Jin, you've been in the service for quite a while, you must be quite clear on the various locations of the armories. I want to know the weapon and storage facilities you and your brothers are in charge of." Yuzhong wanted to get these soldiers into his wing because he knew they were privy to the locations of various military facilities. These facilities were definitely full of decent firepower. They were his targets. As of now, a small portion of Yuzhong's current firepower had been brought from Hunan, whereas the rest was won through battles. Although there were already large-scale manufacturing lines set up over at Guangxi and Hunan, both bases also require the firepower. He had hoped to gain another large supply over here in the Central Plains. If he was successful, it would help with his conquest. Situ Jin frowned and began to ponder in his mind. Those facilities were national treasuries, and were considered national secrets. Ing Kong saw Situ Jin's hesitation and immediately spoke, "Captain, what are you still hesitating about? The country is already destroyed and now we're all struggling for survival. We need to protect the country, but how can we just rely on our bravery and fists? We can't protect anything like that." Ing Kong's words were like a bolt of the blue that shook Situ Jin, who remembered that they were almost prepared to go against the enemies with their melee weapons. He immediately understood. "According to what I know, there are a total of 13 military facilities, located around these areas." Situ Jin brought out a map and started pointing at certain locations. "This place is small and there had been a platoon stationed there. The things inside are most likely taken. These two are also bases of company level, the items inside also likely claimed. This camp had been opened by the Mongol king. There's one location which I'm fairly certain that no one has touched yet, it's this. Situ Jin pointed to one particular valley. In this Ulan mountain range there's a field regiment secretly stationed there. In the past I'd been deployed there once and it's a very secretive location. There shouldn't be many who know of it. There's still a regiment's worth of equipment there. When everyone heard it, their eyes lit up, their expressions excited. In this apocalypse, a single IFV could cause a small-sized faction to quake in fear. 4 tanks were enough to plow through a 10,000-strong faction. There were many tanks within a regiment station with assault helicopters, IFVs to boot. If they could gain the base, then Yuzhong's Central Plain faction would grow yet another level of strength. Situ Jin reminded them, however, leader, the Ulan mountain range is truly dangerous. According to what I know, there are plenty of mutant beasts lurking there, and it's a location of peril for humans. Many experts had tried to go there to hunt the mutant beasts to level up, but those who went had not come back. They're mostly like dead, having become meals for the mutant beasts. It's extremely dangerous there. Yuzhong pondered a while before replying, I got it. Situ Jin had become Yuzhong's subordinate, thus the survivors in Huyan town were automatically Yuzhong's citizens. They were then herded out of the town, making their way for Chimu town. Yuzhong had just arranged for the 800 survivors to move to Chimu town, when there was a sudden appearance of a dust cloud about 10 miles in the distance from Chimu town. A huge force had appeared. One sentry caught sight of them, where there were plenty of riders, tanks, IFVs, gun-mounted vehicles, howitzers, and his face fell. No good. It's the Mongol king's troops. Quickly report to the leader. What? The Mongol troops are already here to attack? The moment Yuzhong heard it, his expression turned ugly. What a timing. The Mongol king is truly not simple. Fuck. At this time, the victorious troops were still undergoing training, and the rifles in his hand numbered only about 3,000, but there were about 300,000 rounds. They lacked heavy firepower, there wasn't even a single rocket launcher. It was the time where Yuzhong's Central Plains forces were still weak, and Hui Ran's chosen timing of attack was too perfect. Chapter 624, Grey Wolf Rider and Blood Eagle Rider. After taking in all the survivors of the different triads and factions of the Han Alliance, Yuzhong had a sizable number of survivors. What he lacked now was time, the time for these people to become decent fighters. It was at this crucial period that Hui Ran had suddenly launched his attack. If Yuzhong chose to run, then a few tens of thousands of Han people would land in his hands. Yuzhong had not yet established his position in the Central Plains, and he had no choice but to engage Hui Ran's forces. Atop the city wall around Chimu town that was built not long ago, many commanders and their subordinates had caught sight of the approaching Mongol troops. Their faces were all unsightly. It's the Blood Eagle Rider. That's the Blood Eagle Rider. Shidai. One commander, whose eyesight was decent, caught sight of the Blood Eagle banner and his face fell. Upon hearing this name, the soldiers who had just joined Yuzhong all had pale faces. The Blood Eagle Rider Shidai was a powerful expert on par with Dong-er Moliai of the Gold Wolf Riders. The Blood Eagle Riders under him were the strongest force under Hui Ran, used frequently in his battles to expand. Shidai had followed Hui Ran on his many conquests, and in each territory, as long as there was a male over one, to him he would kill them. The number of people that had been slaughtered at their hands were over 20,000. He was one of the most renowned generals in the Central Plains, and had defeated Dong-er Moliai in countless clashes before. Grey Wolf Rider Boer Z. He's here too. Tyrant Bear Bo Lei. He's here as well. And Grey Panther Wu Liang Shu. Red Wolf Shuri Xian. Venomous Dog Shui Tai. Looking at the various flags, the commanders all became extremely agitated. The Mongol king had over 40,000 troops, and this time he had actually deployed half of them, especially the appearance of Blood Eagle Rider Shidai and Grey Wolf Rider Boer Z. Other than these two leaders, the appearance of the other infamous generals sent shivers down the spine of the soldiers present. Within Chimu town, the victorious troops had not even trained for more than 10 days, and they were still lacking in skills and firepower. The Mongol king Hui Ran had decided to use the butcher knife to slaughter the chicken, and deployed 20,000 elites to assault Chimu town. A dark shadow was cast over the entire town. Yu Zhong looked out at the approaching troops and laughed. The number of animals that had arrived is truly high. As long as we take them out, we will become the largest faction out here in the Central Plains. Everyone rest assured this time, since they dare to come, they will not get to go back. They will become the fertilizer for the grounds of Chimu town. Li Guang gazed at the 20,000 Mongolian troops and spoke confidently, "That's true. At that time, when the Golden Wolf Riders and Manchurian Empire had wanted to attack our victorious troops, we still managed to beat them away. These are just 20,000 pigs. It would just take a longer time to kill them." An elite troop needed self-confidence. After becoming the commander of the victorious troops, Li Guang had also gained some pride. As long as Yu Zhong was around to maintain the morale, he was certain Yu Zhong could lead them to victory. There was almost a blind reverence from Yu Zhong's abilities already. "Yes, those are just 20,000 pigs. We can simply take them out." The Mongol king had barked up the wrong tree. "In front of us they're just ants." Seeing the confidence of Li Guang and Yu Zhong, the officers who had been riled up because of the appearance of those Mongolian experts began to calm down, and started to point at the enemy. Their confidence came from Yu Zhong himself. As long as he was around, they would not lose. Situ Jin eyed those commanders and was secretly in admiration of their bravery. Even he himself was perspiring when he heard the names of Blood Eagle Rider Amu Shidai and Grey Wolf Rider Boerzi. These were the top generals of Hui Ran, and they were basically seasoned murderers, many experts having fallen at their hands. One rider came from the Mongol troop and shouted out in an arrogant tone, "Those inside Chimu town, listen up. General Amu Shidai is ordering you to put down your weapons and surrender unconditionally. Otherwise we will breach the defenses and not spare any living or moving things." Pung. The moment his words left his mouth, his head was blasted apart like a watermelon. Yu Zhong placed the sniper rifle down, eyeing the corpse of the rider with a cold smirk. This was his response. Killing the envoy of the other party, this was the most blatant challenge. Usually in a war the envoys were never mistreated. Yu Zhong had outright disregarded that rule and killed the envoy, expressing his desire to fight. At the Mongolian side, a burly man decked in a black cape, and an armor made out of a Type 3 mutant beast hide, riding a rare Type 2 black stallion, its head possessing a single horn, its body covered in scales, roared out in anger, "That Han dog dares kill my envoy. When I capture him, I will chop his head off to be my toilet seat." This burly man atop the Type 2 black stallion was precisely the Blood Eagle rider, Amu Shidai, one of the peak-level evolvers in the Central Plains. A man in blood-red robes, a helmet as well as curved blades by his waist got down on a single knee and spoke to Amu Shidai, "General, I'm willing to lead the men to go and get Yu Zhong's head for you." Amu Shidai had a face of appreciation. "Good. Bo Lei. You shall lead the troops to get Yu Zhong's head for me." Bo Lei was one of the strongest generals under Amu Shidai, and had obtained much merits on behalf of his general. His conquests were second only to Amu Shidai. "Yes, General." Bo Lei replied respectfully, immediately deploying his troops. 1,000 riders all in blood-red robes suddenly broke out from the enemy troops, and headed for Chimu town under the charge of Bo Lei. "Fool! Riders are not meant to be used like that." Yu Zhong eyed them and a gloating look flashed in his eyes. "Bai Shaoxing. Wipe them out." "Yes, leader." Bai Shaoxing laughed coldly and ordered, "Fire at will." The elites that had followed Yu Zhong all the way began to fire their weapons. Pung. Following the clear and loud gunshots, Bo Lei's riders began to fall from their horses. Bo Lei's countenance turned unsightly and roared out, "Not good. Retreat. Retreat. All retreat." Although there were 100 evolvers firing, Bo Lei felt that they were more frightening than 1,000 normal soldiers. Every second more than dozens of his men were shot down. He was afraid that by the time they reached the entrance, their numbers would have been reduced to nothing. The Blood Eagle riders quickly turned around and galloped back, leaving 500 corpses, their figures pathetic. Bo Lei, who had been confident and proud earlier, was now ashen-faced as he knelt in front of Amu Shidai. "General, your subordinate is useless and cost the lives of 500 brothers. Please punish me." Amu Shidai glared at Bo Lei coldly. "Get up. This is not your fault. I didn't expect for them to have so many shooters as well. I've seen it, they have at least 100 marksmen. Your defeat was not unreasonable. Emu Shidai had partially allowed the 1,000 riders to go first to test the strength of Yu Zhong's troops. With this, he was clearer on what Yu Zhong was capable of. He then turned to another man who was decked in traditional Mongolian wear, his figure slightly rounder, and said, Boerzi, this Yu Zhong is truly not to be underestimated, let's have the artillery team rain fire upon them. Boerzi nodded and replied, fine. He then turned to give the order to his cannon troops. Hong, hong, hong. Round after round of heavy firepower rained down on Chimu town, causing multiple explosions and the destruction of some buildings. The survivors in the town could only tremble in fear and pray for their lives. Yu Zhong had already gotten men to evacuate the survivors, and many of them had been sent into various disaster shelters. However, there were still survivors and soldiers of Yu Zhong who were blasted to death by the artillery fire. 6 assault helicopters then suddenly flew out from the Mongol camp, and begun to fire at Chimu town's fall as well. Under the continuous firing, a hole was blasted into Chimu town's wall. The 6 assault helicopters then flew over the airspace above Chimu town. As long as those 6 assault helicopters could enter Chimu town, they would rain hell on the entire place. Do it. Yu Zhong watched them appear about 800 m from Chimu town, and he immediately ordered, while firing his own electromagnetic gun at one of the assault helicopters. A single blade sliced through one, causing it to be heavily damaged. However, the slice missed the pilot and the fuel tank weapons dock, and it was somewhat possible for the assault helicopter to still fly. A number of shots strengthened by enhanced bullets were fired as well, aiming for the helicopters. Since controlling the evolving temple, Yu Zhong could easily support a number of evolvers to purchase the strengthened bullet ability, and push it to their level 3 stage. Although they might not be comparable to peak-level gun experts, they were still more than enough to destroy ordinary assault helicopters. Chapter 625, Defeating the Grey Wolf Riders and Blood Eagle Riders. Under the assault of the enhanced bullets, the 6 helicopters in the sky combusted into balls of flames and descended rapidly. From afar, the faces of Emu Shidai and Boerzi were extremely ugly. Those assault helicopters were part of their trump cards, and it was enough to use 2 to subjugate an entire town. In this single battle they had actually lost 6, this caused them to feel the pinch. Emu Shidai gritted his teeth and spat, there are a bunch of powerful evolvers in there. That damned Yu Zhong, how did he get so many experts? The Mongol king Hui Ran had about 400,000 people under him, and there were not more than 50 enhancers with the strengthened bullet skill. Even more so, there were only about 15 of them that were above level 30. Emu Shidai could not understand how Yu Zhong had gotten so many experts. Boerzi spat out in fury as well, Yu Zhong, that Han, is one of the most fearsome enemies I've ever met. We definitely cannot let him grow. Otherwise, our Mongol people will become his slaves. He has to die today. Yu Zhong had only been active around the Central Plains for a short while, however, the battle prowess he was exhibiting was incredible, and it was enough to cause the 3 major factions to sit up and take notice. Boerzi was unwilling to let such a big enemy run rampant. He immediately gave another order, all troops attack. Grey Wolf Riders. Charge forwards. With 4 tanks, 15 IFVs, 30 gun-mounted vehicles bringing up the front of the convoy, over 10,000 Grey Wolf Riders surged forth towards Chimu town. As the Grey Wolf Riders began to attack, the cannon firing did not stop. The heavy fire continued to suppress Yu Zhong and his troops. The Grey Wolf Riders weren't a motley bunch, having undergone several battles. Yu Zhong held his electromagnetic gun and fired at an incoming tank. A bright flash occurred, and the shot from the electromagnetic gun pierced through the tank, before another 3 consecutive shots killed the driver, halting its advance. As the rest of the evolvers were unable to stop the tanks, their objectives thus fell onto the gun-mounted vehicles. Following a bright flash, a number of the gun-mounted vehicles exploded in flames. Li Guang roared out loudly, his bow firing at the Grey Wolf Riders, "Kill! Kill these pigs. They're all a bunch of animals. We can just slaughter them as such. Kill them all. Our victorious troops are undefeated." Our victorious troops are the strongest. Whatever bullshit Blood Eagle riders and Grey Wolf riders, they aren't our match. Kill them all. The commanders of the victorious troops that had undergone the horrors of the Tianmu town battle began to join in the battle cry, firing at the Grey Wolf riders. Shouting like this was able to give vent to their fear at the same time, raise the morale of the other soldiers. If they maintained their silence, some of the newer recruits might not be able to withstand the pressure. Kill those Han dogs. After we breach the walls, we will slaughter them for 3 whole days. Everybody charge. There are countless women in Chimu town. After we breach through, we can play with them however we like. Charge. Kill those Han dogs. The Grey Wolf riders were truly elites of the Mongol king's troops. They continued on their charge towards Chimu town, facing the attacks and trudged on. As they retaliated, many soldiers of the victorious troops fell as well. We can't go on like this. Yu Zhong watched this and let out a shrill howl towards the skies. In the sky, Greenie came swooping down, and made a grab towards the ground, pulling a IFV up into the sky with it. It then released it, swinging the unfortunate vehicle towards another, causing both to explode powerfully. After destroying 2 IFVs, Greenie then soared into the sky, and with its powerful wings, it conjured up tornadoes with its innate ability, blowing up dust storms all around the forces of the Grey Wolf riders. As the wind blew, many riders could not open their eyes, whereas Yu Zhong's forces were not affected. They could continue to pick off the Grey Wolf riders with ease. With Greenie dominating the skies, sending gusts of winds at the Grey Wolf riders, it affected their firepower greatly, diminishing their damage output. Imu Shidai's face was ugly as he looked at Greenie. Type 3 mutant beast. Damn it, he could actually control one. The threat of a Type 3 mutant beast was pretty clear to all the factions. However, humans likewise possessed numerous experts and had intelligence. The Mongol king Hui Ran had organized a hunt of a Type 3 mutant beast before, and under the joint attacks of the experts, they had managed to hunt one. That was why Imu Shidai knew how terrifying a Type 3 mutant beast could be. His own Type 2 black stallion was tamed under a chance encounter. He did not know how to let it evolve into its Type 3 stage, and he had no confidence he could control it even. Monster. How are they able to receive the help of such a monster? It's too scary. I've only heard of such beasts in the myths, how could one appear here? The Grey Wolf riders hid behind covers in the surroundings, and watched Greenie flapping its wings of over 80 m, their eyes filled with fear. Such a beast had surpassed their knowledge and imagination, and what was worse, this beast was helping the enemy. Their morale plunged. Boerzi looked at Greenie in the sky and roared out furiously, "Fuck! Kill that beast!" 1,000 warriors of the Grey Wolf riders began to fire into the sky, blanketing the area Greenie was in. Greenie's speed was naturally fast, having reached the sound barrier, and none of them could even graze it. The main threat about aerial mutant beasts were because they were hard to hit. Their only weakness was their low defenses, unable to compare to the land-based mutant beasts. Greenie continued to soar around the skies, blowing up huge tornadoes, landing from time to time to grab a few of the Grey Wolf riders. The Mongolian warriors were basically helpless against Greenie, and could only fire into the sky, though their efforts were in vain. Yu Zhong was relying on Greenie to distract the Grey Wolf riders, while he raised the electromagnetic gun to blast the tanks and armored vehicles into oblivion. Greenie continued to harass the 9,000-strong Grey Wolf riders for half an hour before flapping its wings and disappearing into the distance. The tornadoes also came to a halt. After all, continually releasing its innate ability would take a toll on Greenie's stamina and power. It could not last forever. However, the moment the dust storms disappeared, the armored division that was supposed to spearhead the assault had been completely destroyed. The Grey Wolf riders could only rely on themselves to charge in. Having lost the protection of the armored vehicles, the Grey Wolf riders became ashened, their advance fraught with more dangers. Every step required them to pay a huge price. From time to time, Greenie would suddenly appear and grab a warrior and soar into the sky, before releasing the warrior, causing the morale to plunge even further. However, the Grey Wolf warriors were truly the elite force of the Central Plains. Even under such duress, they continued on resolutely towards Chimu town. The Red Wolf Sure EXN roared out loudly, "Everybody charge! Victory is right in sight! Charge!" At this time, loud motor sounds roared out from the distance, as 8 Thunder Fighters shot towards them from the distance. The 8 Thunder Fighters swiftly flew over the Grey Wolf Riders and dropped cluster bombs into their midst. Hong! 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 Following loud explosions, the Grey Wolf Riders were instantly plunged into a scene right out of hell. After one round of cluster bombs, the 8 Thunder Fighters shot towards the heavy cannons team of the Grey Wolf Riders. After all, those artillery weapons were a bigger threat compared to ordinary soldiers. The 8 Thunder Fighters quickly locked onto the artillery team of the Grey Wolf Riders, and fired a massive amount of rockets at them, causing the entire land to be obliterated. Retreat! Everybody! Retreat! Seeing this, Boerzi's face was pale as a sheet, and he hurried to scream. Emu Shidai saw the terrors of the 8 Thunder Fighters as well, and he ordered the same, retreat! Everybody retreat! The Mongol king's forces were helpless against aerial enemies. If Emu Shidai insisted on battling on, their forces would definitely be annihilated. Hearing the orders, the Grey Wolf Riders and Blood Eagle Riders quickly retreated pathetically. Having destroyed the artillery camp, the 8 Thunder Fighters continued to give chase, killing the warriors of the Mongolian forces. Yu Zhong also made use of the chance to lead the elites of the victorious troops to pursue them, killing over 1,000 warriors of the Grey Wolf Riders and Blood Eagle Riders, capturing 200 of them, resulting in a heavy defeat for the Mongolian troops. Chapter 626, Refining the Blood Lotus. Zhao Tiangang came out from one of the Thunder Fighters, hurrying to Yu Zhong as he saluted. Zhao Tiangang greets leader. Yu Zhong patted Zhao Tiangang's shoulders and laughed. Good timing. This time if it wasn't for you guys, we would have been in danger. If Zhao Tiangang had not brought the 8 Thunder Fighters to provide reinforcements, Yu Zhong would definitely be in for a tough battle. He might have to sacrifice numerous soldiers to protect Chimu town. Another charismatic commander came forward with 100 elites as they all saluted to him. Lai Ming-yi greets leader. Lai Ming-yi was the powerful expert that Yu Zhong had recruited from Port Fangcheng. He had already risen to the rank of lieutenant colonel. Amongst Yu Zhong's forces, rising in rank relied on merits and contributions. Guangxi and Hunan were expanding quickly. Within a short span of time, there's no means of moving their troops. Lai Ming-yi was extremely clear that Yu Zhong intended to expand into the Central Plains. That was why he had brought his troops to support Yu Zhong. Each of his soldiers were powerful enhancers of above level 30. Yu Zhong looked at Lai Ming-yi and his troops, smiling slightly. Very good. Your timing was impeccable. I'm currently lacking manpower, your arrival is just too timely. With this 100 evolvers, Yu Zhong had a force of over 300 evolvers, and it was a force to be reckoned with. If they were to clash against the Blood Eagle Riders, Yu Zhong would not be worried. Zhao Tiangang chuckled and turned his body slightly. Leader, look who's here. Ehe. From behind, 2 beauties stepped out. One older and the other one younger. The older lady possesses a head full of lush black hair, her features exquisite and perfect, with a hint of valiant aura about her. The younger one was likewise pretty, with intelligent eyes and her skin as fair as snow. She was truly a sight to behold. Qingwu, you've recovered. Yu Zhong saw them and a jolt of happiness hit him, and he could not help but walk over. When Ji Qingwu was gravely injured by the Type 4 flame bird previously, Yu Zhong had placed her inside the biological armor to be treated. When he headed back to Longhai City, he had left her in Yao Yao's care under the heavy protection of the camp's defenses. Ji Qingwu looked at Yu Zhong with a complicated look as she replied mildly, I'm alright now. Thank you. Ji Qingwu knew Yu Zhong had been forced to Japan because of her and had given her the precious level 7 biological armor. She was full of gratitude. However, her character was cold. So even though she was touched, her expression was still cold. Yao Yao hugged one of Ji Qingwu's hands and stared at Yu Zhong hatefully. She had treated Ji Qingwu as her most special person. Yet Ji Qingwu had specially traveled from Hunan to meet Yu Zhong. This caused her to be slightly jealous. Li Guang and the rest of the subordinates of the Central Plains watched the 8 Thunder Fighters in excitement. The moment these metal behemoths appeared, it had allowed Yu Zhong to defeat the Blood Eagle Riders and Grey Wolf Riders. They were extremely curious about these machines as it was obvious that these were not made in China. Defeating the Grey Wolf Riders and the Blood Eagle Riders was a huge matter. Yu Zhong had thus thrown a celebratory feast, inviting all the officials to participate. Yu Zhong had then introduced his subordinates from Hunan to Li Guang and Situ Jin, before pointing to Ji Qingwu. "This is Ji Qingwu. If I'm not around, she can represent me. If I'm not around and there are things you guys need clearance, you can run it by her. In this short period, I will be heading to Ulan Mountain Range. She will take over my duties here." Hearing Yu Zhong's orders, the subordinates from Hunan had no issues. They knew fully well that Ji Qingwu had been part of the first few members of Yu Zhong's conquests and is a reliable partner of his. Many of them were in fact under her once and they knew her strength. Hence, there were no opposition to this order. However, the people from the Central Plains had strange glints in their eyes. If it was Yu Zhong himself, they were definitely okay with him. However, if it were someone else, furthermore it happened to be a woman, they were unable to accept it. Li Guang, who had won too many drinks, could not help but blurt out, "Leader, Wuxia." The moment he said, he regretted it a little. Li Guang's words caused everyone's gaze to fall on Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong eyed Ji Qingwu and spoke bluntly, "She's my woman and my future wife." When Ji Qingwu heard that, her face flushed slightly from the joy and embarrassment and did not refute him. Hearing his words, the rest of the general from Central Plains did not have any more complaints. Yu Zhong's might was truly fearsome. Not only did he arrange for a large number of experts to be sent from Hunan, he also brought ammunition. Many of the Central Plains generals were full of respect and awe of him. Since Yu Zhong had made his decision, they could only follow his orders. After the feast was over, Yu Zhong went back into his room and pulled out a blood lotus, hesitating for a while. This time the expedition might be fraught with dangers. "I'd better take one first." Yu Zhong had managed to steal the 4 blood lotus seeds from the lair of the Type 4 white-scaled tiger. He handed one to Oming to run some research and one with the Longhai City Research Center, while he himself was in possession of 2. As to its effects, Yu Zhong was uncertain and dared not take it recklessly. Now that he had established so much, it would be a joke if he died from consuming something wrong. In this apocalyptic world, there were many strange treasures that could empower people. At the same time, there were equally potent poisonous plants. Every day there would be people dying from mistaking poisonous flora as food. Yu Zhong did not want to be one of them. The blood lotus was something rare and it didn't seem to be plentiful. After a long time of research, all Oming had been able to discern was that it was definitely not harmful to humans. It was just that the effects of it was uncertain. Yu Zhong had been safe in Longhai City then and thus there was no rush to enhance himself, so he had kept it with him all this while. After a short moment of hesitation, he popped it into his mouth. The moment the blood lotus entered his abdomen, it transformed to a warm surge of energy and coursed throughout his body. It was violent, as though it wanted to tear apart his body. Yu Zhong felt his chest aching badly and spat out a mouthful of blood. He thrashed about in his bed and smashed out with his fist as a powerful dark do chi was sent out, destroying the door. "Assassin! Assassin!" 20 experts immediately charged out and surrounded the place. They only saw White Bones standing quietly near the door while Ji Qingwu was hugging Yu Zhong, who would not stop vomiting blood. Ji Qingwu ordered with a stricken expression, "Prepare yourselves. Sound the alarm. Everyone is to be on alert. Get Bai Shaoxing to send some men to guard the area." "Yes." Upon her orders, Bai Shaoxing immediately led 100 peak evolvers and stationed them at various places, heightening security. Lai Mingyi and Li Guang led their own troops and started patrolling. The entire Chimu town was plunged into a nervous atmosphere. The terrifying blood lotus was truly overbearing, causing blood to seep out his skin. He could not help but struggle in the pain. His entire body is heating up and even his perspiration was dyed with blood. Ji Qingwu watched Yu Zhong, who was in obvious agony, her heart anxious. She was intelligent though and immediately thought of the biological armor. The biological armor, it can save him. She placed him down carefully and hurried to her own room, preparing to bring the biological armor over. "No need. I can withstand it." Just as she reached her room, she discovered that Yu Zhong had propped himself up and managed to holler hoarsely. After trying his best for that single sentence, he closed his eyes and quickly channeled his dark do chi to refine the powerful effects of the blood lotus. The medicinal effects of the blood lotus started to be refined by the dark do chi, nourishing it and enhancing it. Yu Zhong finally understood the usage of the blood lotus. It wasn't meant to strengthen a biological entity but rather, its innate abilities. It might be the dark Do Qi or some other inner strength, even some miraculous innate talents. If it was given to someone who didn't practice Do Qi or an ordinary person lacking any innate abilities, their body would explode immediately if it's not strong enough or bleed to death even with a high endurance. Jianghu continued to hug Yu Zhong tenderly even as his pores ooze out dirt and blood, hoping to ease his pain. After 2 hours, Yu Zhong slowly opened his eyes as a bright light flashed, an indication of yet another increase in his strength. Congratulations. Your dark Do Qi has gained +2 enhancement. Within his mind, the notification rang out. When Yu Zhong heard it, a smile broke out on his face. Great! Now I can save on 4 points of skills. The dark Do Qi was a powerful ability. Each time he channeled it, his entire body would be strengthened by many folds in a short time. The amount his body could be strengthened by was dependent on the strength of the dark Do Qi. The more powerful his body and the Do Qi, the more exponential the increase in strength. With this dark Do Qi skill, Yu Zhong's strength had increased another level and he had another means of preserving his life. When Yu Zhong opened his eyes, he immediately noticed Jianghu, whose countenance was full of worry. He was immediately filled with warmth and tenderness. Although he wasn't some saint, had killed many people and done many bad things, the fact that he still had someone who cared for him, caused him to feel contented. Jianghu caught sight of Yu Zhong's passionate stare. Her face flushed, intending to push him away, but at the same time she was afraid of aggravating his injuries. Yu Zhong looked at this incredibly beautiful woman in front of him and felt his heartbeat quicken. Initially, back at the university, Qinyao and Jianghu were the top beauties of the school and were the dream girls of every boy. Yu Zhong had seen Jianghu a few times but he knew that they were of different worlds and that there was no chance of them ever getting together. However, he was now actually propped up on those tender legs of hers and he was incredibly excited at the twist of fate. Yu Zhong struggled out from her embrace and reached to embrace her back. Jianghu fell into his embrace with a whiff of her fragrance. She could detect his eagerness and her face flushed slightly. No. Yu Zhong, you're still not alright. I'm not ready as well. Once your injuries are okay and you're back from the Ulan mountain range, I'll give myself to you then. Deal. You cannot go back on your word. When he heard it, his heart leapt with joy and he hurriedly planted a kiss on that smooth face of hers before charging into the bathroom to clean himself. By the time he had washed himself clean and ran out, the beauty was long gone. Yu Zhong stood there, forlorn. Early the next day, Yu Zhong summoned Lai Mingyi. Do you want to be promoted? I'm willing to die for leader. Lai Mingyi was incredibly excited when he heard that and he immediately saluted him and announced. Lai Mingyi was an ambitious man who sought fame and fortune. He wanted to climb up and gain a post that was worthy of respect and admiration. Of course, he was enticed by a position that overshadowed most of the other subordinates of Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong fixed his gaze at him. You know our rules. To promote, you'll need to gain more merits. I'll entrust you with some responsibilities if you can complete it. You'll be the main commander of the Central Plains 1st Cavalry Brigade. If you think the mission is too tough, you're free to turn it down. I hope that you can start organizing a guerrilla troop, focused on destroying the forces of Manchuria, Turks and Mongolia. I want you to strike hard and fast, chipping away at their supplies as much as possible. Whatever means you have to utilize, you're free to do so. I can give you 50 evolvers and the necessary equipment and resources. Anything more than that, you'll have to provide them yourself. If you can cause them so much trouble that it will be impossible for them to recover, I'll immediately make you the commander of the 1st Cavalry Brigade. You'll be in command of over 300 people. Next time, when it's time to consider someone for the regiment commander, I'll definitely keep you in mind. When Lai Mingyi heard this, a strong sense of excitement and unbridled hot-bloodedness arose. Your subordinate promises to finish this. Being ambitious required taking risks. Lai Mingyi knew the dangers involved. However, he was fairly determined to complete it. After all, he had risked so much just to become a high-ranking officer. He wanted to be part of Yu Zhong's core team as well and be a part of the founding team of a future country. Chapter 627, Mutant Army Ant Colony. Lai Mingyi was definitely an expert with a charm. He had brought his own 50 evolvers as well as recruited over 100 Hans who had recovered from their mistreatment and were vengeful against the three great factions. After that, he prepared enough equipment and led the men to set off. Out here in the Central Plains, the usage of the black stallions was more widespread than cars. They didn't need fuel and could eat anything. They would even eat corpses. On the other side, Yu Zhong led by Xiao Sheng and 50 evolvers towards the Ulan mountain range. Ji Qingwu was an extremely capable woman with intelligence. After Yu Zhong left, she intensified the training of the victorious troops and according to Yu Zhong's instructions, she quickly organized the Central Plains 1st Battalion made up of the old warriors. Other than the reorganization of the army, Ji Qingwu had managed to pull out 10,000 men to form a secondary troop and made them go through training. In the event that there was a situation, they could directly be drafted into the troops. The secondary troops were mostly made up of civilian militia. In Hunan and Guangxi, Yu Zhong had 20,000 elite troops but the secondary troops numbered over 100,000. In this apocalyptic world, not only did the humans need to fend off against the mutant beasts and zombies, they needed to protect against other humans as well. Military might could not be compromised. The matter of the Blood Eagle Riders and Grey Wolf Riders being defeated by Yu Zhong soon spread all over the Central Plains. Every single faction in the Central Plains began to take notice of the Great Han Alliance situated in Chimu Town and everyone recognized it as the fourth largest faction. Every day there would be wandering lone warriors seeking to join the Han Alliance. There were even a few smaller factions with dozens of people who quickly joined them, begging for protection. Many still felt that it might not necessarily be better but since the other three factions were well known to be horrendous, the moment those factions attack, other than the women and kids, all the males would be killed. If not, they would be branded as slaves and treated as such. Other than the Hans, the other lesser races also swarmed over to join the Han Alliance established by Yu Zhong. The main difference Yu Zhong's Han Alliance had with the Turks, the Mongolian Empire and the Manchurian Empire was the equal treatment of all races. Many of the subraces and clans of the Central Plains had married and merged bloodlines and family lines so everyone was somehow already related to one another. It was hard to draw a clear distinction. Hence, many chose to rely on the Han Alliance. Deep in the Central Plains, within a mansion, the Manchuria Emperor, Xian Zhen, glared at his subordinate who was kneeling on the ground. What? Yu Zhong had managed to defeat the Blood Eagle Riders and Grey Wolf Riders. Is your news reliable? The slave quickly kowtowed profusely. I swear upon my life, my liege. This news is definitely correct. Your slave had managed to find this out after much efforts. Damn bastard. Xian Zhen gritted his teeth and smashed down on a table beside him, causing the table to shatter into dust. One particular slave came up and said, Your Highness. An envoy from the Mongolian Empire had arrived and requested an audience. Xian Zhen's face regained his kingly aura and declared coldly, So he's finally here? Let him in. Out in the Central Plains, there was a vehicle convoy on the move, consisting of a large fuel truck, 2 gun-mounted vehicles and 10 Hummers. This was Yu Zhong's expeditionary fleet. Situ Jin pointed to a particular direction. It would be Ulan town right up ahead. After we cross it, we'll reach Ulan mountain range. Yu Zhong sat in one of the Hummers and looked out the glass window, only to see multiple mountains in the distance formed and closely linked to one another, thus its name. The Ulan mountain range was one of the greatest protected natural locations of China. There were plenty of biological life forms within. It was a treasure trove of research for biologists and yet now, it had transformed to a hell for humans. The mutant plants within were the scariest. Yu Zhong and the rest headed in and immediately heard dense gunshots. The intense gunshots rang out through the Central Plains traveling far. Enemies. Yu Zhong's face turned and he quickly leaped out his Hummer. Yin Shuang, who was in Yu Zhong's arms, also stuck with him as he dashed out. With Yu Zhong's current strength, he could easily burst out with an acceleration faster than a Hummer. In fact, sitting in the Hummer was more dangerous for him. At the same time, other than the 2 gun-mounted vehicles, soldiers quickly jumped out from all the Hummers while their eyes were fixed in front. Without Yu Zhong giving the order, Bai Xiaosheng had already led 5 soldiers with him as they charged towards the direction of the sound. Not long after, a soldier came up to Yu Zhong and said, Leader, it's the soldiers from the Kingdom of God fighting against an unknown faction. I got it. I'll go take a look, you all wait here for further orders. With that, Yu Zhong brought in Shuang and quickly made his way forward. His speed enabled him to quickly make his way up a hill, whereby Xiao Sheng and the other 4 soldiers laid prone on the ground. Yu Zhong also crawled and looked below, only to discover 2,000 judges currently launching an attack on Ulan town. In the skies, 12 Tiger assault helicopters fired rockets without stop, blasting the structures of Ulan town. On the ground, a number of howitzers and rocket launchers began to blast the town. The entire Ulan town was covered in a sea of flames, and within the flames, there were some armed militants seen struggling. They were putting up a brave fight, but under the intense assault of the Kingdom of God, they had no choice but to retreat slowly. When Yu Zhong saw this, they were already beginning to collapse, with a majority of their numbers lost and 2,000 judges still making their way in. Yu Zhong looked down and sighed, "We were too late. If they had been here a day earlier, they might have been able to cooperate with the militants in Ulan town to fight against the Kingdom of God." However, now the Kingdom of God had already obtained victory, and if Yu Zhong were to charge in right now, it was likely that both sides would suffer greatly. It was a force made up of judges after all, each of them having undergone a job change and had combat strength vastly superior to an ordinary soldier. Furthermore, they were well equipped with countless threatening and fearsome weapons and explosives. Even someone as strong as Yu Zhong might die if not careful. Right at this time, something strange happened. A huge sea of something brown began to charge at Ulan town from the distance. Level 8 strange beast, mutant army ant. They devour everything in their path. Yu Zhong fixed his gaze on them, noting that each of them were only about the size of a human's fist, and the swarm was frighteningly large. There was a strange sense of his hair standing, as he could tell that with the size of the swarm, it was like there were over 1 billion ants within. Such a swarm was even more terrifying than a horde of zombies. The 12 helicopters in the skies began firing down at the mutant ants, blasting them with explosives and fire, consuming the mutant ants. Under that powerful assault, most of the mutant ants turned into ashes. However, all of a sudden, a particular mutant army ant flew out of its swarm with wings. It flapped its wings before soaring towards one of the assault helicopters. These flying army ants began to fire corrosive acid to burn through the covers of the tanks, before using their sharp jaw to tear the armor open. Not long later, the helicopters began to lose their outer hulls, as the mutant army ants tore into the metal and ripped the pilots into shreds. Following the miserable screams, the helicopters that lost their pilots began to wobble and crash towards the ground in powerful explosions. If the 12 helicopters had been utilized properly, they could easily turn the tides of any battle. However, such powerful equipment were actually torn like paper by the small mutant army ants, causing Yu Zhong to feel a chill in his heart. Yu Zhong looked at the 12 helicopters being destroyed and hurried gave an order, "Quick, retreat! Retreat! By Xiao Sheng. Lead the men away. Towards the north. Wait for further orders." By Xiao Sheng waved his hands and led the elites away from the place hastily. Yu Zhong's body had evolved to a terrifying degree. It would be hard for him to protect his soldiers, but if he was alone, he had confidence that he could break away if things get rough. The judges of the Kingdom of God within the Ulan town had quickly received the news of the mutant army ants colony, and they hurried to escape from the town as well. However, what caused them to be despondent was that all the tanks, IFVs and motorcycles had already long left the place, abandoning their own comrades. The speed of the mutant army ants was fast. Although their defense was weak and could be slapped to death by an ordinary person, their speed was fast, reaching 80 kilometers per hour, and thus, the armored troops didn't dare stay behind to wait for their friends. Chapter 628, Rescue. Damn it. Those white bastards. They should all fucking die. Fuck. Damn white apes. This senior had already given my life to them and they dared to betray us. Fuck. If there's a next life, this senior will fucking kill them all. The judges that had been abandoned were the Black and Asian people. In this apocalypse, whoever could provide the milk would be one's mother. As long as one could live, there were many who chose to rely on their old enemies. Selling themselves out for foreigners wasn't a big issue. Not everyone was adamant on nationalism anyway. In the Central Plains, the Kingdom of God had managed to form a few units made up of Chinese, Now that the whole unit was in danger, the Europeans had chosen to abandon their comrades that weren't of the same race as them. One of them, who obviously had a commanding aura about him, hollered out, "Retreat! Back into Ulan town. We will defend ourselves there. Only then there might be hope." Under his lead, the 2,000-strong unit quickly went back into the town. The colony of mutant army ants seemed to have smelled the scent of humans and began to swarm towards Ulan town. The judges started firing wildly as they found positions. Amidst the dense firing, many of the mutant army ants were quickly killed, but their speed was simply too fast. After paying the price of numbers, they managed to pounce onto a particular judge, and their sharp mandibles quickly tore into him. "Arg! It hurts. It hurts." The soldier screamed out as a huge chunk of flesh were torn by the mutant army ants. With a slap, he managed to flatten one. H. However, when the ant was smashed, the innards splashed out like acid, corroding his right hand, causing him even more agony. No. Right after that, a dozen other ants had pounced on him and were already tearing into him, as he screamed out and struggled futilely. More ants swarmed his body, covering every inch as they bit him, and the unfortunate soldier soon stopped moving. By the time the mutant army ants moved on, there was only a bunch of bones left, without a single shred of flesh. Under the pressurizing march of the mutant army ants, many of the elites of the Kingdom of God were quickly reduced to bones, their screams ringing out throughout Ulan town. Should I save them? Yu Zhong eyed the abandoned elites of the Kingdom of God, feeling conflicted. He then charged over towards the colony. Seeing Yu Zhong approach them, a number of the mutant army ants began to crawl towards him. However, Yu Zhong had already swapped out his hurricane necklace and activated the ability, sending gusts of tornadoes out in all directions, blowing the ants away. The number of ants might be crazy, but their strength wasn't too high. Thus, it was easy for them to be blown away. By now, the gunshots in Ulan town was practically deafening. There was no stop to them, and all the judges within were putting their lives on the line. They didn't care about the expenditure of the bullets, and their guns continued to fire without stop. Hand grenades were utilized freely, blasting patches of the ants to oblivion. These soldiers were truly the elites of the Kingdom of God. If an ordinary person were to fight this seemingly unending swarm of ants, they might have lost all hope. However, these judges were still fighting on with a resolute will, and it was truly something to admire. Yu Zhong blew a large number of ants away, and this scene attracted the attention of the judges in Ulan town. Yu Zhong barked out loud, "I'm Yu Zhong. I know you guys are the judges from the Kingdom of God. I have an enmity with the Kingdom of God and thought they have abandoned you. I'm here to rescue you. Let me ask you this, if I were to save you guys, are you all willing to work for me?" Yu Zhong did not want to expend his strength for no reason, so he opened with this negotiation. "I'm willing. As long as you save this senior will definitely give my life to you." "Great. Yu Zhong, just based on your actions of charging here to save us, as long as you can cover this ass of mine, this senior will serve you for life." A number of the judges began to shout back. After all, they had sold themselves to the Kingdom of God purely to lead better lives. There was no true loyalty in that sense. Thus, they had no qualms switching sides to serve Yu Zhong. This was the problem with a lack of unity or bond. Such a situation would not have happened in the Mongolian Empire, Manchurian Empire, or even the Turkic Empire. They were all of one race and one mind. The nationalistic view of their respective groups served to bond the people together. Even if they were to be defeated, they wouldn't serve Yu Zhong so easily. Yu Zhong had captured many of the Mongolian elites, but almost none were willing to serve him. This was part of the advantages of being in a nationalistic group. The middle-aged man who had first led the troops shouted loudly, "I am Qin Hong-yi, Deputy Commander of the Kingdom of God's Mongolian Branch 2nd Battalion. Yu Zhong, as long as you save all of us, the entire unit here will serve you." "Good." Yu Zhong waved his hands and sent out his devil flame, as a flaming tornado took form in his hands. He then slapped out at the hands, and the powerful fire swept towards the colony and started to consume them. To these mutant army ants, the fire was their strongest bane. With a single sweep of Yu Zhong's devil flame tornado, huge patches of the colony started to burn. The crackling of the ants in the fire resounded throughout. Just this attack alone easily caused over 3,000 of the mutant ants to be cooked. After Yu Zhong had enhanced his devil flame to its second-order stage, it was truly much more fearsome. He could conjure up a devil flame tornado without expending much spirit. Because of this trump card, he dared to step forward to save the elites of the kingdom of God. Awesome. We're saved. Witnessing this, the judges quickly broke out in cheers. There were only 4 of them who had flame-based skills, and even then, there was no way to compare against Yu Zhong. They knew that even if the mutant ants feared fire, they could not rely on their own flame attacks to defeat the ants. Gather towards me. All of you. Yu Zhong looked everywhere and saw a patch of grass that had been cleared and quickly ordered. Chen Hongyi roared out loud as he swiftly made his way towards Yu Zhong. Everyone blitzed towards leader Yu Zhong's position. Everyone on me. Gunshots, explosions and all sorts of abilities were launched as the remaining 1,800 or so swiftly broke through and charged towards the field. Yu Zhong's hands lit up as a long devil flame defensive barrier was conjured around the field. The mutant army ants swarmed over and surrounded the place. After waiting a while, they lost their patience and launched an assault. The moment they went through the fire, their bodies started to burn as crackling sounds rang out, their bodies turning into ash. The remaining soldiers continued to watch from their positions in fear, uncertain if they could hold out. Should the mutant army ants breach the flames, they would become food for them. Although the devil flames did not seem to burn high, they burned strong, incinerating the tens of thousands of ants, without any sign of extinguishing. As the ants continued to launch themselves into the fire, the flames continued to consume them. After burning for 20 minutes, half the colony had been wiped out and the remaining ants turned around, swarming towards another location. Seeing this, the soldiers all heaved a sigh of relief. Many slumped to the ground, gasping for breath. Their backs were drenched in their cold sweat. The retreat of the army ants left behind a huge amount of survivor coins, 20 white boxes and a few blue crystals. Yu Zhong, whose countenance was slightly pale as well, went to collect all the drops and walked towards the field. Yu Zhong looked at them and declared solemnly, "I have already made good on my word. Are you guys willing to fight for me?" One bearded and burly man laughed savagely. "Ha! Yu Zhong, you're really stupid. You actually believed what we said? What a fool. I know you. You're the highly sought-after enemy of the kingdom of God. As long as we kill you, we will be received into the European quarters and lead a good life. You have just used up so much of your strength. As long as we all attack you, we can become revered. Everyone. We'll live like kings and enjoy ourselves." Chapter 629, Taking in the Defeated. The burly man was pretty insidious. Before he finished speaking, he had already retreated. He was extremely clear about Yu Zhong's strength and he wanted to incite the rest of the judges in killing Yu Zhong, whereas he didn't want to engage him personally. After all, no matter how strong Yu Zhong was against 1,800 experts, it was impossible for him to win. If you want to enjoy riches, you must be alive to enjoy. Yu Zhong activated his shadow steps and immediately made to grab the neck of that burly man, before pulling him out from the crowd. His right hand then slashed down at the arm of the burly man, covered with dark do chi and combined with his 12 times strength, he dismembered the burly man's arm. "Ah! My hand!" The burly man screamed out in agony. Yu Zhong then flung the offender forcefully to the ground like a broken toy, smashing him. The impact caused the insides of the warrior to jolt violently and he began retching blood while twitching on the ground. Seeing how vicious and decisive Yu Zhong was, the rest of the judges sucked in cold air and retreated involuntarily. Yu Zhong swept his gaze across the judges. "Who else still want to try and take my head?" One judge came out and spoke loudly, "I'm willing to work for you. However, you must ensure that I'm fed. As long as I have food, I'm willing to serve you. Those assholes from the kingdom of God do not treat us like people. If it wasn't for the fact that I needed to eat, this senior would have long fallen out with them." In this apocalypse, many people were willing to go sacrifice or bend their principles just for a meal. Women were willing to sell their bodies for a single bun, while men were willing to bow and serve others just to eat. The judges present were mostly Chinese and many had been recruited by the kingdom of God purely for the sake of survival. Their equipment were very ordinary ones, or those which had been disposed by the kingdom of God. Most of the heavier and more powerful weapons were in the hands of the Europeans and thus, these judges were usually treated as cannon fodder. Under such circumstances, it was natural that these judges were unhappy. However, because of their fear of the kingdom of God, they didn't dare to rebel and could only continue to serve obediently. Yu Zhong looked at the elite soldier who had pledged his services first and said appreciatively, "Good. What's your name?" The judge replied, "I'm Yu Wening." Yu Zhong chuckled, "All right, from now on you're a battalion commander of major rank." He had always treated the first one to submit to him well. This would thus ensure the ones behind to be more motivated to do the same. Yu Wening immediately got down on one knee in joy. "Many thanks, leader. Yu Wening is willing to die for leader. Zhang Wen is willing to serve leader. Lu Har is willing to serve leader." With a way out, many of the judges began to submit to Yu Zhong. Since the kingdom of God had abandoned them, they had nowhere else to go and could only choose to go with Yu Zhong. Over 1,300 of them chose to follow Yu Zhong, whereas the remaining 500 stood by in 5 groups and watched coldly. One burly man with a fierce face, eagle-like eyes and a hooked nose was silent for quite a while before saying, "Brother Yu Zhong, this time I Li, am grateful to you for saving us. I'll be sure to repay this in the future. I'll say my goodbyes for now. Brothers, let's go." Yu Zhong's eyes flashed dangerously. "Wait, Li, what did you promise earlier? Are you trying to go back on your word?" Li turned to stare at Yu Zhong, his own eyes flashing coldly. "Yu Zhong, we've gathered here amicably, let's leave here amicably. Don't force my hand. I know you're strong. However, I have over 100 brothers who are willing to go through hell with me." Li had over 100 of elites of the kingdom of God and he wanted to make use of this chance to start his own faction. After he finished speaking, the 100 judges stepped forward with their guns aimed at Yu Zhong and the atmosphere turned extremely heavy. Of those who had chosen to submit to Yu Zhong, many hesitated. Only Yu Wening and a dozen others raised their guns and pointed back at Li. Yu Wening was of a mind to rely on Yu Zhong, whereas the rest were still unprepared for such a critical situation. Yu Zhong then pointed to Li and spoke coldly, "Since this is the case, you can take your 100 brothers with you to hell. Yin Shuang wiped them out." "Yes, father." Following a bright, clear laughter, Yin Shuang shot towards Li like a tornado as a small fist blasted towards his head. Li was also a level 30 evolver and his danger perception was pretty high. The moment Yin Shuang moved, he was overwhelmed with hair-raising sense of danger and his hands had just moved slightly. However, Yin Shuang's snow-white fist had already arrived at his head, blasting it apart. Killing Li with a single attack, Yin Shuang continued to fly about, her fists being weapons of mass destruction. They continued to rain blows on Li's brothers, causing many of their heads to explode in a shower of blood and brain. No. After another 10 soldiers had their heads exploded, the rest of Li's men finally responded and they started to fire wildly in the skies to no avail. Yin Shuang's speed had already exceeded the sound barrier and the judges having gathered together looked just like a bunch of fat sheep. In just 20 seconds, Li's 100 brothers were all wiped out. Not a single one of them could withstand a blow from her. After she had easily disposed of those soldiers, Yin Shuang ran back to Yu Zhong with a wide and innocent smile, saying, Father, I've killed them all. Did I do well?" The rest of the judges watched in horror as this little girl in white with a sweet smile walked away from destruction and their skin crawled, as though they had just seen a demon. Yu Zhong grinned and ruffled her hair before giving her a lollipop. "Well done. My Yin Shuang is the smartest and the best. This is your reward." Yin Shuang grabbed the lollipop and leaped into his arms before pecking him on the cheeks. "Thank you, father. Father is the best." As he held her, he turned around to eye the rest of the 400 soldiers still standing on the fence. "What are your plans then? Submit to me or choose to die here." The Kingdom of God elite soldier whom the rest had gathered around decided not to hesitate anymore and kneeled in front of Yu Zhong. "Zhang Lu Bo is willing to serve leader. Zhao Yi is willing to serve leader. Ma Dong is willing to serve leader. Lu Xian is willing to serve leader." The rest of the little ring leaders did not dare to bargain further and immediately submitted. They did not want to become cold corpses. Yu Zhong asked, "Good. I want to know, why does the Kingdom of God want to attack Ulan Town?" The Kingdom of God had a motive behind every operation. If it wasn't for expansion, there must be some technologically advanced blueprint. "Leader, I do not know. I think the same goes for everybody here." Zhang Lu Bo hesitated before replying, The kingdom of God is cautious against us as we aren't of the same race as them. We only have to follow their orders and the end goal or motive is never made known to us. Yu Zhong's gaze fell upon Yu Wening. Feeling his gaze, Yu Wening immediately responded, "Leader, it's true. All the higher-ups in the kingdom of God are Europeans. Our Chinese, Japanese, African, Thai and other counterparts are only eligible to become heads of our own units. All the secrets are held in the hands of the Western people. They have never told us anything." The kingdom of God viewed all other races with contempt. They would delegate tasks that they didn't want to these people and would not tolerate their existence within the upper echelons. Even within the Westerners there were different tiers as well. The highest level was the Aryans while the lowest was the Jews. However, even then the Jews were of a higher standing than any other non-white race. Yu Zhong could not help but frown. "Leader, I know." Right at this time, a small voice resounded. Yu Wening cast a suspicious glance at that soldier as he reprimanded, "Yang Xiong, are you for real? Don't make some wild guess and mislead the leader." The handsome Yang Xiong flushed as he said, "Yesterday I slept with a white chick. She spoke some stuff in her excitement. Within the Ulan mountain range behind Ulan town, there's a hidden military facility. This time we were sent here to obtain the equipment inside there." Yu Zhong immediately clenched his fist. Indeed. They had also received the news then? The kingdom of God had already begun large-scale revitalizing works and could manufacture things like the Thunder Fighter. However, they had to face the whole world, thus they still required some of the legacies left behind from prior to the apocalypse. They already had a large amount of info with regards to major facilities as well as satellites. This was how they could monitor the entire Earth. Yu Zhong then asked, "To whom does the territory of Ulan town belong to?" Zhang Lubo laughed bitterly and shook his head, "Not too sure. Based on my conjecture, I think they should have been some border guards as well as some survivors." Yu Zhong then surveyed the area and spoke solemnly, "Yu Wening, Zhang Lubo, Zhao Yi, Luxian, Madong, go get some men to scout out the town." "Yes, leader." The five of them immediately organized small search teams and set off. Ulan town still had a number of survivors hiding earlier, but with the march of the tens of thousands of mutant army ants, everything had been consumed, leaving only bones behind. Seeing the bones, Yu Wening and the rest had horrid expressions. At the same time, they could not help but rejoice for the timely arrival of Yu Zhong. At most, they could have killed over 1,000 more, but they would definitely have died if not for him. Going back to Yu Zhong's side, Yu Wening had an unsightly expression, "Leader, it's bad. All the rations have in Ulan town had been consumed by the mutant army ants. There's not even a rat left. What do we do?" Zhang Lubo and the rest also looked at Yu Zhong anxiously. Each time the Kingdom of God sent a large convoy out, there would be food trucks that accompanied each mission. Since those trucks had been driven away by the other elites of the Kingdom of God and the entire ration supply of Ulan town had been wiped clean, these ex-Koji soldiers were getting worried. They had brought along dried biscuits and chocolates, but it wasn't much. Without enough nourishment, they would succumb to hunger and be unable to utilize more of their strength. Yu Zhong pointed to one room, "Don't worry about food. I'm prepared. The food over there is enough to last for 3 days." Zhang Lubo and the rest looked at the room suspiciously. They had searched the place once but there was nothing. However, since Yu Zhong said so, they could only send someone to go search. Yu Wening came out with an excited expression, "Rations. Plenty of them. Leader, you're truly something else." He had discovered over 3 tons of rice, which was enough to last them for 3 days. The eyes of the soldiers were also filled with a newfound respect. They knew that it had been Yu Zhong's doing. Being able to conjure up so much, it proved that Yu Zhong's strength was unfathomable and his ways mysterious. One sentry came rushing up to the group, warning, "Not good, leader. There seems to be a division making their way over here. Their aim seems to be the Ulan town as well." Yu Zhong frowned and walked over to the border. "What? Come with me. Make sure to maintain your cover. Don't let the enemy discover we're here." Coming to the side, Yu Zhong noticed a number of riders atop black stallions, kicking up clouds of dust as they galloped towards Ulan town. The Gold Wolf Riders. The Turkish forces. Yu Zhong could see the gold wolf emblem on the uniforms and his expression turned unsightly. Chapter 630, Ulan Mountain Range. What should I do? Yu Zhong pondered while clenching his fists tightly. There were over 1,700 soldiers that were above level 20. Their strength was formidable. However, in the earlier clash against the mutant army ant, many have spent their bullets and abilities. Without their bullets, they were just ordinary level 20 enhancers. Other than the lack of ammunition, many of the soldiers had taken part in the battle in Ulan town. After that, the clash with the mutant army ants had exhausted them. Furthermore, the most important thing was that they had just swore fealty to Yu Zhong and he had no confidence of fully controlling these men. He was worried that the moment the battle turned for the worse, they might lose their will and order will collapse. Yu Zhong then ordered, "Convey my order. Everyone is to hide and not to reveal your traces. Wait for further instructions." "Yes, leader." Yu Wening and the rest quickly hid themselves in Ulan town. The enhancement level of these soldiers weren't high, but they had undergone special training while under the kingdom of God. Covering their traces while hiding was one of the basic skills. Soon, Ulan town became a dead town without any movements. This is Ulan town. Within the Gold Wolf Riders, one particular male who looked about 27 or 28, with a huge beard and a towering frame, muttered as he looked coldly at Ulan town. Another Turkic general spoke with a feverish look, "General Abudadama. This is Ulan town. Once we have crossed it, we will have reached the Ulan mountain range. As long as we can gain that facility's supplies, our Gold Wolf Riders would become the strongest faction out here in the Central Plains." Abudadama was one of the strongest evolvers in the Turk Empire. He and Donger Moliai were two powerhouses under Wu'er Tuachuo. He had followed Wu'er Tuachuo throughout all his battles and conquests and had torn countless experts apart. For the mission to obtain the regiment's worth of equipment, Abudadama had brought along 2,000 elites of the Gold Wolf Riders. The possibilities on possessing an advanced battalion with sufficient supplies and firepower was endless. Yu Zhong had demonstrated this by making use of the Thunder Fighters he procured from Chimu town. In that battle, because of the 8 Thunder Fighters, they had managed to destroy the Blood Eagle Riders and Grey Wolf Riders. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been that easy for Yu Zhong to repel those forces. Abudadama's cold voice rang out, "N." This time, the Mongol Empire and Manchurian Empire had also obtained the same news. "We need to be the fastest, the first ones to obtain those supplies. Convey my order. No one is to remain in Ulan town for more than a second necessary. We have to make haste for Ulan town." One Turk general had an expression of concern. "General, isn't this too dangerous? What if there are people lying in wait for us in Ulan town?" Abudadama calmly replied, "Impossible. Those mutant army ants had just gone through this town. Those fearsome creatures would have already cleaned the entire area of living things. Even if there were people here, they would be a pile of bones by now." The mutant army ant colony was one of the most feared entities out here near the Ulan mountain range. Abudadama had come across them once, and other than himself and a few other agility-based evolvers, everyone else had been consumed entirely. Remembering the terror that those creatures posed, he couldn't help but feel a chill. The Turk general immediately chose to kiss ass. General is wise. Under Abudadama's lead, the 3,000 Gold Wolf Riders immediately kicked up a cloud of dust and charged through Ulan town, following the road towards the mountain range. When they had left, Yu Zhong emerged from a building. He had decided not to ambush them, because Abudadama would fulfill the role of being cannon fodder, testing the depths of Ulan mountain range. Yu Zhong then gave an order to Yu Wening, "Convey my orders. Everyone is to begin fortification works on Ulan town. As for food and other resources, I will arrange for supplies to be transported here." There were all sorts of mutant beasts and plants within the Ulan mountain range, and it was a good training ground. If those evolvers of above level 40 and above wanted to improve themselves, they could only head over to the mountain range to train. Upon controlling Ulan town in the future, Yu Zhong could use it to produce level 40 evolvers. Yes. Yu Wening and the rest immediately got to work the moment Yu Zhong passed his orders and began work in Ulan town. They had undergone basic structural works and practice under the kingdom of God as well, and many had tools on them. Adding on to the fact that they were enhancers, their strength being higher than ordinary people by more than 3 times, the works went easy. At the same time, Yao Yao began to lead an expedition to transport resources and supplies from Chimu town to Ulan town. Bai Shaoxing quickly brought 50 elites towards Ulan town and Yu Zhong handed the defense of the town to him, before he chased after the Gold Wolf riders by himself. Yu Zhong was not confident in leaving the town to Yu Wenying and the rest. Hence he got Bai Shaoxing and Yin Shuang to stay behind. With Yin Shuang, that fearsome girl demon, staying put in Ulan town, even if any of the soldiers from the Koji had any strange thoughts, they could only harbor it in their hearts. Bai Shaoxing and the 50 elites were thus also part of the control Yu Zhong had designated. These 1,700 ex-Koji soldiers were all trained and changed classes to soldiers. With enough ammunition and supplies, they were fearsome soldiers. They were not some motley bunch, and although there were only 1,700 of them, with enough logistics and supplies, they could take down over 5,000 elite Japanese soldiers of the Takamajihara. Not even 10,000 ordinary soldiers were a match for them. The moment they came under him, Yu Zhong finally possessed enough manpower to go against the other factions in the Central Plains. Since he wanted to power these 1,700 soldiers and didn't want to abandon the regiment's worth of supplies in the Ulan mountain range, he could only go after Abutadama by himself. Currently, Yu Zhong had already enhanced himself to be equivalent to an elite battalion. It can be said he was a one-man army himself. He had the might to contend against small factions. He did not have any black stallions, but with his swift shadow bike, he soon managed to catch up to the forces of Abutadama. The 3,000 Gold Wolf riders had been diligent and rushed all the way, choosing only to rest for the night at the foot of the mountain range. Abutadama had then brought them in after they were well rested. 3,000 people proceeded slowly in the forest with all of them on high alert. They had followed the road that was already carved out, not daring to step out of line. In this apocalyptic world, the forests and jungles were dangerous places. It is equal to city areas with dense populations. In the wilderness there were all sorts of terrifying mutant beasts. If one wasn't careful, even a peak-level evolver could possibly die at the hands of a mutant beast. The scent of these 3,000 people had obviously attracted some of the powerful hunters within the forest, and following some rustling sounds and movements, multiple pair of eyes with ferocious glints stared out at Abutadama and his men. Abutadama could sense the danger as a high-level expert, and he instantly felt a bad feeling. Not good. We have been targeted. Ah. At this time, from behind the troops, a scream resounded as a mutant wolf leapt out from the tall grass, pouncing onto one of the Gold Wolf riders, tearing into his throat. The scream was the last sound he made. At almost the same time, over 100 wolves that had been hiding in the grass leaped out, and they begun to attack the various warriors of the Gold Wolf riders, ripping their throats. Over 200 members of the Gold Wolf riders were taken out within that instant, and some were even injured from the swipes and slashes. Damn it. Abutadama was furious, and he shot through the mutant wolves with his speed of 26 times, waving his gold-colored curved blade as a number of sword beams slashed out at the mutant wolves. Many of them were easily slashed in two by him, their blood dyeing the ground red. Yu Zhong, who had activated his second-order stealth and was hiding in one corner watching, felt a chill in his heart. Agility-based evolver. He must be a peak level 1. Yu Zhong's own speed was 25 times that of a person, having exceeded a Type 2 lightning, and few evolvers could match up to him. The fact that Abutadama's speed could rival his and be even faster was proof that he definitely was an agility-based evolver that focused on the development of speed. Abutadama entered the fray, and together with a few other experts, they managed to quickly clear the mutant wolves' pack. However, they paid the price of over 300 people. Help. Help. Save me. Save me. Suddenly, screams of help erupted from the Gold Wolf riders. Chapter 631, Man-Eating Mutant Flower. Yu Zhong caught sight of countless mutant mountain leeches the size of 3 fingers, falling like rain, landing on the bodies of the Gold Wolf riders. They crawled all around the bodies of the Gold Wolf riders, who were screaming out and struggling, helpless as they were sucked dry of their body fluids before crumpling to the ground. The warriors of the Gold Wolf riders tried to slap the leeches away to no avail. Each time they slapped out, part of their flesh would be ripped off together with the leeches, their blood flowing profusely. It was a horrific sight. Another 100 or so of the warriors struggled frantically and were unfortunately sucked dry by these mutant leeches. Just as these mutant leeches managed to suck those Gold Wolf riders dry, They slithered towards the remaining gold wolf riders with insane speed, looking like little snakes. After their mutation, these mutant mountain leeches had undergone drastic changes, reaching powerful suction speed and movement. When they saw the emaciated corpses of their comrades, the gold wolf riders were terrified and began to back up as they hacked and slashed at the mutant leeches, slicing them in half. The life force of the mutant leeches were stubbornly strong. Even after being sliced in two, they still wouldn't die. Many had even managed to latch onto more gold wolf riders, their sharp teeth sinking into the bodies, and began to suck greedily. The warriors were getting frightened and many started to fire their weapons. These mutant leeches might be small, but their numbers were vast, and the whole swarm of them moved towards the warriors, looking like a sea. Help! Ah! From time to time, screams would ring out from the group of gold wolf riders, many of them becoming dried corpses. Abutadama looked at the densely packed mutant mountain leeches and roared out, "Guxianli! Eradicate these damned worms!" Abutadama's main strength was slaughtering on the battlefield. As for the clearing of such creeps, it would be like slapping flies. One particular beautiful woman stepped out, her nose high and sharp, her skin fair. Her eyes were bewitching and her figure voluptuous. She waved her hands and a terrifying flame was conjured out of thin air, burning the entire patch of worms. Those mutant worms were the most afraid of flames, and the moment they were burned, they shriveled up and died, emitting crackling sounds as they were burnt. In the Turkic Empire, where experts were numerous, Guxianli happened to be a top expert fighting with fire. She was a spirit-based evolver, a genius amongst genius. However, her combat strength was slightly inferior to both Dong'er Moliai and Abutadama. After eradicating the swarm of mutant leeches, the gold wolf riders continued their advance. However, their morale was low. After all, they had not yet engaged in any true battle or fights, but they had already lost over 400 people with 50 injured. It was about 1% of their strength, and they naturally could not muster any fighting spirit. Abutadama looked at them and opened his mouth to say, "This time, everyone had worked hard. Once we complete this mission, I will ask the Emperor to open the Red Inn and let everyone enjoy themselves for 10 days. What? The Red Inn? For real? That's great. This time I'll definitely do my best for the mission." Hearing the words of Abutadama, all the gold wolf riders became excited. The Red Inn was a sort of attraction place of the Turkic Empire, where many beauties of different races and descent were placed. They were all beauties in the world before the apocalypse, and each of them had the aura of top beauties. This place was only reserved for those who had obtained huge merits for the army and could enjoy the women inside. When the gold wolf riders heard that they were allowed to head to the Red Inn, everyone suddenly seemed to be excited. It was a sacred place where only generals were allowed. Now they could go and have a taste themselves. The soldiers of the gold wolf riders became excited and continued through the forests, easily defeating a group of mutant monkeys before reaching their destination. Surrounded by many trees, a huge barracks the size of hundreds of hectares appeared in front of them. Abutadama's eyes narrowed and he saw 2 rows of tanks sitting neatly within the camp, and his eyes immediately lit up in joy. "Tanks? We've struck gold." Out here in the Central Plains, a single tank possessed the strength to wipe out a faction of over 1,000 people. Abutadama could tell that there were about 8 tanks right outside, and there were definitely even more supplies within. "Charge! Everybody charge in!" Abutadama roared out as he waved his curved blade, charging into the camp. A regiment would not exceed 10,000 people. With Abutadama's current strength, even if there were 10,000 zombies inside, it wouldn't be an issue to kill them. The 2,000 over gold wolf riders immediately charged into the huge barracks. The moment the forces of Abutadama charged in, they realized there were no zombies anywhere. Within the huge barracks, there were thick vines growing and large vibrant flowers grew on them. Abutadama had sensed a strange atmosphere the moment he stepped into the barracks, and he was overwhelmed by a strong sense of danger, causing him to shout involuntarily, "Retreat! Retreat!" Under his orders, the 2,000 over gold wolf riders began to retreat out. Right at this moment, a long vine covered in fresh and pretty flowers shot out, and the huge flower seemed to bloom with life opened, revealing a deep dark hole that had no end and rows of sharp teeth. This huge flower clamped down on the head of a few gold wolf riders like a specter. With a powerful thug and a kacha sound, the heads of those gold wolf riders were torn from their bodies, their corpses slumping to the ground. The rest of the Gold Wolf riders began to slash the flowers with vigor. When suddenly, a few vines shot out from the ground, piercing some of the Gold Wolf riders, absorbing their innards greedily. In an instant, over 400 Gold Wolf riders had their heads torn off by those fearsome flowers, turning into fertilizer for the monstrous mutant plants. Fuck. Abutadama's blade slashed out in bright flashes, chopping the vines while sounds of metal hitting metal resounded. The Type 4 treasure that was his weapon had no means of cutting through those vines. Guxianli, burn these fucking plants. Abutadama tried to dodge the attacks of the vines as he roared out. Guxianli's eyes flashed coldly as she retreated and waved her hands about, a strong flame tornado firing out towards the vines. When the burning hot flames landed on the flowers, the vines instantly burnt and sounds of crackling were heard. The vines seemed to be able to tell that Guxianli possessed the means to threaten them. Hence, all the vines near the entrance let go off everyone else and made to claw towards Guxianli. Countless vines shot towards her, intending to slap her to death. Witnessing this, Guxianli immediately felt despair. Her ability was strong, but her personal combat skills were not as strong. The vines would be able to slap her into meat paste. Guxianli. Abutadama roared out and finally revealed his trump card. His face turned pale as two sharp fangs revealed themselves in his mouth. With a flash, he disappeared from his location and surpassed the speed of the mutant vines, instantly appearing beside Guxianli and grabbed her to disappear from the location. His trump card was the second-order vampire transformation. Turning into a vampire could push his speed to an insane limit, reaching 34 times that of a normal person. His transformation gave him a speed that was even few times faster than Yuzhong. The speed of those vines weren't slow and Abutadama was forced to evade as much as he could. In the end, he was still struck heavily by two of them, causing him to soar in the air for over 20 m, spitting blood. Abutadama didn't dare to stay a second longer within the area of the vines and quickly appeared outside of the barracks in a few breaths. The remaining 1,000 warriors of the Gold Wolf Riders also ran out pathetically. However, just as they managed to escape, countless bullets rained down upon them, ripping into their bodies. 2,000 Manchurian forces had teamed up with the Mongolians as they established some form of formation, hiding behind cover as they fired bullets wildly at the Gold Wolf Riders. Ao Do stood with the Manchurian forces and called out coldly, "Abutadama, I'm very thankful that you guys have fulfilled your roles as cannon fodder so perfectly. You've actually helped us discover the secret of this base. Now that you're useless, you may die." The Turkic Empire had always been vicious and ruthless, killing many Manchurians as well as their elites. That was why Ao Do was full of hatred for Abutadama as well. Abutadama saw the numerous Gold Wolf Riders under him in their own pools of blood and roared, "Ao Do, you fucking animal. You actually are in cahoots with the Mongols. You'll die a horrible death. Today's matter, I'll definitely not forget this. You'd all better remember this." Chapter 632, Trap. Ao Do laughed cruelly, "Humph. This time next year will be your death anniversary. Abutadama, when you're dead, I'll help you take care of Guxianli. I will get all my subordinates to help take good care of her." Under that barrage of bullets, a large number of Gold Wolf Riders were riddled with bullets, and the remaining survivors quickly retreated back toward the barracks. A number of snake-like vines wormed their way towards the soldiers, and the mutant man-eating flowers bloomed and devoured the retreating soldiers. No. No. One particular vine snaked around the legs of an unfortunate soldier and dragged him towards the flower to be consumed. The Gold Wolf Rider turned to fire at them, flowers and vines, firing madly. He managed to blast the petals and mouth of the flower, when suddenly, a huge sharp tendril shot out from within, piercing his throat. After killing that Gold Wolf Rider, other tendrils shot out and pierced his body, as they started to absorb his bodily fluids. "Go to hell. Go to hell." Another soldier that had rushed into the camp began to fire wildly at the mutant flowers, to no avail. A mutant flower suddenly dropped down from the skies, enveloping the head of one Gold Wolf Rider, and with a "kacha" sound, his head was instantly bitten off. As the screams rang out, many of the Gold Wolf Riders were being killed off, their bodies devoured entirely. "Die. Die." One blade-wielding Saint Wolf rider finally snapped, and he began to lash out, slicing out madly. Under his enraged attacks, nothing could not be destroyed. After slicing through about 10 thick vines, over 100 vines suddenly burst forth like cannons from all directions and pierced towards him. The moment the vines attacked, they turned the Saint Wolf rider into a sieve. Although he could easily slash through some of the vines, with an assault like this, it was impossible for him to evade. Another Saint Wolf rider utilized his ice manipulation skills and blasted out with his fists. A strong freezing energy enveloped one of the vines. At the next instant, with a loud kacha, the ice broke apart and the mutant man-eating flower opened its huge mouth to swallow the head of the Saint Wolf rider. The entire barracks was like a scene out of hell, with numerous man-eating flowers gobbling up gold wolf riders everywhere, and even the Saint Wolf riders could not hold out any longer under the countless tendrils and vines. Abutadama carried Guxianli and retreated all the way into the midst of the barracks, and felt his stamina dropping like crazy. He could only roar out, "Charge out! Charge out and have it out with them. There's only hope if we do that. Saint Wolf riders on me." The gold wolf riders in the barracks all had bloodshot eyes, their expressions like cornered beasts, and with a resounding unified roar they all charged out. They had been pushed to desperation, and remaining in the barracks would just spell death. As they charged out, bullets met them. The remaining 120 Saint Wolf riders braved the rain of bullet, charging forth towards the Manchu and Mongol allied forces. Since they were already desperate, there was nothing to do except charge headlong. These Saint Wolf riders were all wearing Type 2 mutant beast hide and some other armor made out of high-level mutant beast hide. They could withstand ordinary bullets. The dense barrage of bullets only managed to kill 20 of the Saint Wolf riders, their bodies slumping to the ground. The remaining Saint Wolf riders managed to reach the allied forces and began to unleash a massacre on them. These were all enhanced above level 20, and easily slaughtered 30 soldiers of the allied forces. "Kill?" Aodo waved his hands and ordered coldly. The White Armor Army's leader, Ming Shu Wu, who wielded a large curved blade of over 2 m, led 100 members of the White Armor Army and charged right for the Saint Wolf riders. Ming Shu Wu was an agility-based evolver and had over 18 times speed of a normal person. Each time he slashed out at his maximum speed, his strikes would exceed the sound barrier. As he met the Saint Wolf riders, many of them were instantly sliced in half. He was like a gust of wind, and each time he flashed past, there would be a spray of blood and a body that was split in half. It seemed that no one could withstand a single hit from him. On the Mongol side, there was also a peak-level expert by the name of Han, who led his own forces to attack the Saint Wolf riders. The man called Han was a 2 m tall warrior who wielded a huge hammer of over 600 kilograms. In his hands it was like a needle and he waved it about easily, smashing his enemies into pulp. Aodo and the general of the Mongol army, Zhili Mu, just eyed Abutadama coldly. As long as he moved, they would join hands to attack him. As a peak-level evolver, Abutadama was a threat and his strength was higher than most of the fighters on the field. The moment he escaped, the Manchuria and Mongol empires would have another strong enemy to deal with. Aodo and Zhili Mu would definitely not let him get away. Although they didn't yet move, their fixed gaze was like a strong pressure on Abutadama. He was extremely clear that these two were just waiting for a good opportunity to make him stay once and for all. Zhili Mu eyed Abutadama and called out, "Abutadama, I actually do admire you and your talents. If you surrender to me right now and swear loyalty to our Mongol Empire, I can let you and Guxianli off. Otherwise today will be the day you die. You guys are still young, it would be such a waste to die here. There are countless things in this world still meant to be enjoyed." Beside Aodo, a crafty-looking man by the name of Nyodong laughed out lewdly, "That's right. Abutadama, even if you don't care about yourself, you should think of Guxianli in your arms, right? If you were to die here and she lands up in our hands, all our brothers here will really take care of her, you know? I wonder how long she will be able to last?" Nyodong was a lustful and low man, his mouth extremely sharp and poisonous. He was also utilized by Aodo to either convince enemies, or to curse at them. Abutadama could not help but tremble slightly. If it was just him alone, he would definitely not think of surrendering. With his agility and power, even if he couldn't fight them, he could definitely outrun them. However, with Guxianli in his arms, it was harder. Aodo and Zhili Mu were both experts on par with Abutadama. Other than them there was the White Armor Army and the Cheshire Army to consider. If he was surrounded, it would be impossible for him to break out. Guxianli raised her head to look at Abudadama and pleaded, "Dama, I don't want to die. Let's live on together." Some people would choose to end their lives themselves at the face of death, yet more would want to live. Even if it was at the cost of their pride and dignity, they would still want to live. Guxianli's words broke Abudadama's final line of his psychological barrier. He really loved this woman, whose figure, behavior and sultriness in bed thoroughly mesmerized him. He gritted his teeth and made the decision, "Fine. Eodo Jilimu. I can take my men to surrender. However, you have to promise the safety of my troops and immediately cease all attacks. Stop all attacks." With a single command, the Allied forces stopped attacking the Gold Wolf Riders. The remaining 300 Gold Wolf Riders panted, looking at their fellow comrades who lay dead all around them. Many of them weren't willing to die. One Saint Wolf Rider charged at Abudadama with a savage look. "Abudadama, how could you betray us? You fucking traitor. I'll kill you. We'll kill you. Kill this traitor dog." There were many loyal Turks amongst the Gold Wolf Riders, and they were of one mind for the revival of the Turk Empire. Witnessing Abudadama's betrayal, they could not help but launch their attacks. Seeking death. Abudadama carried Guxianli and his eyes flashed coldly. In a flash, he charged into the midst of the Saint Wolf Riders, slashing at the loyal Saint Wolf Riders and killing them. After killing dozens of experts instantly, Abudadama kneeled in front of Jilimu on a single knee and proclaimed, "Abudadama is willing to serve the Mongol Empire." The enmity between the Gold Wolf Riders and Manchuria was extremely deep. Furthermore, since the largest faction was the Mongol Empire out here in the Central Plains, it was natural that Abudadama chose to serve the Mongol Empire compared to Manchuria. Good. 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 Jilimu's face had a smile, before it suddenly twisted into a savage grin, and he activated his own killing move, Second Order Explosive Fist. His right fist suddenly swung towards Abudadama's head with a terrifying speed as well as raging flames. Since Abudadama was a peak evolver, the moment Jilimu moved, he had already felt a premonition and he twisted to evade the blow. Unfortunately, Abudadama had kneeled on one knee, and although his speed was almost unparalleled, it was still slightly slow. The blow from Jilimu managed to strike his right shoulder. An explosive strength burst out, blasting the Abudadama's shoulder together with the Type 3 mutant beast hide into pieces. The flames burned his face, resulting in an ugly charred look. He could not open his eyes as well. He gritted his teeth and bore with the pain, retreating backwards like a squid. He knew it was a critical moment and he might die if he wasn't careful. Abudadama retreated with his eyes squinted, and a sharp blade whistled through the air, threatening to split him at the waist. Facing that impending blow, Abudadama was somehow still able to twist his body and dodge that powerful killing move. "You can die without regrets." Following an icy tone, Aodo immediately stabbed down with a silver-curved blade, piercing Abudadama's heart. With another bright flash, his large blade then split his body in two. "Kill them all." After taking care of Abudadama, Aodo ordered coldly. The Allied forces then raised their guns immediately and fired wildly at the Gold Wolf Riders, who were caught off guard and died. In an instant, the powerful Xia troops and White Armor Army charged at the Gold Wolf Riders, targeting the stronger Saint Wolf Riders. Aodo's gaze was cold as he walked towards Guxianli. Guxianli kneeled on the ground, her face full of fear as she pleaded, "Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I'm willing to do anything for you. You can get me to do anything. Please don't kill me." Aodo looked at her with contempt. For such a woman, Abudadama actually died. What a fool. Jilimu laughed. "He's truly stupid. With his standing he could get any women he wanted. He actually lost his life for this bitch. What a waste. If it wasn't for his stupidity, it would have been harder to kill him. Although she's a stupid bitch, she actually did manage to help us with this, even though it was unintentional. Let's spare her. She still has some use." Aodo looked at her and said, "Fine. Guxianli, we won't kill you. Get up." Guxianli stood up, twisting her snake-like waist as she smiled seductively at Aodo. "Yes, Sir Aodo." She had relied on her attractive charms to thoroughly capture Abudadama's heart, keeping him deep in her pockets. The Allied forces thus wiped out the rest of the Gold Wolf riders with ease, and there were corpses everywhere, with blood and organs splattered all around. A number of vines shot out from the barracks, piercing the corpses, sucking them dry. Chapter 633, Trance. Aodo looked at the tendrils and vines stretching out all over the ground within the barracks and frowned. Those mutant plants are truly something else. Any suggestions? Jilimu thought deeply before replying. Bullets. Weapons are ineffective. Fire, they seem to be afraid of fire. We can get those with fire-based abilities to deal with them. Aodo countered. That may be true, but they are too numerous. Even if all the flame users were to expend all their energy, it's impossible to burn the entire thing. Jilimu laughed out confidently. No need to worry. I've observed for a while. They might look like countless vines, in fact they're all from a single source. As long as we can take down the main trunk of the mutant plant, all the vines will die out. Jimu Li didn't only possess strength, he had high intelligence and was always observing the battlefield, quickly discerning the crux of the problem. Aodo spoke solemnly. To deal with those vines, ordinary soldiers aren't going to be of help. We need to form a proper task force and eliminate the vines before slowly making our way in and destroying the main trunk. Jilimu nodded slightly. If ordinary soldiers were to step up to fight against those vines, they would just die. Jilimu didn't want to squander their lives just like that. Aodo turned to glance at Guxianli coldly. Guxianli, you're coming with us. Guxianli replied warmly, yes. Soon, a force of over 200 white armor soldiers and Xia troops were gathered, and led by Aodo and Jilimu, they entered the barracks. The moment this troop of over 200 elites entered the barracks, countless vines and tendrils shot towards them. This time Aodo and the rest were prepared, as they got into a formation that supported and protected one another. With Aodo and another 3 powerful blade experts as the vanguard, they slashed through the incoming vines, constantly making their way deeper into the army camp. The vines were being chopped up by Aodo and the rest, as they forcefully carved a bloody path towards the center. Yu Zhong had activated his second order and was following behind Aodo. After cutting through countless vines, Aodo finally managed to arrive at the deep parts of the camp. The troops immediately saw a huge tree that stood tall, reaching the clouds, with a trunk so thick that not even 20 people could wrap their arms around it. Numerous vines as thick as water buckets hung from the branches, as a number of man-eating mutant flowers bloomed all over the vines. A strong flowery fragrance was in the air as well. As they arrived in front of this strange giant tree, all of the people had shock in their eyes when they saw it. Not even Yu Zhong was unaffected. On top of the tree, there was a strange woman with absolutely stunning looks that wore countless leaves woven together as a top. Her legs were uncovered, and her hair was a thick lush green color. Her eyes were clear, and her figure was extremely sexy and attractive. She looked down at the soldiers quietly. Seeing such a beauty sitting atop the mutant plant that consumed humans, this caused everyone to feel a sense of shock and mystery. The green-haired woman continued to eye all of them, her eyes sweeping across them, before landing on Yu Zhong, who was hiding in a corner while in stealth. I was discovered. Yu Zhong saw that he was found out immediately by the bewitching beauty and felt his hair stand. Female tree spirit, a high-intelligence biological entity among the mutant plants. Yu Zhong looked at the green-haired beauty as a notification resounded in his mind. As the beauty continued to survey the troops below, the vines on the tree did not attack them. Aodo did not really react much to the beautiful tree spirit, instead ordering loudly, Guxianli, set fire to the tree. Hurry. Yes. Guxianli gritted her teeth, and activated her flame manipulation. A powerful fiery tornado conjured out of thin air and shot towards the trunk of the tree. With Aodo in the center, 7 other enhancers with flame manipulation skills began to fire at the huge tree trunk. As the flame skills blasted the huge tree, it began to catch fire and burn. The seemingly immobile vines immediately shot towards the people below. Aodo and the rest began to exhibit their skills and abilities, chopping the various tendrils and vines. The green-haired beauty had a cold look flash past her eyes, and she leaped up, emitting a sharp howl towards the skies. Immediately after that call, numerous round fruits of about 1.45 m dropped down from the tree, landing on the ground. When they landed, they split apart to reveal strange creatures within with yellow hair, ugly looks, green skin, thick and coarse legs as well as sharp claws. Level 30 Strange Beast, Low-Level Treant. Extremely agile, its sharp claws can tear an armored vehicle apart. When they appeared, they immediately charged right at Ao Do and the rest. A number actually routed around them and aimed for the allied forces outside. With a flash of his silver curved blade, Ao Do managed to kill another 3 low-level Treants as he shouted out, "Set fire! Set fire and burn that damn tree!" Guxianli and the rest of the enhancers quickly channeled their abilities, and sent as much as flames as they could towards the huge towering tree. Under the burning, the huge mutant tree seemed to be writhing in agony, thrashing about as countless fruits rained down on the ground. As the fruits landed, more Treants jumped out and immediately launched an assault on the soldiers. They were incredibly ferocious and their combat strength high. As they surrounded the warriors, some of the evolvers began to suffer serious injuries. One particular enhancer managed to kill one of the low-level Treants, but immediately 7 pounced on him. Beside him there were 2 other experts. One used his blade to kill a Treant, while the other swung his hammer to send another flying. However, the rest of the 5 managed to latch onto the unfortunate warrior, and tore into his head with their sharp claws, twisting and slicing his head off. The remaining Treants then leapt to the sides, jumping onto the dead warrior's comrades, and did the same to them, sticking their claws into the necks and decapitating the warriors. These low-level Treants continued to attack Ao Do and the rest. There were a few that swarmed towards Yuzhong, together with a few thick vines. Yuzhong looked at these low-level Treants and a strong killing intent burst out of him. He whisked out his level 5 black-tooth blade, and sent out a few blade beams at the tree vines. With the sharpness of the black-tooth blade, the vines and Treants were all chopped in two. Yuzhong. This action immediately shocked Ao Do, as he turned around to ascertain that the man wielding the black-tooth blade was really the greatest enemy of their Manchuria Empire. Ao Do looked at Yuzhong, a chill creeping in his heart. He had always been following behind us and we actually did not discover anything. He's too frightening. Ao Do's danger perception was extremely acute, and he actually did not discover someone following them from behind. This caused some fear to take root. Right now, the low-level Treants dropping from the huge mutant plant was growing in numbers, reaching over 1,000. At the same time, there were others converging on their location from all directions. It seemed that it was an impossible battle. Ao Do was being bogged down by those Treants, and had no way of attacking Yuzhong. He immediately changed his way of thinking and his voice rang out, "Leader Yuzhong, why don't we work together to eradicate these evil things? Our enmity can be left to when we leave this place, how about that?" These low-level Treants were currently the headache for both sides. If Ao Do and the rest did not take down the tree they would all die. Upon weighing the pros and cons, he made the decision to forget about their enmity and focus their strength on taking down the huge mutant tree. Yuzhong also barely paused for a moment and came to a decision. "All right. I'll help you guys out." Yuzhong pulled out his electromagnetic gun, and fired at the trunk of the huge tree. A terrifying burst of light exploded on the tree trunk, directly piercing it, forming a hole the size of an adult fist. The wound immediately began to ooze with green sap, as though it was injured heavily, just like a person. Yuzhong's eyes flashed coldly as he waved his blade to chop the vines away, instantly killing many of the low-level Treants. His right hand continued to fire, as many burst shots from the electromagnetic gun continued to fire holes into the tree trunk. As more holes appeared in the tree trunk began to bleed more furiously, trembling uncontrollably. More Treants continued to drop from the tree. As the beautiful female tree spirit looked on, its face flashed with anxiety, and it suddenly emitted a loud shriek towards the skies. Hong! Suddenly from the roof of the tree, 6 huge round fruits about 8 m each dropped down. These fruits split apart, revealing 6 powerful-looking Treants, of about 8 m and bark covering everywhere. Level 80 Strange Beast, high-level Treant, possessing incredible defense and combat strength. The 6 Treants immediately charged forth at Ao Do and the rest like tanks. Although these 8 m tall Treants were huge, their movement was incredibly agile, and they burst forth with 18 times speed of a normal person. They charged right through the troops and immediately began to massacre the soldiers. The various abilities of air, wind, ice and flames all continued to blast at these high-level Treants, causing their bark to chip and fly away. However, a single fist of these Treants could instantly flatten the soldiers into meat paste. Go to hell. 4 enhancers with large blades immediately charged forth at one of the high-level Treants without fear, slashing at its legs. They were all strength-based enhancers, and after activating their ability, they had dozen times strength. With each slash they could easily slash apart an armored vehicle. The 4 large blades only managed to slice into 1 centimeter of the bark of the Treant, and could not penetrate further. The high-level Treant coldly slapped down with its hands, and instantly pulverized the 4 enhancers into meat paste. The attacks of these enhancers had no way of breaking past the defense of the Treants. As long as they charged forwards to attack, they would almost instantly be slapped dead. The 6 powerful Treants managed to breach the formation of Ao Do's troops, and many of them were forced to flee in different directions, before being surrounded and ripped apart by the low-level Treants. The flame users were the targets of those 6 high-level Treants, and the moment they charged through the troops, they made a beeline for the flame users. No. Despair was written all over Guxianli's face, but before she could do anything, a huge palm came down from the sky and flattened her into a meat paste. The rest of the flame users were also quickly killed by these high-level Treants. Damn it. Damn it. Damn beasts. By now Ao Do's eyes were bloodshot and he had charged in front of a high-level Treant like an enraged bull, slashing out furiously. His silver-curved blade unleashed a few more blade beams onto the thick legs of the Treant. The silver blade beam managed to leave a deep 1 scar on the legs of the Treant, but it didn't seem to affect the Treant, which shot out a palm to slap towards Ao Do. A bright shield suddenly appeared in front of Ao Do, defending him. The huge palm slapped onto the bright shield, which trembled a little before it crumbled and disintegrated under the absolute strength. Ao Do then borrowed that moment of reprieve to retreat backwards rapidly. Right at this time, 10 low-level Treants pounced towards Ao Do. As long as he was subdued by them, the high-level Treant could easily flatten him into meat paste. Mad Bull Charge. At this critical moment, Ao Do roared out in rage and activated his skill, his entire person seemingly charging towards the distance in fury. 2 low-level Treants were instantly sent flying from his charge. However, they managed to tear apart his clothes with their claws, revealing the Type 3 mutant beast hide within his clothes. Ao Do charged out for 30 before he pulled out his silver-curved blade and fired a few more blade beams to escape out. The high-level Treant that had been slashed by Ao Do quickly grew a new layer of bark over its wounds, and within 20 seconds, it had recovered fully. Chapter 634, Tree Spirit by Lu. The 6 Treants all had monstrous strength, formidable defense, as well as perverse recovery. They were even more fearsome than L4s. The experts of the White Armor Army and Cassia troops could only flee and evade. Right now, the entire military base was crawling with those low-level Treants, and the warriors of the Allied forces had to deal with the random assaults from them. Every step they took was fraught with danger. They were surrounded on all sides, and would be slapped to minced paste the moment they got caught by the high-level Treants. Yu Zhong wielded his electromagnetic gun and continued to fire at the tree trunk without stop. Each blast caused more holes, with sap oozing out without stop. Yu Zhong's marksmanship was extremely accurate, and he continued to fire up the tree trunk in a single line, causing a huge tear in the mutant plant. If he continued this way, he would definitely be able to cause the tree to be split. Currently, he had activated shadow steps and bone-encompassing armor. The layer of bone carapace covering him would constantly sliced out with 10 sharp bone blades, twisting and slashing the vines and low-level Treants trying to surround him. Since Yu Zhong and White Bones were linked mentally when he activated bone-encompassing armor, he could also hand the control of the armor to White Bones, allow it to battle automatically. It was truly overpowered. It was precisely due to this skill and utilization of it that allowed him to fully focus on damaging the mutant plant while under the attacks of the Treants and vines. Outside the camp, there could be loud and rapid gunshots heard. It was obvious that the Allied forces outside were facing off against the Treants. It seemed that there were a large number of humans being torn apart by the tree ants and vines every second, as both battlefields became even more intense. Feeling the threat of Yu Zhong, two of the high-level tree ants came charging towards Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong felt a chill in his heart when he saw them coming towards him, and he disappeared from his location. He started to weave in and out of the swarm of low-level tree ants, all the while firing at the gigantic mutant plant. He activated his shadow steps, pushing his speed to 30 times that of a normal person, and as the tree ants were only 18 times as fast as a person, while they might be terrifying to most ordinary soldiers, they could not compare with Yu Zhong. Those low-level tree ants that tried to surround him were instantly sliced apart by the bone blades emerging from him. Even if they were fortunate enough to hit Yu Zhong, they could only cause small white scars on the bone carapace. A number of blood-filled corpses were sent flying through the skies, while Yu Zhong weaved in and out of those. Strong. Aodo looked at how easily Yu Zhong was handling himself and his face fell. Aodo was also a peak-level evolver, but against the multitude of attacks from these low-level tree ants, he had to exert all his might. Even then he felt at a disadvantage. His body was ridden with wounds and scars, and if it weren't for the protective Type 3 mutant beast covering, he would have been split apart countless times. Kacha. The electromagnetic gun fired out over 100 beams, and finally the extremely valuable Type 3 nuclei within it shattered after dimming, turning into dust. Yu Zhong swiftly switched out another Type 3 nuclei. Each of these were extremely precious, but under the current circumstances he could not afford to care. He swiftly resumed his firing and soon expended the second Type 3 nuclei. By now the huge mutant plant had lost most of its vitality. Many of the vines had crumpled to the ground, and the numerous mutant man-eating flowers had wilted and dropped to the ground. The green-haired tree spirit who was atop the tree had a huge change in expression as she caressed the tree, her eyes full of tears as she seemed to speak to the mutant tree in some strange language. It's time. Yu Zhong looked as the countless vines drooped, his eyes flashing, and he charged towards the trunk. A number of the low-level tree ants roared out and tried to block in front of him, but were quickly sliced apart due to his strength. It was as though the four high-level tree ants could detect Yu Zhong's intentions, as they quickly let go off their current targets, and made their way towards him swiftly. Yu Zhong appeared right in front of the tree trunk in the blink of an eye, the bone spike beneath his feet shooting out. It supported his climbing up the trunk as he made for the green-haired tree spirit. He already had the young mermaid Queen Hai Lan, and the young zombie girl Yin Shuang. He knew that these strange biological entities of the apocalyptic world were powerful and had high intelligence. If he could control them, he could utilize them well in future battles. The green-haired tree spirit looked at Yu Zhong, a strange rune shooting out from between her brows with bright green radiance, and Yu Zhong raised his right hand to deflect it. So you still have some moves left. Yu Zhong's eyes flashed, and he activated his gravity manipulation. A twofold gravity suddenly enveloped the tree spirit, her body trembling slightly and the green radiance dimmed. Yu Zhong then sent out a fist with a speed that broke the sound barrier, together with his dark Do Chi, and his might caused the green radiance to be shattered. He then grabbed the woman's neck, and a strange and smooth sensation traveled up his fingertips. Yu Zhong eyed the tree spirit, his voice icy cold. Do you understand my words? There was a look of fear on her face, her lips did not move, but a mental message appeared in Yu Zhong's mind. Of course I understand. Human, don't kill me. I don't want to die. Yu Zhong looked at her, his heart full of joy, but he maintained his mask of indifference and threatened, I won't kill you. But from today onwards, you must listen to my every command. She immediately replied, all right. Yu Zhong pointed to the countless tree ants below. Can you control them? She replied, yes. As long as they're from the mother tree, all tree ants, tree spirits are under my command. This time I've gained a treasure. Yu Zhong's eyes flashed with excitement. The number of tree ants below was staggering, reaching over thousands, and were all strange beasts of over level 30. The 6 high-level tree ants were even more terrifying, and the white armor army and Xia troops could not do anything to them. This was a mighty force, and the moment it came under Yu Zhong's control, his military might gained another boost. The green-haired tree spirit eyed Yu Zhong and asked, do you want me to order them to stop? Yu Zhong looked at the elites of the white armor army and Xia troops struggling, and ordered coldly, there's no need. Order your subordinates to wipe them out. These white armor and Cassia warriors were all irritating enhancers to deal with. If he allowed them to live, in the future, there will be countless warriors that might fall at their hands. Since there was a chance now, Yu Zhong would rather eradicate them. The tree spirit eyed Yu Zhong with a look of understanding, saying, "Yes." Yu Zhong eyed the dying troops below and spoke, "You mentioned the mother tree, is it this mutant plant?" The tree spirit's eyes dimmed as she looked at it, before looking at Yu Zhong, tears flowing down her cheek. "Yes. It had already been killed by you." Hearing her cry, Yu Zhong felt ashamed. When he had treated it as an enemy initially, he had not held back and was focused on destroying it. If it wasn't for the fact that he had destroyed its life essence, it would not have been easy for him to capture this beautiful tree spirit in front of him. With the death of the mother tree, the vines had withered. That was how Yu Zhong could get close to the mother tree and the tree spirit. If it wasn't dead, with the protection of the countless vines, Yu Zhong would never have been able to take a step close. Yu Zhong was slightly embarrassed and asked, "Can the mother tree recover?" The beautiful tree spirit hesitated before replying, "It can. As long as its core is undamaged, it can grow again. However, it requires a large amount of nourishment and blood to swiftly grow. It also requires flesh and blood to produce those tree ants." Yu Zhong pointed at those 6 high-level tree ants and asked, "What are the conditions in producing those tree ants?" The might of the 6 tree ants was terrifying, and they were like 6 humanoid tanks. If 100 of them could be produced, then against zombies, humans, or any mutant beasts, it would be an overpowered trump card. The beautiful tree spirit said, "The production of those high-level tree ants is extremely difficult. The mother tree would require to swallow a large amount of blood essence as well as special materials and infected bodies. It would be even tougher to produce anything larger or more powerful. It would require at least a month's time as well as enough blood essence, special materials and nuclei. My mother tree had never produced a tree ant general before, otherwise you guys wouldn't be able to defeat me. Strong. This time I truly obtained a treasure." When Yu Zhong heard it, he looked at this beautiful tree spirit and smiled. "From now on you're my subordinate. Do you have a name?" "Nope." Yu Zhong chuckled, "Then you're called Bai Lu from now on." Bai Lu nodded slightly, "And I'm called Bai Lu." Chapter 635, Heart. Yu Zhong eyed Ao Do below and pointed at him while giving Bai Lu a command, "Get 4 of the high-level tree ants to surround that one and kill him." Ao Do was truly a peak evolver, having survived countless attacks even when surrounded by those low-level tree ants. He was still slashing out at them while dodging the attacks of the single high-level tree ant. The silver curved blade in his hands slashed out with multiple blade beams, slicing up the little tree ants. It was a spectacular sight. The Allied forces had another peak-level expert outside, Zhili Mu, who had been beaten badly by the 3 large tree ants outside. He had then utilized some strange skill to disappear from his location. Bai Lu replied softly, "N," before pointing at Ao Do. At that moment, 4 of the large tree ants threw aside their targets and made for Ao Do in a mad dash. Ao Do was not stupid. The moment he saw Bai Lu standing with Yu Zhong, he felt a bad premonition arise in his heart and he shouted, "Leader Yu Zhong, let us leave here alive. As long as you do, from now on, our Manchu Empire will be your Great Han Alliance's friend." The corners of Yu Zhong's mouth twitched in a cold smile. This Ao Do looked like a valiant warrior, but he was in fact pretty crafty. Ao Do had lured Abudadama into surrendering, then went back on his word and executed him just because there was no certainty of his loyalty. This had already showcased his viciousness and craftiness. Yu Zhong would definitely not let this tiger back into its mountain. Yu Zhong looked at the countless warriors being torn apart and replied coldly, "Ao Do, there's no need for more bullshit. Today will be the day you die. At least you won't be alone down in the Yellow Springs. Your subordinates will follow you." Ao Do continued to slash at 8 low-level tree ants and shouted back, "Yu Zhong, those who aren't of our race will be treated as such. You have colluded with these strange beings, you will definitely not have a good ending." Yu Zhong laughed coldly and pulled out his electromagnetic gun and aimed, "The one who will not have a good ending is you." Ao Do immediately felt a surge of danger in his heart. He had seen for himself the might of the electromagnetic gun. A single shot could cause him to explode. With his attention on Yu Zhong, he lost concentration for a moment, was slashed on the face by a low-level treant, a huge chunk of meat torn from his face. The 4 high-level treants quickly surrounded him. Damn it. Yu Zhong, I'll let you witness my true strength. As long as I escape from here, you and I will forever be enemies. Berserker transformation. With a loud roar, a powerful blood-colored Do Chi surrounded Ao Do, as his muscles became taut, and his veins threatened to pop. His eyes became bloodshot, and his entire being emitted a violent and oppressive aura. He had activated his strongest skill, second-order Berserker transformation. Ao Do was, after all, a peak expert. His natural awakened ability was the second-order Berserker transformation. Furthermore, he cultivated in the battle blood Do Chi ability. The moment he activated his Berserker transformation together with his battle blood Do Chi, his entire being would go through a scary change. Even a Type 2 mutant beast would explode from a single fist of his. However, while the might of the skill was strong, its backlash was equally terrifying. Ao Do's endurance was not strong enough to withstand the backlash from the simultaneous usage of both skills. After the skills ended, he would always suffer from the pain, and he could not recover from the injuries for at least half a year. Upon activating both the Berserker transformation and battle blood Do Chi, he instantly soared to possessing a 27 times speed, and made his way for the exit. The silver-curved blade in his arms slashed out constantly, and the low-level treants around him were sliced to pieces before even getting close to him. The moment he reached his peak combat ability, the low-level treants could not do anything to him. While the 4 high-level treants were terrifying, their speed could not compare to Ao Do after utilizing his skills, and could only watch helplessly as Ao Do continued to flee. Just as he was about to escape successfully, a small Odachi appeared out of nowhere, slashing down at Ao Do's body. Who? Ao Do roared out in anger, pushing the battle blood Do Chi to its maximum, and twisted slightly while still fleeing. The Odachi that had a strange dark light trailing behind it also gently twisted, tearing into the Type 3 mutant beast hide on Ao Do's body, and slashed out a large wound in his waist, causing him to bleed. After successfully landing this hit, Tenpyo Saka, who was the assassin in the dark, leaped gracefully, and disappeared into the darkness again. Fucking die. Ao Do's eyes were bloodshot as he bore the pain and sent out a few blade beams in her direction. Ao Do was one of the top experts of the Manchu Empire, and after he gained the Type 3 mutant beast hide, no one could hurt him. However, he actually suffered a blow from Tenpyo Saka. Even if he made it alive with his current injuries, he would not recover properly within a year. This enraged him to no end. Ao Do's slashes carried with them terrifying force, empowered by the tyrannical battle blood Do Chi, and they could even slash through Type 3 mutant beast hide. They were not something Tenpyo Saka could possibly withstand. He wanted to kill her instantly with this strike. Suddenly he felt an intense sensation of danger, and had to twist his body once more, as a bright light flashed and his right hand was blasted into pieces. Yu Zhong. I'll remember this. Ao Do roared out in pain, and didn't dare to chase after Tenpyo Saka. Instead, turning around to flee, in a few seconds he disappeared. Yu Zhong saw how Ao Do flee without caring for the troop, and could not help but frown at his decisiveness. This fellow is truly ruthless. He could abandon all his subordinates. Outside the army camp, there were still 1,000 soldiers of the allied forces. Ao Do could actually bear to abandon them and flee on his own. It showed his callousness. Bai Lu asked Yu Zhong, "What do we do with the people outside?" Just like Hai Lan and Yin Shuang, Bai Lu had no particular attachment to human lives. As long as Yu Zhong gave the order, she would not hesitate to pass the order to eradicate the allied forces. Yu Zhong pondered for a moment before hugging Bai Lu close to him and leaped down the tree. "Follow me." Bai Lu settled in his embrace without a look of shyness on her. She was incredibly calm. The moment Yu Zhong landed, all the low-level treants parted, forming a path for him. The 6 high-level treants also stood by one side obediently. Yu Zhong carried Bai Lu out the camp, only to come across the allied forces being forced back by the low-level treants. Many had been sliced apart by the treants, while many others were desperately fighting back. Yu Zhong eyed the troops and ordered coldly, "I'm Yu Zhong. I'm now ordering you to throw down your weapons and surrender unconditionally. Otherwise you will all die here today. One of the commanders, Cheng Yishu, hollered, "Don't listen to his bullshit. Kill him. Everybody attack. As long as we kill him and that bitch, we can leave this godforsaken place." The remaining soldiers began to fire wildly at Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong conjured up his light shield, blocking all the bullets, his face becoming dark. "Imbeciles! Don't leave a single one alive." "And?" Bai Lu nodded and pointed at the 1,000 soldiers. Immediately, the 6 large Treants charged out from the camp, and headed for the 1,000 soldiers. Monster! There can be such strange monsters. We're doomed. When the 1,000 allied forces saw the powerful-looking Treants coming at them, their eyes flashed with despair. Cheng Yishu's face was pale as he screamed out, "Attack! Shoot down those fuckers. Hit their heads. That must be where the weak points are at. Use the explosive rounds." Under his orders, bullets began to rain upon the 6 high-level Treants, although they only served to bounce off the bark. The explosive rounds managed to blast some of the bark away as well. The 6 high-level Treants were like invincible tanks that charged through and slapped everything around them, causing the soldiers to die like flies. The leader Cheng Yishu was slapped by one of the Treants, and he died instantly without a chance to defend. The 6 high-level Treants soon demolished the defense line of the Allied forces, and the low-level Treants joined in the fray and chased after them, tearing their bodies apart. "Ah! Don't kill me. I surrender. Ah!" The soldiers quickly dispersed in all directions. It was just that their speed could not match those little Treants, and were quickly devoured. Yu Zhong watched the soldiers being slaughtered and could not be bothered to stay on as he told Bai Lu, "Take me to the mother tree's heart." And Bai Lu immediately led Yu Zhong to the core of the tree. She came to the tree and reached out to touch it. With a bright flash of green light, the bark split open. There were numerous tendrils wrapped around a strange and beautiful jade-like object, which was radiating green light. It was truly an amazing sight. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.